This is the 100th time this girl has been reborn, but she's not happy at all. Because in the past 99 lives, she's either had to sacrifice herself for her family or save the world because of her infinite magical power. And every single life ended before she even turned 20. She's going insane, but she has no choice but to accept her fate. After observing and listening for a while, she realized that in this life, she was born into a noble family, cherished by her mother, and surrounded by maids who praised her cuteness. A perfect start, it seemed, until someone rudely burst into the lady's bedroom. "Master, you've arrived. It's a beautiful baby girl." The maids chattered amongst themselves as the heroine squinted at the master they spoke of, her father in this life. Following her gaze, she saw a tall figure, a handsome face as cold as ice. And the ancient soul that had lived 99 lives in a newborn's body couldn't help but tremble. The moment she saw the face of the man she would call father in her 100th life, she thought her life would be ruined. What would it be this time, she wondered? Abandonment, abuse, becoming a cursed child, or being strangled by her own father at birth? As the man's hand reached out, her heart pounded with dread. Would she be forced to witness the world's end again? Powerless to stop it? Would her soul be chained again, like dust, forced to witness the fall of every life before her? It felt like being trapped in a nightmare with no escape. The female lead wondered what sins she'd committed to witness the end of days. But as it turned out, she was overthinking things. The hand simply reached out and gently touched her cheek. Then, tears of joy glistened on the young father's face. "Thank you for being born safely." Our youngest. Still reeling, the young lady now places her gently on the bed. It was then that the main character clearly saw her mother's face in this life. And she was crying too. She's such a lovely little girl. She really can't understand what's happening. The script is a little off. Why do they all look so happy? Is there a plot twist coming? But if that were the case, it would be wonderful, because she would finally be living a meaningful life. At that moment, the main character truly hoped that her 100th life would be peaceful. The couple talked for a long time, then decided to name her Anastasia. In this life, the female lead is named Anastasia, and she thinks it's a pretty name, until her father continues, "You saved this world. It's the name of a hero." That sounds grand, but it froze Anastasia in her tracks. Seriously? Another hero? Every time the name of a hero is mentioned, she lives a terrible life. Just hearing this, Anastasia knows she'll be treated like a hero again, and the ending will be another sacrifice. She felt foolish for hoping time and again. This life would surely be worse than the last. Yet somehow, Anastasia spent her first month in the loving embrace of her parents. She had steeled herself to be named a hero, but nothing happened. However, it was still too early for Anastasia to relax, because just like in her past life, they all called her a child, blessed by God, and ordained as a hero, then pretended to treat her well. And eventually, they were the ones who feared her power and abused her. This time, Anastasia's parents named her after a hero as well. This only solidified her belief that they would force her into sacrifice. Anastasia sighed inwardly, realizing she had to protect herself once again. There was no other way. As always, she did her best to survey her surroundings. The woman with the jet black hair and red eyes was Anastasia's mother in this life. Being in the body of a newborn, she would always fall asleep whenever her mother lulled her, despite reminding herself to stay vigilant lest she be sacrificed in her sleep. Next, a man with the appearance of a wolfie and a body as massive as a mountain with pink hair is her father in this life. And he's called the Duke. Contrary to his cold appearance, her father seems to be a doting parent, often cooing at her in a voice that makes her want to seek therapy. Next is the nanny who's always by her side. Though she always has a gentle smile, Anastasia suspects she's been sent by her devilish parents to watch her. Lost in thought, Anastasia suddenly heard a loud commotion outside the door. Her father, it seemed, was talking to a doctor and was furious about her. "What's wrong with my youngest? If she's not sick, why won't she cry or laugh?" Anastasia thought it was something serious, but he was just making a fuss because she wouldn't cry. More seriously, her wild wolf of a father was about to take the doctor's head for not finding out why his daughter wouldn't cry. Anastasia was terrified. She couldn't let someone die because of her so soon after being born. In her past life, some didn't want to hear her cry. So Anastasia didn't cry, remembering how her parents almost took her life. But if her father wants her to be a normal child this time, then she should live like one. "Your Grace, I've done my best. My lady is perfectly healthy. Please, trust me just this once." Outside the door, it seems the doctor is crying even harder than Anastasia, and his sobs only amplify her guilt. Driven by guilt, Anastasia began to cry from her cradle, a sound that finally stopped her father in his tracks. A smile bloomed on his face, and he dropped his sword to the ground. The young father rushed into the room and picked up his daughter, saying, My dear, you've finally cried. What a powerful and clear cry you have. Are you satisfied now, Your Majesty? Anastasia thought to herself, a sense of unease washing over her, for misfortune always seemed to follow her cries. But seeing her father's happy expression in this life, Anastasia truly wondered if it was right for her current existence. To seem as childlike as possible, Anastasia continued to cry. And just like that, she was embraced by her father. This peaceful moment is shattered by the sound of pounding footsteps in the hallway. And soon, a child with hair as pink as Anastasia's father appears in the room, looking disgruntled. Father, how disappointing. Why would you favor Lara? Anastasia saw the resentment in her eyes and broke out in goosebumps. Oh no, is this my older sister in this life? Seeing her little sister, Anastasia felt like all the drama was about to come crashing down on her, as her relationships with her siblings in previous lives were never good. Having just been reborn, Anastasia knew she had older siblings, but past lives made her more anxious than excited. Laurencia was adorable, with fluffy pink hair, clear eyes, and chubby cheeks, but even so, she was enough to scare Anastasia witless. Just as she thought Laurencia would burst into tears, or even scratch her out of jealousy, the little girl exclaimed, "Is this really my little sister? How can she be so cute?" If Anastasia could speak, she would have gasped aloud. Laurencia's reaction was unlike that of her siblings in her previous lives, for as the young duke knelt, holding Anastasia, Laurencia rushed forward, excited. Wow, Lara has such a cute little sister. She was so excited that she even gave her sister a nickname, Shasha, just like her own nickname, Lara. Unable to speak, Anastasia could only flail her arms and legs to show how much she hated the nickname. But little did she know, her father thought she liked the nickname too. And so, Anastasia was destined to grow up with a name she despised. Father, then let's give some pudding to Zoxa, Laurencia says excitedly. Your father understands your heart, Laurencia, but Anastasia is too young for pudding, so you should eat it for her. The young duke soothed his eldest daughter, ruffling her hair. But Sasa would be sad if Lara ate alone. Laurencia pouted, replying, I used to be sick and could only eat porridge, so I was sad I couldn't have anything cold. If Sasha can't have pudding now, she'll be as sad as I was back then. Laurencia's earnest words made Anastasia's heart flutter. Is she worried I'll be sad? What is this warm feeling of family? Of course, no matter how much Laurencia pleaded, the Duke wouldn't let Anastasia eat the pudding, so in the end, her older sister ate the treat. But feeling guilty towards her sister, Laurencia decides to make amends by giving her her stuffed deer. Laurencia, are you sure? You can't sleep without it. Their father seemed surprised, as Laurencia was only a child, and he didn't expect such generosity towards her sister. Yes, Sasa is my little sister, and since I'm the older sister, I'll let her borrow it, Laurencia replied innocently. Her angelic expression almost caught Anastasia off guard, but the hardships of her past life reminded her not to trust these people. Like her parents and sister, they were all just pretending to be kind. To show her dissatisfaction, Anastasia began to cry, but the innocent Laurencia thought her sister didn't like her deer, so she tried a different approach. Do you hate deer, Anastasia? How about rabbits or a box? I'll give you everything, so please don't cry. Laurencia was far more generous than Anastasia imagined. After that, to cheer up her younger sister, Laurencia even played peekaboo, and Anastasia's defenses finally crumbled before that adorable face. She couldn't help but laugh. It was the first time Anastasia had smiled since birth. So it's understandable that the young Duke and his eldest daughter would be so uncontrollably excited, as news of Anastasia's laughter during peekaboo quickly spread throughout the castle. And so the maids lined up endlessly to play peekaboo with her. Even her personal physician joined in. Of course, Anastasia's father was the same way, and she only regained peace when her mother chased them all out, leaving Anastasia traumatized in her mother's arms. This was all new to her, and she didn't know how to react. She thought they'd get bored and give up if she didn't respond. But her father, the doctor, and even the maids didn't seem discouraged, instead encouraging each other to try harder next time to make Anastasia smile. She couldn't understand this family, this life at all. If they're just pretending to be nice, they're putting in way too much effort. Could it be that in this life, I've really been reborn into a loving family? That afternoon, after waking up, Anastasia saw a small figure at the head of her bed. A young boy with pink hair, a perfect copy of the young Duke. Anastasia immediately recognized him as Damien, her brother who was 5 years older. Though still young, the maids in the house said that Damien already carried himself like the Duke's heir. And so, he was always taught to be kind and busy, yet here he was, today. Anastasia, of course, added him to her list of people to watch out for. Anastasia, what are you thinking about? Damien asked cheerfully, leaning over her cradle with a puppy-like grin. Thinking about how to survive? Anastasia would say, if she could. Seeing her serious little face, Damien couldn't help but reach out and poke her cheek, then remembered something. That's right, I brought you a gift. I wonder if you'll like it. But despite hearing she's getting a gift, Anastasia doesn't seem happy at all. Honestly, she found it strange that everyone in the castle kept trying to do things for her. The gift Damien brought was a stuffed tiger. Laurencia said Anastasia's smile is adorable, so he's giving her his tiger plushie. They've been together since childhood, and being apart will be lonely, but he's willing to give it to her. Anastasia couldn't help but reach out her chubby hand to touch the tiger. First, her sister offered her favorite deer, and now her brother offers his tiger, a companion of 5 years. To these children, these are precious gifts. And yet, they give it to her without a second thought. So, Anastasia, won't you smile for me? Damien ruffled his sister's hair with his small hand, then revealed an expectant expression. She found it even more incomprehensible. Her 5-year-old brother was giving her something so precious just to see her smile. What are this family's intentions? Is my smile really that important? Anastasia didn't understand, but to protect the boy's innocence, she forced a smile, causing Damien to stare blankly for a moment before cheering with joy. Wow, she's smiling, everyone. Anastasia is smiling. Hearing their eldest son, the young duke, his wife, and Laurencia, who were eavesdropping outside, rushed in, overjoyed to see their youngest daughter smiling. As for Anastasia, her feelings were mixed, having learned through many lifetimes to be wary of everything, especially in difficult circumstances. And so, since her reincarnation, Anastasia had always been wary of her family, but in this moment she truly hoped that her 100th life would be a miracle. Despite past disappointments, Anastasia hopes these people won't turn their backs on her and that she can finally have a happy life. This peaceful existence continued for several months. Every day, Anastasia lived surrounded by love, with her parents, siblings, and servants constantly praising her cuteness. Her mother even quadrupled the wages of those who sewed Anastasia's clothes, simply because she looked so adorable in them. Anastasia still couldn't get used to this atmosphere. The castle is busier than usual today, all because Anastasia turned 5 months old a few days ago and she finally has a spacious area to play in instead of just her crib. Anastasia began to crawl, and though still babbling, her pronunciation improved significantly. Her doting father stayed by her side, hoping to be the first to hear her say, "I love you, Daddy." Anastasia, after 5 months in this body, has accepted that she is truly just a normal child, a far cry from her past life of constant pursuit. But in this life, all she needs to do is grow up healthy like a normal child. That peace made Anastasia very happy, and in a moment of excitement, she performed her first role. To Anastasia, it was just a normal action, but to the 4 pairs of eyes glued to her, it was a very important milestone. Her little brother Damien thought she learned to roll over much earlier than other babies, and her mother agreed. And to commemorate this, they held a grand ceremony where Anastasia was placed on a chair at the head of the table. At first, Anastasia heard it was just a family party, but it was far more extravagant than she imagined. Her parents and siblings all prepared gifts for her. The doctor and maids were no exception, and they all seemed happy to see their young mistress growing up healthy, even more so than other children. The maids felt honored to serve her. Anastasia's parents generously rewarded the servants on this occasion, and she found it all perplexing for a mere first role. Are they making too much of this? Everyone here is so sentimental. It's strange to her, even after 5 months. After the fireworks party, her parents carried Anastasia to the balcony to witness the dazzling light show celebrating her first rollover. Her mother, with a face full of happiness, said, "Anastasia, please continue to live healthily and grow up like this in the future." How strange. They don't need her to be well-behaved or successful, just healthy and grown up. Such a simple wish seems out of place for a ducal family. The day after the party, the castle became quiet once more, as the servants' end-of-year holiday began. Everyone was sad to see her go, except for one young maid working temporarily over the holidays, who was now dozing off by the door. Anastasia guessed the girl was just entering puberty. After all, a child needs good sleep to grow up healthy. Perhaps everyone was busy because it was the end of the year. Her parents had left the mansion early that morning, her brother was in an important class, and her sister was asleep with a cold. No one paid attention to Anastasia, but she saw it as a good opportunity, deciding that today she would learn to stand, her main goal being to climb onto the sofa in the room. Thinking it, she did it, and Anastasia crawled towards the sofa. She told herself not to grow up too fast, but she felt like she wanted to go right now. Unfortunately, before Anastasia could reach the sofa, someone picked her up. "Are you having fun, miss?" The one holding Anastasia was an older woman dressed as a maid. "Is that all you know?" A replied, but she couldn't recall ever seeing that face. She said the lady of the house told her to come get Anastasia, but her parents had clearly gone out early, and this maid didn't even wake the young maid dozing at the door. A wave of fear washed over Anastasia. She recalled experiencing something similar once or twice before. Even if she's just a maid, she's far too suspicious. And instinctively, Anastasia began to scream, unfortunately confirming her worst fears. For a drugged handkerchief was then brought down, and a voice said, "I will take a good care of you. My lady, please, get some sleep." Those were the last words Anastasia heard before losing consciousness. The peace she'd felt in the castle these past months had dulled her senses, and now she'd been targeted. Anastasia slowly awoke to an uncomfortable jostling in the face of a complete stranger. He was carrying her away at breakneck speed, the Duke's castle already far behind. Anastasia realized she'd been cornered and could only silently blame herself. Living in love for the past 5 months made her careless. Anastasia tries to stay calm, hoping this is just a simple kidnapping. But what if these villains want her life? Would her soul be trapped alone again, witnessing everything until the world's end? Having only been reborn for less than half a year, Anastasia certainly didn't want that terrible scenario to happen. She'd rather grow up and become a sacrifice than die as a 5-month-old baby. But what to do now? That was the question weighing most heavily on Anastasia's mind. Should she let the kidnappers take her to see who's behind this, or use her powers to teleport to safety? Is this just a simple kidnapping for ransom, or has someone discovered her secret identity and powers? Whatever the reason, this is worth investigating. Anastasia decides to let the kidnappers take her instead of using her powers. But the thought of her parents and siblings at home, heartbroken by her kidnapping, tugged at her heartstrings. She had truly grown attached to this family, and Anastasia didn't want to cause them any worry. But her plan to infiltrate the kidnappers' hideout was ruined when an arrow suddenly flew from the opposite direction, striking the kidnapper. The arrow pierced his left thigh, sending him sprawling backward, but he held tight to Anastasia. "What?" The kidnapper gritted his teeth, fighting the pain, and wondered. Another steely voice rang out, but Anastasia recognized it as a child's. Confused, she opened her eyes to see a young boy with golden hair, his eyes proud and fierce. Most importantly, though just a child, he fearlessly pointed his sword at the kidnapper. "What do you think you're doing?" The boy continued. "The young lady in your grasp is now my fiancée, and you dare abduct her?" Both Anastasia and the kidnapper were bewildered by the boy. She, because she didn't know when she'd become his fiancée. The kidnapper is baffled that his attacker is just a child. "Get out of my way," he roared, enduring the pain as he pulled the arrow from his thigh. But the soldiers were closing in. The kidnapping plot was exposed, and the soldiers were closing in faster than he'd anticipated, so he decided to ditch the blonde boy and run for his life. But the boy was determined to stick to him like glue. Surprisingly, despite being just a child, he was keeping pace with the grown kidnapper. "If you don't want to lose anything, hand the child over to me." The threat, spoken by a child of only 5 or 6, carried immense weight. "Stop chasing me. I was forced into this situation." The kidnapper roared, but the boy had no intention of stopping. "Enough with the excuses. Let's end this here." Anastasia was a little overwhelmed. This boy looked to be about her brother's age, but he spoke with a chilling resolve. His swordsmanship was solid, and he possessed a surprisingly strong magical power. Just who is this kid, with such mastery of both sword and magic? He's even timing his attacks perfectly. He was immediately knocked down, and Anastasia paled with fear in his arms. "She's going to fall. I have to use magic to protect her." But before Anastasia could act, she fell into another's gentle embrace. Her eyes squeezed shut in fear, she finally dared to peek open a moment later. The blonde boy was holding her tight, his expression full of worry. "Little one, are you all right? That must have been quite a shock. Are you hurt anywhere? Is it okay that you're not crying?" Of course, Anastasia is fine. The situation was just too sudden, and the blonde boy seems to be completely focused on her, not noticing that the kidnapper has gotten back on his feet. Of course, he's just a kid. Even with great technique, lapses in awareness are inevitable. Anastasia had no choice but to intervene. Even in a child's body, her magic is still barely usable. And so, she defeats the kidnapper before he can even touch the boy. Seeing this, he looks very confused. "What's going on?" "He collapsed before I could even do anything. I saved the boy. But Anastasia is not doing so well. After using magic, her lungs feel like they're about to explode. Just as she feared, she'll have to be careful using her powers with this small body." Seeing her face flush red, the boy was thrown into a panic. Could she have caught a cold? He frantically removed his cloak, draped it over Anastasia, and comforted her. "It's okay. You'll warm up soon." Anastasia felt a wave of warmth, her eyelids heavy, wanting only to sleep. By now, soldiers and servants had arrived, the kidnapper was subdued, and even Damien had come. Seeing his sister's condition, he couldn't contain his trembling. "Anastasia, wake up. Your brother is here." The kidnapper thrashed as he saw the young duke. "Spare me, please. It's all a misunderstanding. I can explain." Damien wore an expression Anastasia had never seen before. He ordered the servants to drag the kidnapper away, demanding a thorough interrogation until his father returned. It wasn't long before Anastasia finally awoke, her vision blurring as she saw the worried faces of her parents. When their daughter opened her eyes, they frantically called for a doctor to examine her. "My dear, you must have been so scared. I wish I had been there for you, but the Emperor summoned me because the young duke seemed so remorseful." Of course, Anastasia didn't blame him. After all, he was a duke. He couldn't ignore the Emperor's summons. Besides, she wasn't hurt. She just lost consciousness from overexerting her powers. But Anastasia's parents were, of course, unaware of this, and they seemed very apologetic, constantly saying sorry to her. To comfort the young lady, Anastasia reached out her tiny hands, trying to grasp her index finger. Never had she wanted to grow up faster than at this moment. The next day, Anastasia's personally selected squad of knights arrived to meet her, their imposing presence filling her with apprehension. Turns out the Duke, fearing another kidnapping, formed an escort of knights to protect his youngest daughter. Apparently, the mastermind behind the kidnapping was just a couple working at the estate. Their son was drowning in debt, and they saw the Duke and Duchess showering Anastasia with money, so they hatched a wicked plan. They ambushed her during the year-end holiday, intending to extort the couple. Luckily, Damien's friend found her and stopped the plan in time. The two servants were reportedly taken away, not in the best condition. Her parents said they'd handled it as leniently as possible. And having extra guards was good for Damien and Laurencia, too. But 20 knights just to escort one baby is excessive. Anastasia was truly overwhelmed by it. Unaware of his daughter's silent screams, the young duke eagerly introduced, "Anastasia, these are all the knights who have sworn loyalty to you, so please give them a word of encouragement." Anastasia was speechless. What did her father expect from a child not even 6 months old? They wouldn't be happy or excited to be encouraged by a baby. But in reality, that was just her own perception, because the two knights seemed to be waiting with great anticipation. Anastasia couldn't help but obey her father in this atmosphere, so she reluctantly babbled a few words. "Yeah, OLY means yes. Please take care of me." Though just a child's babble, the knights felt as if they'd been given a ton of energy. They shouted in unison, "We will do our best, Lady Anastasia. We hope we can get along well." A month has passed since the Knight Order was formed, and the number of servants in Anastasia's chambers has increased significantly, with 2 guards always stationed outside her door. As her body grew and her abilities strengthened, Anastasia found it easier to read their actions. But still, at only 7 months old, accessing information would likely only become truly easy after her first birthday. Anastasia still pondered the kidnapping from time to time. On that day, her parents had left early, looking uneasy, which was rare for them to do together. Of course, the kidnapping was purely for money, but Anastasia also suspects her family has enemies. After all, there's no reason for them to deploy this much security just for a child living in the mansion. Out of curiosity, Anastasia even wanted to use some of her power to investigate, but she thought about how she'd get sick and have a high fever again, and her parents would be in tears. She felt it was best to stop, but this peaceful life was too stifling for Anastasia. After all, she was born to stop the world's demise. In every life, how could she just sit idly by? As Anastasia tried to stand by, holding onto a chair, she heard a familiar voice. Turning around, she saw that Damien was back from school. She immediately changed course, crawling as fast as she could before leaping into his arms, much to Damien's delight. "Wow, how can you crawl so fast? My Anastasia is growing up so quickly." After 7 months in this body, Anastasia began to love her family, including her brother. But today, she noticed a hint of awkwardness on Damien's face, which was always so gentle with her. "Anastasia, you know, my friend really wants to meet you. He met you before, don't you remember? My brother's friend?" In Anastasia's mind, a youthful, upright face with golden hair began to take shape. Oh, if it was that boy. She really wanted to see him. And so, Anastasia began to nod profusely. Damien wasn't sure if he understood his sister, so he carefully asked again. "So, Anastasia, you'll meet my friend again?" "Yeah," Anastasia answered seriously, already feeling a strange connection to the boy from their previous encounter. His magical power is impressive, but the key is that even though they've just met, she feels like she's seen him somewhere before. Having lived countless lives, Anastasia would occasionally encounter familiar faces from her past incarnations. Each soul possessed its own unique resonance. She would occasionally pass by people like that, simply thinking she'd seen them in a past life. But this blonde duke was different. He wasn't just familiar, he stirred a strange feeling within Anastasia, compelling her to meet him again and investigate further. Lord Mikhail will be arriving soon, the servant informed Damien. The blonde boy's carriage has arrived at the mansion. We're here, young duke. The boy cautiously stepped down from the carriage, but his eyes betrayed an excitement he couldn't hide. So, this is it? So soon? Excellent. Now, where will I find the little miss? Before letting Mikai into his sister's room, Damien sternly reminded him to be polite and gentle with her. As the door opened, Duke Mikhail saw her sitting regally on a chair like a little queen, flanked by two maids. He excitedly rushed toward her. The cute little baby looks absolutely wonderful. Anastasia's eyes widened as she observed the boy. She thought seeing him again would jog her memory, but now she wasn't so sure. She's only known a handful of people in the last 2,000 years. Seeing Mikhail grinning, Damien chides him, "What are you doing, Mikhail? You haven't even introduced yourself yet. My Anastasia's a doll, a baby." "My beloved Anastasia is the young lady of a noble family." Damien showed off his sister like a peacock spreading its tail. That's how obsessed he is with Anastasia. Dion is usually described as calm and composed, but only around Anastasia did she see him as a true child. And then, Mikai, also feigning maturity, suddenly took Anastasia's hand and introduced himself. "This isn't the first time, but it's a pleasure to meet you, little lady. I am Mikai, the young duke from the Leventis Archduchy." With that, Mikai bowed his head and kissed Anastasia's tiny hand. She was surprised by the boy's gentlemanly behavior, while the duke was thunderstruck. He immediately protested, "Hey, Mikai, I haven't even kissed her hand yet." In the time that followed, Mikai Leventis became a welcome guest of the castle, the sole heir of the Grand Duke of Leventis. Since their second meeting, he's spent over half a month at the estate. The Leventis Viscount is busy with political matters, but he's decided to study with his childhood friend, Damien. As a result, the maids have been gossiping about Mikai so much that Anastasia hears more about him than her own family. At first, she thought Mikai was only close to her brother, but for the past 2 weeks, he's visited her almost every day after his lessons, and today is no exception. As Mikai rushed over, Anastasia felt a few icy droplets splash onto her. She rubbed her eyes, mumbling in displeasure. "Oh, sorry, did I splash you? I took a bath before coming to see you, miss." "My," Anastasia thought, "how thoughtful." Mikhail hardly seemed like a 6-year-old. Today, as in days past, he brought a gift, an enormous, high-quality ruby. I don't recall exactly when Mikhail's gift attacks began. Anastasia only knew it began when Mikai overheard the maids saying that not everyone was worthy of seeing the young lady's smile. After that day, he began bringing her anything he thought was good, from teddy bears to jewelry and precious stones, but nothing worked. "It's no use. Anastasia only smiles for her brother, Ran." "Me too," Damien smugly added. "I've made her laugh plenty of times," Laurentia chimed in. And so, fueled by Anastasia's challenge, Mikai became even more competitive, showering the baby with increasingly frequent and extravagant gifts. She could only sigh. What was he thinking, bringing this as a gift for a baby? "Are you sighing?" Mikai asked in surprise. Anastasia paid him no mind, focused only on improving her mobility and her babbling speech. This was the 100th time she'd regressed, but this time her development seemed slower, limiting Anastasia's use of magic, making her impatient. As Anastasia reached for a nearby chair to stand, Mihai suddenly placed the ruby in her hood. The weight of the stone caused Anastasia to fall backward, sending the maids and Mikai into a panic as she landed hard on her bottom. The ruby falls from her hood, and at this rate, Anastasia will hit her head on the ground. Luckily, the young duke acts quickly and catches her. Mihai seems flustered. "I'm sorry, little one. I only wanted to give it to you, but I didn't expect it to make you slip." "Oh." It was then that Anastasia noticed the ruby rolling on the floor. She thought she was too weak to stand, but it was all because of this kid. Anastasia, flushed with anger, clenched her fists, pointed at Mikhail, and stammered. "Hayao means I don't like you." The maids didn't understand Anastasia, but Mikai paused for a moment. "Did you just say you don't like me? Hurry and leave." "Okay, I was wrong. I thought you'd look adorable holding that big ruby. Don't say you don't like me." Their back and forth surprised the servants, who couldn't understand how Duke Mikhail understood the seemingly meaningless words of their young lady. And this annoyed Anastasia even more, that this man could understand her baby talk when her own family couldn't. Seeing Anastasia's silence, Mikhail tried a different approach to coax her. "Baby, do you want to practice walking? Let me help you." He coaxes Anastasia to respond, but she says she doesn't want to. "But baby, you're really good at talking. How can you speak so well at only 7 months old?" "But I can really help you walk. I was walking by the time I was half a year old." Mikai emphasized the words, half a year old, And it worked on Anastasia, who suddenly felt challenged. While she couldn't even stand at 7 months, Mikhail, who walked at 6 months, bragged about how good he was at this. And finally, Anastasia relented. She took Mikhail's hand, telling herself she only needed the help to grow faster. And just like that, the maids were astonished, marveling at the sight of the young lady standing on her own 2 feet. Of course, it was with Mikhail's help, but the truth was, she was standing. Even Anastasia was surprised to find herself so steady. "Didn't I tell you? I knew I could help you stand." Mikhail was overjoyed, saying that since she could stand, she could probably walk too. He then took a few steps back and gently pulled Anastasia's hand. Anastasia never thought she'd walk, but her feet moved, and she took her first steps, witnessed by Mikhail and the maids, who were overjoyed. Anastasia didn't think much of it until she heard a thud from the doorway, turning to see Damien standing there with an incredulous look on his face, having dropped his book. His voice trembled as he called out his sister's name, and she vaguely realized something was wrong. "Oh no! Why is Big Brother home early today?" Mikhail Vochi, oblivious, continues to brag. "Look, the little miss is holding my hand and walking so well." Anastasia wanted to stop, but seemed to quicken her pace instead. Mikhail worriedly said, "No, little one, you'll fall again like you did before." Hearing this, Damien rushed over, snatched Anastasia up, and held her tight. "You already look terrible. Anastasia, did you fall?" The maids, afraid to lie, said the young lady's fall wasn't serious, she didn't cry, and everything was fine. Why did she fall? Dai's attitude grew even more severe, and fearing for the maids, Mikhail took the blame. Damien didn't have the patience to hear him out, consumed by rage that Mikhail had made his little sister fall. That was all that mattered. Mikhail tried to explain that Anastasia's fall wasn't too bad and that he had caught her head, but Damien's anger only flared higher. She almost hit her head? Anastasia tugged at her brother's sleeve, but couldn't stop his anger. And so Damien, a mere 6 years old, declared, "Mikhail Leventis, from now on, do not come here to see Anastasia again." Anastasia was a little panicked. How did things escalate so quickly? Mikhail seemed to feel the same, wanting to explain, but Damien snapped at him. "Enough, just get out of here." It was the first time Anastasia had ever seen her brother look so callous. The situation escalated into a more serious argument than she imagined, and it was clear that Mikhail was deeply hurt by her brother's words. "It's a good thing he has a sister," he muttered, and Damien seemed flustered to hear those words. "This isn't good. Both children are hurt, and the problem is they're not acting like children at all. There's no denying they're far more exceptional than other children their age, more profound even than adults who haven't fully matured. So, in this situation, they don't know how to resolve things like children would, and if things continue as they are, the rift will only deepen." Anastasia didn't want her brother to lose a good friend over something so trivial, so she decided to do something she really didn't want to do to salvage the situation. From Damien's perspective, he enjoys reading with his siblings after school and dozing off with them to the sound of stories instead of lullabies. Sharing snacks when Laurencia's tummy rumbles. It might seem ordinary, but this is Damien's favorite part of the day. But after Mikhail saved his youngest sister from being kidnapped, Damien willingly gave up his routine, ceding his time with Anastasia to his friend, while Mikhail's only family was his grandfather, who was always busy with political affairs. Mikhail finds babies adorable, but doesn't know how to handle them. He's just a 6-year-old skilled with swords, and his jokes are never malicious. And from Anastasia's perspective, she could only conclude that it was all her fault. After all, her Bible, which only Mikhail understood, was the root of the problem. The truth is, she called Mikhail's name before she knew her parents' names, Laurentia or Damien, and they were so upset they called her name all day long. And now, Anastasia's first steps were taken in the arms of Mikhail, an outsider, not her own family. So Damien's behavior, born of frustration, is understandable. Cornered, Anastasia felt most at fault, and as tensions rose, she began to cry. Anastasia rarely cried or laughed, so when she wailed like that, everything else paled in comparison. She sobbed and babbled, but her words were incomprehensible. Desperate, he turns to Mikhail, who somehow understands the baby's words. She's scared and doesn't like it. Mikhail responds in a fluster, and both 6-year-olds frantically apologize to Anastasia. But that's not what she wanted. She wanted them to make up. Anastasia grabbed her brother's shirt, then pointed at Mikhail, the two children facing each other in awkward silence. Finally, Mikhail spoke up first. "I'm sorry your precious sister was put in danger." Since Mikhail spoke first, it was easier for Damien to open up. "I'm sorry for telling you not to come here. I acted out of jealousy because you became close with my own sister, Damien." Mikhail scratched his head sheepishly, adding, "I don't know much about how to treat babies since I don't have any siblings. So, can you teach me more? I'll do whatever you say since you seem more familiar with the little miss." And if you say I can't touch the young lady without permission, I'll do as you say." Mikai was utterly sincere. After all, he was just a boy, and never thought his prank would be so dangerous. As for Damien, being the generous soul that he is, he couldn't stay angry at his best friend any longer. "Fine, since you asked so nicely." And so, the two boys reconciled, thanks to Anastasia's mental exhaustion, leaving them both relieved. She was happy that both her brother and his best friend were such good kids, but she'd cried so much that her eyelids were getting heavy. Sleep came quickly, and she only remembered Damien and Mikai wishing her good night before she drifted off. But though she'd fallen asleep in her brother's arms, she suddenly awoke in a strange place. It was dark all around, with only the sound of dripping water. Anastasia guessed she was dreaming, but didn't know how to wake up. Then she heard a cry for help, and turned to see a cocoon wrapped in cloth and bound by chains. A desperate cry for help echoed from the strange object, her consciousness hazy as her body moved towards it on its own. As Anastasia stood before it, her body trembled with fear. "I am your only understanding." The voice from within the cocoon spoke again, and Anastasia's hand, now acting on its own, reached out. How could this thing claim to understand her? Had it also been reborn hundreds of times or something? Anastasia's small hand touched the cocoon, causing it to shatter instantly, and a blinding light stole her sight. And as she clearly saw what stood before her, a primal, uneasy panic surged within. For it was a baby identical to her. "Anastasia, that baby is the source of the voice she's been hearing." It continues, "Never forget, I am the only one." Anastasia stared in wide-eyed disbelief as the being that looked exactly like her floated closer, reaching out its hand. But before it could touch her, Anastasia was distracted by someone calling her name. That familiar voice finally pulled her back to consciousness. It was Mikai who woke her, holding a magic orb, with Damien and Laurencia at his side. They all wore the same expression of panicked worry, and Anastasia was confused. Hadn't she just taken a nap and had a nightmare? Did I really make everyone this worried? But then the Duchess started crying and approached the cradle. Through her mother's words, Anastasia realized she had been unconscious for a week with a high fever, and the whole family was worried sick, especially Laurencia and Damien, who looked like they had been crying non-stop. From afar, Laurencia sobbed, "Let me take away your pain so you won't be sick anymore." Damien added, "Lucia, if you're going to get sick for her, I'll get sick for you." Damien immediately chimed in, "All right, for you two to be healthy, then I'll just have to be the one who's sick." And with that, the Duke embraced his two youngest children. Observing the warmth of their family, Mikai couldn't help but feel a pang of loneliness. But as he wallowed in his sadness, a warm towel was placed on his head. Then Anastasia's father embraced Mikai and carefully dried his hair, thanking him for his help. "It was nothing, just something I could do. There's no need to be so polite. Mikhail, while Anastasia was ill, you traveled far to bring the high priest back here, so that's why you were soaking wet." Apparently, Anastasia was afflicted by a curse from an unknown power. Everyone was shocked to hear the high priest's diagnosis, and thanks to Mikai bringing the medicine, she was able to wake up safely. Thus, the entire Grand Duke's family was grateful to the child, and Anastasia, listening to them talk, seemed to see Mikai in a new light. The high priest's place is quite far from the mansion, and it's unlike a 6-year-old to travel there alone. Either way, Anastasia owes Mikai another life debt, but something else weighed on her mind. The curse her parents had mentioned. Having lived 100 lives, she thought she was immune to such filth, but she's been dragged into a nightmare and had her power stolen. Even in her 100th life, there's no peace. The warmth of the estate almost made her forget her cruel fate, an absolute principle in Anastasia's life. She must grow stronger and quickly to wield her power correctly. With that thought, Anastasia clenched her fist. Just then, the Duchess looked down at her with tearful eyes, saying, "My youngest daughter, please grow up healthy." With that, she embraced Anastasia, seemingly crying again, and Anastasia's heart softened. Forgetting any grand ambitions for power, she first needed to reassure her family. About a month after the nightmare, Anastasia began to sleep soundly. This was the first time in 1,000 years she'd experienced this. Her body developed like any other child, but even a little power use gave her a fever. Fortunately, Anastasia had no more nightmares or unwanted guests. Time passed, and now it was 9 months after her birth. At this point, Anastasia could walk on her own 2 feet, carefully taking each step, and her father was always there to catch her when she stumbled. Her taking 3 steps at once made him happier than conquering vast territories. Anastasia, still wary, gradually began to enjoy her life. Though taking 3 steps was her greatest feat, her family saw it as a monumental achievement. Anastasia was also pleased that as her body developed, using her magical powers became easier. This will help her gather information, and Anastasia learns of an upcoming festival in April, as well as a visit from the young Mikhail. Anastasia even eavesdropped on her brother Damien's lessons, learning about titles and the family's history, finally discovering 9 months after her birth that her last name was Anderbang. Anastasia had been stressed about not growing up fast enough, but now that she's gathering more information, she feels relieved. Archduke Enderplank suddenly becomes serious. Our youngest can walk now. Are you all training hard enough? He said this to the knights, but Anastasia couldn't see the connection between her walking and their training. And yet, they seem so tense. Even though we're nothing compared to the young lady, we're still working hard. We will strive even harder to keep up with the young lady. I'm speechless once again. Why would they use a child like Anastasia as their benchmark? I heard someone was left behind during the last promotion from Viscount to Grand Duke. Duke Enderplant's voice still sounds grave. Smite. Now that it's spring, he must be checking up on the knight's skills after a long time. Without hesitation, Anastasia's father decreed that a martial arts tournament would be held during the April festival, ordering the knights of the castle to prepare. But most importantly, Anastasia is the main character of this April festival. In a gentle and warm setting, Thetla's soft voice echoes. Since our youngest's hair is still too thin, should she wear a newborn hat, or would a ribbon matching her dress be cuter? With the festival and martial arts tournament approaching in April, Thetla is having a hard time choosing an outfit for her little girl. She pondered, stroking the fabric, wondering if yellow would be suitable for spring. The maid tilted her head, quietly questioning. What did the madam wear as a child? Thetla paused, her eyes reflecting a memory. Me? My first dress was probably white with gold trim. Hearing this, the maid pointed to the white and gold fabric adorned with beautiful flowers, saying that a gold dress would surely suit her. Thetla sat in a chair, 2 maids behind her whispering admiringly about how much the young lady resembled her mother, but with an even more charming face. An image of Thetla, graceful and elegant beyond compare, filled their minds. A maid softly remarked that even her ruby eyes and dark hair resembled Anastasia. Tila smiled shyly, but her eyes sparkled. Anastasia would be happy to know who she resembles. My lady once said she wanted another child just like me. In the soft light of the luxurious room, Thet caresses the exquisitely embroidered fabric, her eyes gentle with a hint of nostalgia. Very well. Her voice was enchanting, yet resolute. Let her wear a yellow dress to the martial arts tournament. Bright yellow looks good on girls her age. Seeing the mistress's decision, the maids rushed to praise her, saying she was so refined and as cute as a chick. Oh dear, I was thinking it would resemble the flower spirit Q-Ko. The seamstress, who had been listening quietly, suddenly chimed in enthusiastically. Don't worry, madam, I'll make you a dress that's as beautiful as a flower and as cute as a chick. Thetla looked at the seamstress. Can you really do that? Then do your best. She smiled brightly, pointing to the vibrant floral fabrics neatly arranged on the chair, her voice full of determination. My youngest doesn't have enough dresses, so we should make a few extra while we're at it, right? The sudden influx of work made the seamstress both happy and overwhelmed as she stammered, Pardon? She stood before the dazzling fabrics and exquisite dresses, a radiant smile spreading across her face, her eyes sparkling with hope. She softly asked, You can do it, right? As news of the martial arts tournament spread, a festive atmosphere filled the manor. Preparations for the festival became even more lively due to the sudden announcement of the competition. In the training grounds, 2 knights, burning with passion, raised their hands high with determination, shouting, I will definitely win. Ganave was just as enthusiastic. I've swung my sword 3,000 times a day to prepare for this tournament. The young lady, seeing the knights train day and night, has fallen ill and is acting strangely. Anastasia was helpless against their passionate thoughts as the maids gathered in the sun-drenched room, their cheeks flushed with secret stories. One of them hesitated. What should I embroider now? The girl next to her giggled, replying softly, I'm going to embroider flowers with the name of the knight who told me he liked me. A sweet atmosphere filled the air as each girl began to confess their first flutters of love. Their cheeks flushed as they revealed their feelings. Love must be beautiful, bringing joy and laughter to everyone, filling the mansion with happiness. And perhaps it's the arrival of spring, a lucky day, that makes everyone look so content. Time passed and it was mid-April. Crowds flocked to the Duke's estate for the festival. Today is not only the spring festival, but also the day of the martial arts tournament. Inside the mansion, the atmosphere is completely different. A maid carefully fed Anastasia spoonful after spoonful. Suddenly, a few drops of food fell, nearly staining Lady Anastasia's yellow dress, startling her. But before it could fall, another maid swiftly caught it, holding everyone's breath. The dining hall air crackled with tension as the head servant scolded, This is a momentous day, and I've warned you to be careful. The young maid stammered, bowing her head. I'm so sorry, so very sorry. What if you'd stained the dress? What then? He snapped. This dress was custom made by the madam especially for today, so get yourself together. Anastasia's yellow dress garnered praise from the madam and maids alike. She looked so adorable. She's definitely our precious girl. From the moment I met her, I couldn't help but be amazed by her loveliness. The yellow only accentuates her cuteness. The lady of the house herself ordered it. Anastasia's mother was very pleased with the dress. Very well, I'll pay you double. The seamstress, moved to tears, clasped her hands and cried out her gratitude to the lady, while the two maids continued to bicker. If you stain the young lady's clothes, we'll probably be kicked out today. Anastasia silently observed their anxiety, thinking, well, that didn't happen. The maid sobbed, apologizing profusely as Anastasia looked on, bewildered. Why is everyone acting so strange today? I don't want to see them argue anymore. She waves her hand. The young maid is stunned. Are you comforting me, miss? Seeing Anastasia wave, the maid was moved to tears, her eyes sparkling. Indeed, our young lady is so kind. I wonder who her partner will be today. I'm so jealous. Who could it be? The elderly head butler turned to interrupt. He will be here soon. Go clean up now. Anastasia froze. So my betrothed is the reason you're causing trouble? All eyes turned toward the slightly open door. A maid's voice echoed from the hallway, filled with anticipation. It seems the young lady's partner has arrived. Yes, please come in. Young Master Mackay, with his golden hair, entered the room. Anastasia watched the door open, sighed, and thought about her usual bad luck, her face calm but weary. In situations like these, Anastasia either sighs inscrutably or always wins. Just then, Mackay appears, all smiles and dressed in formal attire. Hello, little miss. Anastasia glanced at him. I heard he went to the Grand Duke's place. It's been a month since I last saw him. Mackay smiled, adding, Lucky for me, I'm the young lady's escort today. Anastasia rolled her eyes, a look of disdain on her face. Mackay tightened his hand, his eyes darkening. The last time, baby seemed uncomfortable when I held her, didn't she? I've been diligently practicing at the Grand Duke's estate. His voice was gentle, yet laced with a hint of worry. The memory of their last encounter still lingered, but he wouldn't give up. So he knelt on one knee, offering his hand to Anastasia. May I be your knight? Little miss. Anastasia was stunned, her blonde hair and amethyst eyes meeting Thetlaw's serious gaze. Under the radiant sun, Thetla stood tall on the high steps, her dark green dress accentuating her noble figure, her lips slightly moving as her authoritative voice echoed through the square. All contestants, listen closely. Her face was cold, her ruby eyes gleaming sharply. No one dared to underestimate her words. The martial arts champion would receive not only a reward, but also an honorable opportunity. Everyone was excited for the martial arts tournament and the honor it promised. Thela's words echoed through the hall, accompanied by the knight's watchful eyes, a fanfare of trumpets and a shower of confetti signaling the start of the grand event. On the high platform, a noblewoman in a deep blue dress stood regally, her eyes sweeping over all the contestants below, while knights in neat rows of blue uniforms stood ready to declare the opening, flags of the kingdom in hand. The atmosphere is solemn, all eyes fixed on the platform where glory and honor will be decided. And amidst the excitement, Laurencia appears with a radiant smile. The little girl gently tugs on the sleeve of the pink-haired boy beside her, who carries an air of maturity and gentleness, holding a bouquet of white tulips, a gift of pureness from Laurencia Anderbang. Tla's words echo as the steady, honorable footsteps of the victor approach, ready to receive a commemorative bouquet from Anastasia Anderblang. Following Thetlaw's gesture, all eyes turned to the platform as Mackay stepped onto the stage, holding the little miss, though Anastasia seemed less than comfortable. She muttered in annoyance that despite all the training, his baby-holding skills were still terrible, making her uncomfortable. The knights below were ecstatic at the sight of the young lady. Geneve excitedly says, Little miss, we'll definitely get your flower. Athur clenches his fist. Victory will be ours. Lady Lara Lenslot looked helpless. Don't worry, we'll bring you the flowers. Meanwhile, the young master of Tiela approached the four children, gently patting Laurencia's head and asking, Would you like to say a few words to encourage the knights? Laurencia, in her pretty pink dress, smiled and waved. Lara wishes you all the best. Damien smiled as well. I believe in that promise of victory. I hope you all won't disappoint me. He turned to Anastasia, his voice gentle, followed by Anastasia flinching. Me too? A mournful sigh echoed in her mind. What can a baby who's only 10 months old even do? I can barely babble. Mikhail, who was holding her, seemed to hear her silent complaints and chuckled. Don't worry, little miss. I'll translate for you. Helpless, Anastasia knew that wasn't the issue. But seeing the knight's bright, expectant faces, her fragile defenses crumbled. Resistance was futile. There was no turning back. Anastasia waved to the stands and whispered a few words. Mikhail translates. Did everyone hear what the lady said? The young lady wants everyone to win. A unified cheer erupts. Yes, we will certainly do our best. Amidst the cheers, Anastasia sighed, utterly exhausted. Before she could relax, Mikhail leaned down and whispered, Little miss? He hugged her tightly and asked, Is there anything you want to say to me? Anastasia was stunned. Mikhail smiled, explaining, Because I'm participating too. Anastasia was surprised. Him? Images of Mikhail amidst towering knights flashed through her mind. He planned to charge into the fray with those hulking knights, and recalling the kidnapping, she had to admit his skills were far superior to many knights here. But the difference in physical strength and size is impossible to ignore. I wonder if he'll get hurt. He's only 6 years old. As Anastasia worried, Mikhail whined, saying if she cheered him on, he was sure to win. Anastasia sighed wearily as her small hands suddenly grabbed Mikhail's, tugging at him. She looked at him with wide eyes and a babbling voice. You don't know how fast they are. Don't worry, Mai chuckled, automatically translating. Don't get hurt. Weren't we talking about winning? Anastasia just gives him a look of disdain, which makes Mikhail burst out laughing. He set Anastasia down, patted his chest, and confidently declared, I'll work hard to show you how cool I am. His golden hair glistened as Mikhail smiled, speaking with determination. It's almost time. I have to go, but I'll be back. But little miss, I'll be cool if I win, right? Anastasia stared blankly at that smile. She didn't answer, turning away as if she hadn't heard. Mikhail chuckled. The young lady pretends not to hear again. Anastasia thought to herself she didn't expect him to remember that she once said the word cool was only for her brother. No way, you're so cool. Mikhail points to himself. No. Anastasia denies it. Kids are so competitive. The loudspeaker's voice cuts through her thoughts. The tournament is about to begin. Following the host's voice, Anastasia immediately turns her gaze to the stage. It seems about to begin. Where is her father? The host is nowhere to be found when suddenly a voice calls out, Laurencia Anastasia. Anastasia was shocked. Why was his voice coming from the arena floor? At the same time, Rogato waved his hand, radiating a blinding aura. In his knight's attire, with a wooden sword at his hip, he waved to his 2 daughters, promising to win them the flower. Anastasia was utterly speechless at the scene before her. A battle of overgrown children. Rogato stood on the field, waving excitedly. My darlings, are you watching? Even Thet, standing in the audience, was exasperated, thinking, Father, it's too dangerous for you to be here. Anastasia, in Damien's arms, frowned slightly, thinking, Father, you don't look cool at all in front of this family. You just look like a country bumpkin. Soon after, servants arranged shaded seats for the Rogato family, and Laurencia sat down, waving her hands and cheering. You're the best, Daddy. Lara will cheer you on. Rogato was even more excited, blowing kisses to his children. That's my girl, just you wait. Anastasia was happy in her brother Damien's comfortable embrace. Her father's participation was a bit odd, but she was curious about the match. Judging by the knights' reactions and how father treats them, he must be skilled, but it's hard to imagine. Below the stage, Rogato raises both hands, beaming. My youngest child. With flags waving in the wind and the referee's signal, the match begins. All eyes were on the arena where Rogato and Ken's first match was about to begin. They stood facing each other, each armed with an identical wooden sword. Rogato rotated his wrist, swung his sword towards his opponent, and said in a low but confident voice, Well then, good luck. Ken replies seriously, Yes. Rogato's sword is raised, his eyes cold, his presence utterly transformed, and Anastasia shudders. Her eyes widened as she watched her father from afar, thinking, He's completely different. Even from afar, I feel threatened. Just as Anastasia thought, Kien is in dire straits, his panic evident as he faces Rogato's cold gaze and terrifying presence. In a flash, Rogato unleashed a flurry of powerful, precise sword strikes, his speed, strength, and defense reaching an almost imperceptible level. Rogato attacks while casually giving advice, as if this were training rather than a match. Ken, sweating, responds with a constant, Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The power gap is so vast that Rogato even has time to advise Ken to focus on his lower body and maintain his balance. Anastasia lowered her eyes, wondering if this was a competition or training. The skill gap must be immense. They don't even consider this a competition. She secretly anticipates a swift end. Indeed, less than a minute later, Ken's wooden sword was sent flying, and the entire stadium held its breath as it plunged into the ground at a distance. Ken was stunned, then took a heavy breath. I lost. Ken lost as Regato, beaming with pride, threw his hands up in the air. Isn't my treasure the coolest? Anastasia looks at him, her head aching again. I might have considered it if you hadn't asked, Father. The loudspeaker blares an announcement. In the next match, Mikhail will face a knight 10 years his senior. Realizing the size difference, Mikai charged as soon as the flag was raised, landing a blow and exploiting the chaos. He deflected his opponent's sword and won the first round, much to Anastasia's admiration. If this drags on any longer, it will definitely be disadvantageous for Mikhail. He truly has amazing combat skills. But just then, she frowned slightly. Was this luck or misfortune? Regato smiled at Mikai with excitement, lifting his sword slightly as he spoke. Show me what you've got, little knight. Anastasia's heart clenched as she realized her opponent in the second round was her own father. Facing the towering Regato, Mikai felt a suffocating pressure. His eyes narrowed, focused. Without hesitation, Mikai chose to attack first. He lunges forward like a flash of dazzling purple lightning. Anastasia watches, breathless, her eyes fixed on her father. Regato's face remained calm as ever, not showing the slightest pressure. Their father was indeed at ease. Nearby, Damien couldn't help but smile proudly. Our father is truly amazing, isn't he? Anastasia nodded in agreement, while Laurencia cheered enthusiastically from the sidelines. Go on, focus. Watching from the sidelines, Anastasia realized he knew he couldn't win against his father, yet he still gave it his all to catch up. Despite his exhaustion, Mikhail continued to strike with precision, his hands strong, his eyes unwavering. Anastasia was moved. It was the innate talent of a swordsman, only 6 years old. He's so determined to win. Perhaps in 10 years he'll be as skilled as his father is now. And in 20 years he will become the greatest knight on the continent. Anastasia's eyes grew heavy. I won't be around to see it anyway. I never lived past 20. What a pity. That's why I stopped training disciples. Anastasia thought to herself, recalling the past when others sought strength in their previous lives. I taught those who asked, regardless of age or status, but I never lived long enough to see them grow as I wished. She closed her eyes and sighed, or perhaps they betrayed her. A group that didn't appreciate the kindness of others. Anastasia lamented that 8 out of 10 students would stab her in the back. 1 died young, and the last one died from prolonged surgery. She quietly chuckled to herself, thinking her life had been quite eventful. Habits are a scary thing, after all. In the arena, Mikai continues to fight with unwavering resolve. Anastasia watched intently, assessing each blow, a little power gathering on her left shoulder. A solid foundation, but with occasional wasted effort. Excellent control, considering the sharpness of the blade's tip. It seems he has experience facing others. He has innate talent, but the best course is to awaken his magic and combine it with his swordsmanship. She clenched her small hand, perhaps still wanting to leave something behind. I see my sister watching silently and intently, and Damien blinks before picking at his rice. So, Anastasia really likes Mikai, huh? Guess I'll have to step in and show her what I've got. Anastasia cries out in a panic. No, that's a misunderstanding. It's a misunderstanding. Why would I like that kid? I need to grow up quickly, she babbled, flustered and confused. No, it's way cooler than that. You really don't get it, do you? Are you saying I'm cool? More than even M-Kai? Anastasia tilted her head at her brother. Why ask the obvious? Damien smiled cheerfully. That's a relief then. I wonder if M-Kai would be disappointed to hear that. Anastasia is stunned. Seeing her brother's radiant smile, her heart trembles slightly. Anastasia feels that familiar sensation again, the images of Laurencia and Thla flashing through her mind. In this life, I want to live with my family. I thought motivation would be enough. She recalled the image of a mysterious figure in a white robe who appeared in her dream. Ever since meeting the strange child in her dream, that feeling has tightened and urged her on, making her greedy, wanting to be with her loved ones longer. To do that, she must first investigate that suspicious child. The clash of wooden swords echoed as Mikai's sword fell to the floor, and a small but firm voice rang out from the center of the arena. I surrender. Anastasia watched in disbelief as Mikai Leventis landed 2 blows on her father, only to be eliminated in the second round. Regato patted Mikai's head, praising, You've improved so much. Mikai quietly thanked him as the final results were announced amidst thunderous applause and admiring eyes. As everyone expected, the winner of the martial arts tournament was their father, Anastasia thought to herself, clutching her sister Laurencia's hand. The 3 siblings, hand in hand, carrying bouquets of flowers, approached the stage where the victor awaited, softly cheering, Dad. His face lit up at the sight of his beloved children. His voice, laced with affection, cooed, My children. Laurencia rushes into her father's arms, embracing him tightly. You were so cool, Dad. Lara's dad is the best. Regato smiles happily. Oh, my daughter. That's right. Oh, Anastasia also presents a bouquet. A bibo sound rings out like a small bell. Ah. Regato paused, then gently bent down to accept the bouquet from his youngest daughter, his face flushed with emotion. Regato then embraced his 3 children, his voice hoarse but full of happiness. This year, I am truly happy. My children are so lovely, I've been able to show you all my best side. Here, Anastasia retorts with a frown. I'm not a child anymore. Laurencia giggles in her father's arms. Yes, you're the best father. Mikhail, noticing Anastasia's awkward expression, chuckled to himself, wondering when the young lady would stop pretending not to hear. Rogato was still excited, while Carlin remained as aloof as ever. The martial arts competition has seen many changes, and will continue to receive congratulations from you all later. Seeing the commotion from afar, Chella couldn't help but walk over and strike her husband several times. Save some face, will you? It ended the moment Mom slapped Dad 3 times, but as laughter filled the air, the scene around Anastasia began to blur. A strange voice echoed faintly, as if from the depths of memory. Master, I miss you so. At the tavern table, amidst the rising smoke of grilled meats and the cool aroma of beer, the atmosphere was lively as the Duke treated his people to a free feast. The Duke is the best, providing free meat and alcohol. They also mentioned Anastasia, the youngest daughter of Duke Rogato. Could it be because the Duke's youngest daughter is attending the festival this year? How interesting. As everyone dined, a warm voice spoke, both reminding and encouraging them. The busiest time for farmers was after the April festival. This holiday will be over soon. Eat up so you have the strength to work. As they ate and chatted, a question arose. Who did the Duke and Duchess's youngest daughter resemble more? This seemingly innocent question immediately grabs everyone's attention. The two continue their conversation. One man wondered if he'd ever thought about anything other than eating. I don't know. I bet she's more like the Duchess than those older kids, one said, prompting a rebuttal. He couldn't be sure this time would be any different. Just then, the tavern door burst open, and a man rushed in, shouting, "The Duke's procession is here. Anyone who wants to see it, hurry outside." The people who were just talking looked at each other in stunned silence as all the tavern's patrons rushed outside to see the Duke's procession. And more importantly, to witness Anastasia's beauty. "Let's go see," causing the restaurant owner to cry out helplessly. "Where are you going? What about the customers?" Outside, the crowd jostles for the best view, and someone shouts, "Wait, hold on for me. Look," a resolute voice calls out. "I told you it would be different this time." And then their wish came true. They saw firsthand Rogato's youngest daughter, a petite girl with raven hair and ruby eyes, a perfect copy of Lady Chla. Anastasia excitedly recounted that after the parade, in high spirits, her father provided the territory's people with plenty of meat and wine, even parading in an open carriage. Rogato and his daughter Laurencia were both incredibly excited as he boomed, "I can't miss the festival my daughter awarded me." Meanwhile, Damien and Anastasia were both embarrassed by it all. Anastasia sighed helplessly. "Well, it's a good enough excuse as long as father's happy. Lara looks just like a princess, so considerate of them both." The people grew even more excited. "Let's work hard this year," they whispered. "Only he cares for us, spring after spring." With such a kind Duke, the young lady is sure to be lovely when she grows up. Anastasia glanced at Rogato, who was happily accepting flowers from a citizen, and thought to herself that she had never seen a Duke so friendly with the common people. Smiles bloomed on everyone's faces. Through this festival, the Duke has resolved the people's weary troubles, and the scent of roasted meat and food fills the banquet table. Anastasia thought, and for many reasons, the formula had filled their stomachs. That's why everyone was so happy. It's been a long time since I've seen such a worthy leader. She closed her eyes, lost in thought. If I were the head, they'd probably never see me unless I was out alone. Lost in thought, she was suddenly presented with a bouquet of white and yellow flowers. Anastasia is startled. A bouquet of flowers? Lancelot appeared with a gentle smile, offering the flowers to Thetla. This child wants to give flowers to the lady, Anastasia wondered to herself. Shouldn't the knight participating in the tournament be resting? Why is he here? Sheila smiles as she accepts the bouquet, exclaiming how beautiful the flowers are. "Thank you, I appreciate it," Anastasia stammered beside her. "Thank you," Lancelot replied softly. "It's the least I could do," Thilla replied. "Go get some rest." At that, Lancelot scratched his head, embarrassed. "No, my lady, if I rest for too long, I'll only feel uneasy. In my past life as a knight, I never did this." She nestled in his arms, whispering that all she had to do was not betray him and protect her master well. And then, fragmented memories began to flood her mind. If I demonstrate my skills, be it to nobles or even the king, Even if they trembled with fear, they would still keep me by their side. Anastasia closed her eyes, remembering one person who always watched her and begged her not to die, even if for selfish reasons. Fragments of memory floated through Anastasia's mind, the image of a girl who once spoke to her. "If I die, who will protect me?" Anastasia replied. "If I don't die, you will." "Is this really okay?" the princess stammered. "But I'm so scared." Anastasia smiles reassuringly. "It's all right. The princess will be fine without me." Anastasia recalled the grumpy, complaining princess who was only 10 years old. "Honestly, I've grown rather fond of her." She wondered if the princess would grow up safely, even with all the protective spells Min had cast before her death. Anastasia clutched the strange bouquet. Until now, she'd never considered such an event. She whispered softly, her voice catching in her throat amidst the chaotic thoughts. Why, in that moment of near death, did the faces of those she worried about appear? Anastasia stared blankly, realizing it was just a memory, and that she couldn't let it affect her future. She considered seriously that she might have to use her power sooner than expected. So she needed to summon her assistant. Just as Anastasia was calculating her future, a familiar voice suddenly echoed. "Well, why so serious, darling? I won the first round, you know." "Do you think I'm cool?" Anastasia frowned and sighed. Mikai's sudden appearance startled her, causing her to drop the milk bottle as she muttered, "When did he get here?" Mikai tilted his head, looking at Anastasia. "What should I do for you to say I'm as cool as your brother?" "I had to practice holding a baby." Anastasia sighed helplessly. "You actually practiced that?" Mikai quickly grabbed the bottle and handed it back to her. He smiled gently and said, "A baby is still a baby. Hold on tight or it'll fall." Mikhail smiled, coaxing, "And I want to hear you say I'm cool. If I defeat the Duke, will you praise me?" Faced with his coaxing, Anastasia turned away, thinking, "If you hadn't said that, I might have praised you. I'm so cunning." Time flew by, the post-festival banquet went smoothly, and before I knew it, May was almost over. In the study, the butler said softly, "Madam, it's past midnight. Please get some rest." The LA, still focused on her writing, replied, "You may retire. I'll go to bed as soon as I finish my diary." As she wrote, she murmured to the butler, "You know how busy I am this month. The children grow up so fast I'd regret not writing it down." The butler smiled knowingly. "Then I'll prepare some chrysanthemum tea for you." The law quietly said, "Thank you." And so the mother's diary continued, each line filled with love. Loving words fill the page. May 5th, Laurencia's birthday. She was overjoyed to receive a pink cake, the same color as her hair. How adorable she is. May 14th, Anastasia's lower incisors have come in. How small they are. The servants brought some toys and eagerly awaited their little darling. Though, should I say that the little one is quite confused, and today, May 31st, Anastasia can finally climb onto the sofa. It's a shame I couldn't see it myself. To celebrate, we held a small party in the evening. Thetla paused to sip her chamomile tea, sighing softly. Anastasia was almost 11 months old already. How quickly she'd grown. She sighed wistfully, wishing her daughter would grow a little slower. In the warm room, little Anastasia was fast asleep, but suddenly her eyes snapped open, staring at the ceiling. She quietly sat up, glancing at the maid, who was still dozing in her chair. "Perfect. Just as I thought, she's asleep." Anastasia smiled, thinking to herself, "Just like when I learned to crawl, but I didn't think they'd celebrate me climbing on the sofa." Celebrating the youngest child's sofa climbing skills. My family is so new to this. She looks at the maid and smiles softly, feeling relieved. That makes me believe things will be easier than planned. The maid is dozing in her chair, exhausted from preparing for the party. In the dimly lit room, a blue light erupts around the small figure, red eyes shining with severity, black hair swaying in the fierce vortex. Anastasia raises her hand, her voice clear but full of power. "Now, I will allow your summoning." Light erupted from her small hand, tearing through space as a blue glow emerged. A brilliant blue light flashes in the still of night, piercing through the tall windows of the secluded room. From within that light, a pair of giant golden-feathered wings slowly emerged, each feather drifting down like it fell from the heavens. In the golden light, a small figure darted out, long tail swaying, claws dancing in the air. A choked voice echoed from the light, filled with joy and emotion. The demon Chaco leapt into Anastasia's arms. "I missed you so much." Anastasia's voice echoes, "Long time no see, my information gatherer." Chaco, with the fervor of a lost soul, cried out to Anastasia, "I've waited 20 years for you to summon me." "My queen, don't you want to see Chaco? I've missed you so much." "Demon Lord, I always think of you when I look at the sky. Do you know how lonely Chaco has been?" Anastasia quickly covered her ears, thinking, If I say I don't want to see him because he's too talkative, he'll throw a fit. She sighed, realizing she had another special ability. She could summon anything she'd used in a past life. And Chaco's image flashed in her mind. I met him in my 13th life, when I was a demon king. Anastasia recalled the past in the great hall's darkness, where dim light from magic lamps fell on cold walls. She sat there quietly, remembering him as her information assistant, her companion throughout that lifetime. Chaco wondered, "Demon King, why do you call me Chaco?" Anastasia's voice echoes in the stillness, "Because you look like my favorite chocolate, and I want to devour it. You'll be in big trouble if you eat it. And in my 99th life, everything is just so annoying. I've done nothing for 20 years, not even gather information." Chaco jumped onto Anastasia's head, whimpering, "My queen, why won't you pet Chaco?" "Chaco is so cute," Anastasia said helplessly. "I can't pet you if you're sitting on my head." Anastasia looked at Chaco, thinking that even though she had her own circumstances, her talkative dog must have been lonely. Anastasia whispered, "Chaco." Chaco responds, "Yes, my queen." Anastasia whispered that someone had entered her dreams. Hearing this, he immediately shot up and roared. "The Demon King's dream dagger," Chaco muttered, her voice trembling in the darkness. "Is this a nightmare or is it hell?" he asked, cautiously looking around, while Anastasia looked on helplessly. "No, it's just a normal place. He looks like a three-headed dog." Clutching her chest, Chaco muttered, "Who dares trespass into the Demon King's dream?" Chaco couldn't contain herself, "So all I have to do is find that shameless bastard." "Right?" Anastasia instructed. "That's right. I also want you to gather some information about this world for me." Chaco suddenly wondered, why? Under the silent twilight, Chaco trembled as she landed on the cold ground, her tearful eyes fixed on the once invincible figure lying motionless. "Demon King, you said you wouldn't live a difficult life anymore. Didn't you promise Chaco you'd live a comfortable life? You promised me 100 years ago you'd never suffer again." In a pitch-black room, heavy curtains block out the light and a child cries out in terror. Two frantic women give chase, the air thick with the omen of impending disaster. Chaco sat alone in the darkness, that promise her only belief for the past 20 years. "Even if I can't see him, you know." "But I don't care." The image of a little girl clutching her head flashes in her memory. Chaco doesn't like this. Every time the Demon King suffers and people are saved, Chaco hates it. Anastasia looks at her gently, pained on her behalf, but she truly doesn't mind at all. "I've faced so much betrayal in my past lives, so many hardships just to survive." She thought of the Rogato family again, a family that gave her love without expecting anything in return. "Is this my reward for the last 11 months? I want to protect them until my very last breath." Anastasia gently embraces Chaco, saying she does it because it's what she needs to do right now. Chaco sniffled. "You always say that." Anastasia continued, "You can stand by and watch later, but this time I need you." Chaco's eyes widened. "Really?" Anastasia replied, "Yes, that's what I want to do, so I need you to do those things for me." Chaco flapped her wings. "I understand. Chaco is the Demon King's best assistant, so Chaco will obey." "Chaco will obey you." Under the dim moonlight, Chaco streaks across the night sky, beginning her mission. Later, Chaco brought back a map, revealing that this world contains an empire and 2 kingdoms, according to the information he gathered. Holy land, divine power, empire, magic, kingdom, neutral, Anastasia muses, her voice echoing in the magic-rich air as she recounts an ancient truth. The empire cautiously maintains its family, comprised of large and small nations, as well as those in the Holy Land where the Pope is king. A familiar world forged by those with divine power and magic. In the fading light, 2 figures stand back to back. A priest prays in the light, a mage raises an orb of magic, opposites, yet connected, like light and shadow, where inner power is non-existent. In a world where magic and divine power rarely coexist peacefully, there is a strange kingdom that defies the norm. A slow voice echoes amidst the flickering flames. Especially, it is said that the Pasan kingdom belongs to his family. The Duchy of Enderbang recognizes both magic and divine power, perhaps why they harbor a magic tower near their lands. A magic tower appears in a kingdom not known for magic. The investigation continues as the Empire seeks to control the continent. The appearance of the magic tower is significant. Perhaps there are still secrets hidden? Anastasia thought to herself as she was being fed by her servant, feeling a slight unease. Meanwhile, Chaco sat on the bed, looking dejected. "I'm sorry, Demon King. I couldn't find anything else. Besides my own efforts, I've tried to investigate the intruder, but I couldn't find anything." Anastasia sighed, longing to explore the Empire, but her limited power confined her investigation to the kingdom. The servants continued to feed her spoonful after spoonful. "Ah, nah, my lady." Anastasia accepted each spoonful of food, her mind still racing. "Don't worry so much," her mother had said. Anastasia thought to herself, lately she's been working hard to grow up quickly, walking, climbing on the sofa, practicing pronunciation, and more. Unlike those who like diligent children, her mother, Tesla, is troubled by Anastasia's diligence. "Why does my little girl keep pushing herself so hard?" She said this as she watched Anastasia constantly buried in her books, sighing, then gently touching Anastasia's nose, smiling softly. Your mother wants nothing more than for Anastasia to grow up healthy. I hope you'll be my baby for a long time. Just those words eased Anastasia's heart, thanking her mother for alleviating her worries. She thought to herself as if her mother could understand her. Things had been better these past 2 months, so she felt confident that the future would be as well. Seeing Anastasia's ease, Chaco was secretly delighted, realizing it was the first time he'd seen the Demon King so relaxed. Indeed, the Demon Queen is the best, and Chaco is the most important to her. No sooner said than done. Chaco adorably jumped onto the maid's head, making Anastasia burst out laughing, which in turn delighted the maid. "Oh my God, Lady Anastasia is smiling because of my baby feeding skills." Seeing the maid's joy, Anastasia thinks she's smiling because Chaco is too cute. What to do? "I practiced this back during the festival. I wonder what Chaco thinks is wrong with the maid." Anastasia whispered, "Just leave her be." Though it was a misunderstanding, there's no need to resolve it. Light quietly filtered through the dome, illuminating Anastasia's gold-embroidered robe. In the stillness, a winged puppy flits through the air, as if it were never there at all. Anastasia's voice whispers from the depths of his mind. Chaco, in his puppy form, can only be seen through my eyes. I told him to be careful, but even the witches don't notice his presence. Anastasia closed her eyes, so the good news was that Chaco could safely stay by her side. The bad news is I'm the only one who can hear all this racket. But she's so strange, Anastasia thought to herself. Everything should have been this way. Just then, Mikhail crouched down and asked the little one, "When did you get a puppy?" Anastasia's eyes widened. Impossible. How could he see it? She frantically turned her into a teddy bear, wondering. Even the witch didn't recognize her. How could he see it? She turned away, feigning ignorance. When Maikai noticed Anastasia's silence, he turned his attention to Choco, asking if it was a teddy bear. As Maikai's hand reached for Choco, Anastasia panicked and shouted to get his attention. Though she doesn't know how he sees it, she can't let him touch it. Mikai turns to Anastasia. "It's a teddy bear?" With no other choice, she nods. He pressed Anastasia, asking, "You like these kinds of teddy bears? Do you like the ones Damien gave you? I gave you a lot of things like this before, but you didn't like them." Faced with Mihai's constant questions, Anastasia just mumbled to get through it. Mihai speaks without a second thought, his voice light yet piercing. "So it's not your style, is it?" Chaco was stunned, ears drooping, eyes blinking rapidly as if he'd just been splashed with cold water. "The Demon King?" Mikai then unexpectedly asks Anastasia what she thinks about a red dress, leaving her puzzled. "Why the sudden turn to dresses?" Mikai smiled, gazing softly at her. "Don't you like rubies?" He likes it because it looks like her eyes. The statement left Anastasia speechless. She turned away, thinking he would just become noisy again if she answered. Her intuition told her so. Seeing Anastasia turn away with the yellow ball, Mikhail quietly follows, never leaving her side, chattering on like a radio. "I thought you'd like it. How about a yellow stuffed chick?" The girls said they liked yellow. Anastasia was at her wit's end. I wasn't interested, but he kept rambling on like a radio. She glanced at Chaco, who was lying motionless on the ground, unable to believe the information Chaco had brought back. That was information from a conversation, along with Mihai's cold demeanor. "I have no interest." Chaco collected this conversation and brought it to Anastasia. But in it, Mihai is cold, his eyes as indifferent as wood. But now, Mikai is smiling, holding up a finger as he asks, "What do you think about a piece of jewelry of your own?" Seeing him so talkative and long-winded, she can't believe this is the famously emotionless Duke Mihai Leventis. A child lost in their own world, never uttering a word. Mihai Leventis, who, as he said, could walk at 6 months, but couldn't babble a single word. Though 1 year old, the Duke and Duchess were deeply concerned, silently following a young doctor with a medical bag, a pale-robed priest, an old man with a cane, and a nun holding a lantern. Anastasia softly said, "I heard they called in a famous priest and a doctor to make sure nothing was wrong. But I knew that my family wasn't the only one like this." Young M. Kai was engrossed in his book, causing his mother to sigh, but fortunately he spoke his first words soon after. Mihai cried out, "Mother, father," and that's all he said. Rumors about Mihai's family began to spread, including one that the Grand Duke's family was turned upside down by this sudden event. Mei remained in his own world and became known for only speaking when necessary, until an incident 2 years prior when Mihai cried out in despair. Mother, father, I heard that after his parents died he became less talkative. Grand Duke Leventis entrusted Mihai to us. Perhaps Duke Leventis sent Mihai to our duchy, and Rogato ruffled his hair, all under the guise of educating an heir. The image of the two children smiling happily appears, surrounded by friendly adults and peers. This will give him time to live like other children. Mikai could live as a boy his age should, free from emotional and personal deficits. Mikai and Anastasia's sister have something going on, but strangely he seems awkward around her. Laurencia, with her pink hair and lovely face. His sister, Laurencia, is very sociable, so I thought he'd easily make friends with her. Mikai once told Anastasia that he doesn't talk much when he comes here, maybe because he's shy. Choco's eyes reflected concern, adding that he didn't know the specifics. You say there's too little information? Anastasia hugged the ball, thinking, anyway, I heard he doesn't talk much. She was helpless against the chattering man. But why the heck is he here giving me the rundown? Suddenly, Mikai called out, Hey kid, crouch down. I really want to hear you say I'm cool and see your smiling face. Can you help me out? Seeing his gentle demeanor, Anastasia grew wary. If you're giving me a gift for that reason again, I refuse to accept it. What do you want me to help you with? Mikai tilted his head, his voice calm, but his eyes held a hint of concern. Your birthday is coming up, and I was wondering what to get you. What do you think? This question stuns Anastasia as memories of her Rogato family flood her mind. I see. I was born as the youngest in this family. It's been almost a year. Only a year. I feel like I'm wasting time. Anastasia's birthday reminds her, and a worried look crosses her face. Cursed to never live past 20, she felt each year slipping away. Just then, a servant appeared, beckoning. Young lady, young duke, it's time for refreshments. Please, come inside. Anastasia approached the servant, Mikai trailing behind with his golden ball. The maid approached and asked, Wasn't Lady Laurencia with you? Mikai looked puzzled. She didn't come here. Hearing this, the maid wondered, That's strange. I told Lady Laurencia to call them in early. Meanwhile, Laurencia stood silently behind a tree. Rewind to when the maid asked Laurencia to find Anastasia in the garden. Miss Lara and the young miss are playing in the garden. Could you invite her to tea? Laurencia was happy to oblige. Yes, I can do that. The little girl skipped along, humming about Sasa and Lara's snack time. But as she reached the last steps leading to the garden, she suddenly stopped, unable to move forward. Laurencia's eyes widened slightly at the sight before her, Mikai gently coaxing Anastasia. Mikai's cheerful smile as he faced Anastasia. It was a far cry from his usual cold demeanor. When Laurencia first met Mikai, she waved happily. Would you like to play with me? I'm Lara. It's Lara. But in response, Mikai offered only a cold, emotionless voice. Mikai? The Leventis heir, Mikai said coldly, walking away and leaving her behind. No, I don't want to. I have class. Damien. There you are. Laurencia was stunned. Many more times, young Laurencia tried to introduce herself to Mikai, saying, I'm Lara. Please, call me Lara, but Mikai paid no attention, addressing her distantly as Lady Laurencia. Before Laurencia could react, Mikai coldly departed, leaving Anastasia to quietly narrate. Days passed, emotions and worries piled up. Time slipped by, and before Anastasia knew it, it was the dawn of July, her first birthday. She opened her eyes to a new day, greeted by the chirping of birds and lush greenery outside her window. Anastasia, a young girl with eyes full of disappointment. A year ago, I began my 100th life in despair. What am I supposed to say now? Even as the maids dress her and apply her makeup, she can't help but wonder. I'm a little excited. Is it okay to feel this way? Anastasia wondered. Today is my birthday, she whispers, gazing at herself in the mirror. It's hard to believe how long it's been since I've seen this, with no one to care for me and no intention of caring for myself. She recalled how each of her past birthdays felt like a limited time, made worse by her difficult life. Anastasia, in her pink dress, looked around, but now things were a little different, even to her surprise. She thought to herself, instead of feeling heavy and negative, she felt quite happy, as if long-forgotten emotions had resurfaced. Perhaps just hearing a birthday greeting from her family would be enough to fill her heart. Anastasia pondered this when she thought she heard Thala's voice. Come now, Anastasia, which dress does our hero wish to wear today? Anastasia was startled by the beautiful and lovely dresses, asking, What are these for? Sheila gently explained that this was a very important party. which Anastasia understood to be like grasping an object in her first life. Anastasia recalls a custom from her first life. She grabbed a thread but died before she turned 20. But she wasn't sure if her memory was correct, especially since she'd lived for nearly 2,000 years. Was that right? Oh well, I didn't like it anyway. Tetla continued, saying that the dress chosen for her first birthday would determine her future companion. She looked down at Anastasia, her voice gentle. This companion could be your husband, a colleague, or perhaps a friend. So, when I was little, Mom chose a pink dress and an emerald hairpiece. A pink dress and emeralds, really? Anastasia exclaimed, "Father!" And Tetla was touched by her reaction. She covered her mouth with both hands, saying, "Just as I thought, my daughter is so clever." And then, your father became my companion. She stroked Anastasia's head, saying, "He's someone I can trust and love more than anything else. And what's more, I was blessed with this beautiful youngest daughter. So, Anastasia, the first dress you choose will surely bring you a companion worthy of trust for the rest of your life." In another life, if someone else had told me this, I wouldn't have believed it. I wouldn't have been so lucky. But when my mother said that, I somehow felt like I could predict this happening, and I reached out and chose a dress, even if it was just for a short time, even though I knew very well that these feelings weren't scary. Or so I thought. Seeing Anastasia's choice, Tesla exclaimed in surprise, "Oh my gosh." Anastasia stared intently at the dress she had miraculously chosen. "What? I thought it was white." The dress shimmered with countless colors, like light on fabric, beautiful hues of emerald, amber, ruby, amethyst, garnet, and diamond. Various gems adorned even the belt, transforming an ordinary dress into a dazzling spectacle. Anastasia embraced the dress, softly pondering, feeling as though she could see her mother's thoughts about her. Sheila stood there, graceful, in a pale, pinkish-purple dress. Anastasia whispers that perhaps her mother wants her to have a reliable companion. She buries her face in the dress, inhaling deeply, recognizing a familiar scent. Her voice echoes as if across 100 lifetimes. Perhaps she had despaired, being someone who had lived 100 lives, but a hope I never dared to wish for. Anastasia clutched the dress. Her mother had brought blessings to her. Anastasia now wore a pristine white dress adorned with sparkling jewels, the one she'd chosen 12 months after arriving at the estate. Anastasia surveyed the bustling party scene, no longer surprised by such extravagant affairs since her very first babble. How intense, she thought, steeling herself, her gaze sweeping across the glittering chandeliers and vibrant ribbons before settling on a colossal crystal statue holding an emerald. Anastasia gasped. "Is that me?" She craned her neck to take in the massive statue. "This family is beyond my imagination." "Indeed, where did they even get this?" Mikhail's cheerful greeting echoed. "Greetings, miss," Anastasia sighed. "It's a familiar ruby. It's him." Thinking this, she turned away. "I need to get out of here." Mikhail asked anxiously, "You don't like it?" Anastasia looked up at the towering 5-tiered cake, a truly magnificent creation. 5 whole tiers. What's that on top? Judging by the red eyes, it's me, and the glittering decorations make Anastasia feel like she's in a dream. "My birthday is filled with beautiful things. It feels like a dream." Rogato's warm voice echoed as the entire family waited ahead. "Anastasia, come here." In her fairy tale dress, Anastasia runs towards her family. Rogato held his little girl close and whispered, "I sincerely hope you have a happy birthday." Anastasia. Around them, maids, knights, and doctors were all deeply moved. "Please take good care of her. Happy first birthday, my lady." Time flies. I don't know how to express my gratitude for being able to spend the past year by your side. A maid approached, asking gently, "This is the dress you personally chose for today, my lady." She spoke from the bottom of her heart, wishing that, like the dress, good fortune would come to her. Anastasia stared blankly at everyone, just like before, her small hand suddenly clenching. "Father must be rewarding me, right?" In the bustling atmosphere, Anastasia's voice was filled with wonder and emotion. "But what's the occasion? It's because everyone feels genuine affection for the Duke. Now is the time to offer heartfelt wishes," she whispered, realizing she was now part of this sincere connection. Was I unaware of that? She looked up and smiled brightly. Bio said, "Thank you, everyone." Every wish, every glance, every gift, it all evoked a magical, indescribable feeling. This first birthday party in this life is filled with wonderful things. Various fruits are prepared for me to taste. The renowned royal orchestra played soft melodies, and countless unfamiliar nobles bowed cautiously before her, presenting gifts from the Baron in celebration of her birthday. The Viscount sends this gift, and this one is from the Countess. Anastasia thought she'd gotten used to all kinds of parties, but this one, where she was the main attraction, was definitely different. Even though she's home, she feels lost. Rogato, sensing her unease, approaches and gently says, My youngest, Anastasia. Extending his hand, he asked, "May I have this first dance?" Anastasia was taken aback. Dancing with a 1-year-old was odd, but she nodded in agreement. The father and daughter strolled together in the hall, and the musicians changed their tune to a soft, emotional piece, when Rogato suddenly knelt before Anastasia. Now eye to eye with his daughter, Rogato gently takes her small hand, leaving Anastasia momentarily stunned. "I see it now." Father lowered his gaze to meet mine. A sweet melody fills the air as the beautiful dress Anastasia chose dances in the wind. Her dress billowed as her father lifted her high into the air, and Rogato beamed. "My youngest is quite the dancer. Anastasia is so light." "Really? All I did was hold my father's hand, didn't I?" Rogato chuckled. "Because you're my daughter, of course you dance beautifully." She thought to herself that as long as her father was happy, it didn't really matter. Laurencia raises her hand, shouting, "Lara too!" Lara also wants to dance with her sister. Damien clenches his fist and says seriously, "Father, I want to dance with my little sister too, so please don't monopolize her." Mikhail stands next to him, sighs with his eyes half closed. "I want to dance with the young lady as well." Rogato thinks to himself that he wants to monopolize his daughter's little hand. He yells at the man in front of him, "Since my husband doesn't want to hold my hand today, I guess I'll have to dance with someone else." Rogato panicked. "No, my lady must take my hand." Laurencia cheered excitedly. "Wonderful, my mother." Rogato releases Anastasia's hand, and both Damien and Laurencia rush to grab it. "Laisha, dance with your sister," Damien reminded her with a smile. "Laisha, you need to slow down. Anastasia is still just a baby." Since Lara is her older sister, she can dance a little slower. Meanwhile, the talented musician changed the tune, and everyone danced until Laurencia froze, recognizing the familiar melody she had sung last year. "Wait, Laurencia." Anastasia marveled at her sister's incredible stamina. Anastasia sighed, deciding to take a breather. Mikhail's familiar voice echoes, "My lady, shall we dance?" Anastasia frowned. "Right, those eyes too." The partygoers began to clink glasses and dance together. Anastasia with her black hair and fiery red eyes in a shimmering dress. Facing her was Mihai, with his golden hair and eyes glowing with a violet light, while Rogato and Thala blended calmly into the music. Meanwhile, Damimien reluctantly indulged his sister Laurencia, dancing to childhood rhythms. "Is this what I used to dance to as a child?" Suddenly, Anastasia smiles, and Mihai catches it. "Are you smiling now, little one?" Anastasia denies it. "No, not at all." Mihai looks at her. "I think I saw you smiling." She shook her head, her voice small. "It's not." As they danced, Mikhail murmured, "Then I'll practice more in the future so I can dance well enough to make my little lady smile." Anastasia glances at him, thinking, "He really doesn't know when to quit, does he?" She smiles. "But even if his persistence is a little annoying, I don't hate it." Mikhail took Anastasia's hand like family, and they danced together as her family gathered around them. Even though the party ended in the afternoon, my parents allowed the servants to enjoy themselves until late in the evening, and Laurencia shouted with glee. "Igaka, she was just running around." Rogato's voice trembled slightly. "Really? Father didn't see that." For that reason, our family spent the evening together like a gathering. Laurencia held Anastasia close. "Lara is your sister, so she'll take care of you, but wouldn't it be better to hold hands with your older siblings from a distance and walk?" Anastasia nodded. "I like it." Every moment seemed to pass in the blink of an eye, leaving behind layers of warm and loving memories. Looking back, a year had passed so quickly. She quietly turned, her eyes softly gazing at Damien. "Is that so?" Damien murmured softly, his eyes closed. "Mommy, I'm sleepy," Anastasia whispered. Though fears lingered, she quickly grew accustomed to this warmth. "Let's go to sleep," she whispers to herself, vowing to cherish and enjoy every day here, despite everything. Rogato held Anastasia close, saying, "I'll put you to bed tonight." Anastasia felt the warmth of the embrace, each gentle pat lulling her eyes shut, and each time she let her guard down. She whispered that if she fell asleep like this, for some reason, it would feel unsettling. Then suddenly, the mysterious child in the white cloak reappears. "Hello." Anastasia opened her eyes. He had appeared again. "That bastard." Feeling his words echo in her mind, he chuckled. "Huh, a bastard, is it? A bit harsh, don't you think?" Light from the void pours down, parting the swirling darkness like a stage curtain. He spread his hands, his white cloak billowing, silver hair spilling from his hood, his voice as soft as the wind, yet laced with a gentle obsession. "Don't you remember me? After so long, this door finally opens, so I thought you were inviting me?" Anastasia questions. "I never invited you." "Then who exactly are you?" he asks with a smile. his body emitting a faint white light. "You've forgotten me? That's rather sad." His small feet touched the lake's surface, instantly transforming into adult feet. Then he placed his hand on his chest, asking, "How about this form? Surely you know who I am?" In an instant, he transforms into a tall young man, cloaked in white, his white hair falling over smiling eyes. Anastasia's eyes widened, shocked that he could freely change his form, even subconsciously. Just how vast was his power? I wonder who his tricks belong to. Noticing Anastasia's shock, he continued, "Should I give you a hint?" Anastasia blinked, frozen as she looked down at her hands, a faint purple light swirling around her like the embers of an old memory in the dim space. A long-haired girl in a light blue hoodie and pleated skirt stares wide-eyed, her reflection both familiar and foreign. Anastasia reached out, whispering to herself that this was her form in her first life. Caught off guard, she couldn't help but ask, "You know this form of mine?" With a smug smile, he replies, "I can easily recreate at least one of your former selves, for I am the only one who truly understands you." Suddenly, he turns his back to Anastasia, walking away across the rippling lake. "It's almost time. I apologize for my rudeness last time. The day you come to visit me," he said with a pleased smile, "I'll be waiting." Anastasia, in her first life's form, softly asks, "What did you say?" But he doesn't answer, snapping his fingers, causing bubbles to ripple in the air. In an instant, Anastasia regained consciousness, clutching her head with a sigh. Damn it. She wiped away sweat, her head pounding. This dream was truly awful. Looking at her maid, Anastasia sighed. But it seems this time it was just a short dream that ended in the night. The maid is still fast asleep. She strained to recall every detail, brow furrowed. That man did call out her name, didn't he? Her hair dances in the wind, a scene like an old memory. Slow motion in a dream, Anastasia's voice echoes, faint as if from the depths of nothingness. Just as she was about to wake, despite his voice being faint, a moment of silence passed, and she whispered that it was definitely her name from her first life. Anastasia wearily closed her eyes, and she mustn't forget this, but she was gradually losing consciousness due to the fever. Barely able to speak, she calls out, and with a flash of green light, Chaco appears. "Yes, my demon lord." Anastasia closed her eyes and commanded, "Go find the one who invaded my dream." Chaco bowed. "Leave it to me. Chaco will find him soon, so you can rest." Anastasia clutched the blanket, her thoughts in turmoil. "I really can't take it anymore. That's right, I'll just faint. So hurry and come see me again. This time I'll really leave the door open for you. I still have so much to ask you, and time is running out." 2 weeks later, Anastasia sat on a round, pale pink carpet with intricate patterns, her voice rising in anger. "That ungrateful wretch truly has no sense of order," Anastasia whispered, lamenting that she had deliberately dropped her guard, yet he didn't appear. Remembering a small figure in a pristine white cloak, grinning mischievously, tousled hair obscuring their eyes, she spoke with a reproachful tone. "Thanks to someone, I've got a high fever and the whole mansion is in chaos. Do you know how hard it is to appease my crybaby sister?" Anastasia's voice was soft, steady as a reminder. "No, I must calmly resolve everything. First, he's a reincarnator just like me," she continued, her voice eerily calm. "What's more, he could be a regressor who's lived longer than I have. If I accumulate more power, it'll be easier to find and recreate my first life." Anastasia clenched her fist, not out of fear but with a newfound purpose. That also explained why he knew her so well. If I were to meet a fellow transmigrator, I would want to approach them. "But if he isn't one?" she whispered, placing her hand on the doll before her. From the void, a sacred light poured down, enveloping the figure in white robes, a breathtaking yet unsettling halo blazing behind him. In his hand, a doll lay still, eyes closed as if sleeping peacefully in a dream with no escape. Anastasia reasoned that secondly, he was the one who caused her rebirth, her voice turning cold like an omnipotent god. Anastasia's blood-red eyes didn't blink as she spoke with fury. Then he shouldn't claim to understand her. He's just an enemy to me. She sat there, her eyes still fixed on the two dolls, silently continuing to think. Even so, I can't be sure. If it's the second case, why would he come to me now? Choco burst in, fur all ruffled, and spoke in a clear voice. "Demon Lord." Anastasia quickly pressed, "Choco, did you find him?" But instead of the answer she wanted, Choco looked dejected. "I'm sorry, Your Majesty, I couldn't find out who he is." Anastasia didn't scold her, but gently stroked her head. "What about other things? Did you find his location?" Choco excitedly replied, "Of course. If I couldn't find him with the clue you gave me, I'd be too ashamed to come back. At the foot of the long mountain range, Choco spread its brown wings wide, the wind ruffling its feathers, but its eyes shone with unwavering faith and determination. It boasted that the scent was quite faint, but Choco worked so hard, he even crossed a mountain range. Anastasia frowned slightly. Across the mountains? You mean the Aeon Empire? Choco replied. Yes, that's right, but Choco doesn't like it there because it's very strange. It looked up, its eyes still bright, but its voice lowered as if reminiscing. It was completely different from the Demon King's pure and beautiful magical power. Before Anastasia, a dark gate appears amidst an eerie purple light, a black crown hovering exquisite and majestic with a captivatingly terrifying aura. The information Choco brought about the Asan Empire is suspicious in more ways than one. A strange magical power is at the heart of a struggle for continental supremacy, fueled by rumors of magical weapons and that cursed name. Anastasia quietly strokes her head. She stared at the lifeless doll before her, her eyes distant. For a year, her destiny had faded, but she had never forgotten it. The end is coming for the world I was born into. She clenched her fist, her voice trembling with resolve. I can't help but suspect that the A's empire is the source of the impending destruction. Our kingdom is one of their targets, so I must prepare. Anastasia stood tall, her voice firm and resolute. It wasn't just about preventing destruction, but protecting her family's everyday life until the very end. A debt she could only repay by fighting. Suddenly the door bursts open, and a panicked Laurencia appears, her face pale with fright. She cries out, "Gah! Big Bro is in trouble. We need to prepare immediately," Laurencia cried, and Anastasia's face turned serious. Could this be a sign of the end times? She hesitated, but quickly regained her composure. I'm not prepared yet. I need to follow them and assess the situation. Anastasia chases after her sister with a worried expression, but just moments later, she wears a look of utter helplessness. Before Anastasia's eyes, Laurencia was struggling to squeeze into the carriage, while Damien anxiously stood by. Laurencia shouted with glee. A family vacation that brought smiles to everyone's faces, except Anastasia, who could only hold back. Rogato laughs, saying the master has chosen a place they haven't visited in 2 years. Damien, do you remember? Damien nodded. Yes. Laurencia beamed, but Lara didn't remember a thing. Anastasia sighed, watching her family chat happily, realizing she'd been tense the whole time, then blinked, her ruby eyes sparkling with curiosity. After all, a summer vacation with family was something I'd only heard about from friends in my first life. Just then, Rogato looked out the carriage window and announced, "Kids, we're almost there." "Look," Tepla asked gently, noticing the little girl in her arms was silent. "Anastasia, would you like to see the scenery?" Excited, she nodded. Seeing this, she lifted Anastasia up to the window so she could see the world outside. Be careful not to slip. The sky outside was a brilliant blue, sunlight streamed through the branches and leaves danced in the gentle breeze. The scent of grass and trees filled Anastasia with a strange sense of peace. She took a breath, muttering softly, her voice laced with surprise and delight. I'm excited, which is not like me at all. The apocalypse hasn't happened yet, so it should be okay to enjoy this a little. The carriage slowly makes its way to the village of Yunbin. Before her, a picturesque scene unfolded, one that anyone would adore. Little did she know the unexpected experiences that awaited her this summer. The family arrived at the Duke's Only estate, where a warm welcome awaited them. "Welcome, Duke and Duchess." The 3 village representatives greeted them formally. "The young master and the young ladies have arrived as well." Rogato added politely, "It's so hot out. Why did you all wait outside?" The oldest-looking man chuckled and politely replied, "Please don't worry. We've been resting and waiting for you all in the shade." He didn't show much emotion, remaining polite from beginning to end. "Is that so? That's a relief. I've brought some ice for everyone. Please, take them." The village elder was incredibly grateful. As always, thanks to this, no one has fainted from heat stroke, even in this sweltering weather. Anastasia sighed softly. He truly is a considerate duke. She didn't have the patience to stay and listen to this conversation, Anastasia thought as she turned to leave. This conversation is going to take a while. She quickly used her small, chick-like body and scurried away. I need to get used to walking on rough terrain. The mansion is too neat and tidy to practice there. Anastasia sensed something, pausing in her tracks, but subtly acknowledged the 6 pairs of eyes behind her. Why do I feel like someone's watching me? The 3 middle-aged women behind her kept their eyes glued to Anastasia, taking turns praising her. Oh my, the youngest miss was just born last year and now she's already walking. Aren't her little footsteps just delightful? How can she toddle around so well? One of them beckoned her over. Little lady, come here, we have some tasty treats for you. She looked up as if remembering Lady Thetis's words. Don't talk to strangers. Anastasia paused, knowing her parents were nearby, so there was no danger. But she turned away, remembering her mother's warning about strangers, and refused with her innocent little voice. "No, thank you." The women were rejected, but instead of being upset, they gushed over how much she resembled her mother when she pouted. Undeterred, they took turns coaxing Anastasia with sweet words. "We have all sorts of fruits and sweets that children love. Just look at those chubby cheeks, my lady. May I touch them just once? If we just touch it once, you won't lose that plumpness, will you?" Exhausted by the sweet invitation, she thought helplessly, "I just wanted to take a walk. Why do you all care so much?" Before she could get away, a hand grabbed Anastasia, turning her around and pushing her toward the overly eager faces that were calling out to her. "We have fruit here, little lady, over here." Her anxiety spiked, feeling like she was about to be devoured whole. From behind, Lady Thetla knelt beside Anastasia and whispered, "Anastasia, it's all right, you can go." She looked at the woman before her, and a sudden thought struck her. Anastasia's mother looked at the people before her, but the worry was still there. She reassured herself that it was a little scary, but her mother said it would be okay. Anastasia strained her small body, reaching out as if to embrace their efforts, and everyone watching couldn't help but melt at her innocent charm, wanting to hold her close. After a moment of emotion, they erupted, taking turns exclaiming, "What did I just witness? The young lady is special in everything she does. She's so young, yet she already knows how to charm." Anastasia was bewildered, instinctively pulling back her hands as she wondered why they were making such a fuss after summoning her. One of them handed her a bright red slice of watermelon, offering words of caution. "Hold it tight and eat slowly so you don't choke." Anastasia stared at the watermelon in her hand, still full of doubt. Surely it'll be all right to eat. After some hesitation, she finally decides to trust them. As the small piece of melon melts in her mouth, Anastasia's mood lifts in a strange way. Is it because she's been walking too much? Sweeter, colder, and tastier than me, huh? The woman's heart fluttered with joy at the sight. She exclaimed happily, "Oh, thank goodness, I'm glad you enjoyed it. The Duke must feel full just watching you." She stared blankly at their joyful faces, wondering why they were so happy over her eating watermelon. It was unbelievable that people outside her family could be so pleased. Outwardly, Anastasia is still just a toddler, babbling a few words and doted on by everyone. "Would you like to eat more?" But inside, she still held the soul of a thoughtful person. "I really am living a strange life. If out of 100 lifetimes 99 were before and one remains, then this last one is quite strange." Anastasia finally begins to relax a little. She leisurely savored the melon, her mind slowly accepting things. More than anything, she wanted to believe this last life would be normal. The vibrant melon slices, painted by the summer sun, seemed to clear Anastasia's mind somewhat, though the weight of such bright and warm emotions was still present. As the midday sun beat down, the family stood before a simple, rustic house, their home for the next 2 days. Though simple compared to their grand estate, the swing in the shade and the shimmering river captivated them. Rogato's 3 children were entranced by the scenery. Laurencia and Damien were thrilled, shouting, "Hurry, let's go play in the water." Even their mother, Likla, couldn't contain her excitement. "All right, I brought your things, so go change." "Mom prepared it," Laurencia called out excitedly from inside the room. "Mom," the little girl excitedly shows off the rabbit ears on her head. "Lara is a bunny, a bunny." Damien emerged with antlers, shyly complaining. His mother really went overboard, especially with Anastasia's tiger ears, which clashed with her aura. She looked up at the ears on her head, a hint of confusion in her eyes. Shouldn't it usually be a dog or a cat? Why am I a tiger? But on the contrary, Anastasia's siblings absolutely loved this look of hers, praising her to no end. "So cute from afar. Za is a baby tiger." "That's right, Anastasia. If you roar, your brother will catch you." Anastasia, seeing this, breathed a sigh of relief and thought, "I think it'll be okay because my sister and brother seem to like it." Suddenly, Rogato's voice cut through the air. "Come on, kids, let's go boating." She couldn't believe her ears and turned around, astonished by the words, "boat ride." Arriving, she realized this was no ordinary boat. Engraved on its surface were animals representing each of their interfaces, leaving Anastasia speechless, thinking, "What an outrageous waste of money." Damien was stunned, muttering, "It's huge, isn't it amazing?" Anastasia is going too far. Hearing this, she couldn't help but nod in agreement, and Anastasia's single word of approval made Rogato jump for joy. Watching his antics, she finally understood. "I heard Dad loves surprises, and he's pleased with our reactions." Unlike their bewilderment, Laurencia was immediately excited and cheered when she saw the rustic yet lavish yacht. "You're the best. You're so cool. Lara loves you." All of the children's reactions made Regato happier than ever. Overjoyed, he spun Laurencia around on her bicycle, showering her with affection. Daddy loves Laurencia very much too. Of course, I love Damien and Anastasia very much too. Damien, overwhelmed by the display, tries to refuse. Father, can I play in the water by myself instead of going on the boat? Regato gently set Laurencia down and softly replied, I'm sure you can do it yourself, he said gently, neither refusing nor agreeing. But wouldn't Damien like to play with his siblings? Damien, touched by the sentiment, had to nod in agreement. Time passed, but the children's spirits remained high as a hand reached up and cheered. It was Laurencia, of course, sitting on the adorable little boat, her mood even more elated. Lara wants to be in front. Dad, push faster, faster. Regato just smiles in response. Honey, don't be too impatient. Laurencia pouted and turned away. Daddy, Lara wants to water ski. Water ski. He indulges her every whim. We'll go on the water slide later. My daughter is now as strong as Anastasia. Hearing that, she stops whining and clenches her fists with determination. Really? Then Lara can wait, Regato thought approvingly. Yes, our Lara is such a cool and kind older sister, isn't she? He gently placed the boat on the water and said, Wait here a moment. Laurencia obediently replied, Yes, please come back soon, father. A leaf fell from above, landing on the water as Regato carefully placed each child into the small boat. He looked at Anastasia and gently asked, Have you been waiting long? Suddenly, in the quiet of nature, a violent wave rose from the water, splashing the two of them. Anastasia instinctively shielded her face. Her eyes narrowed with discomfort as she wondered, What's with this strange gust of wind? Something's not right? Before the water could settle, Damien Laurencia's scream echoed through the air as the small boat drifted away at an impossible speed. In her subconscious, Anastasia cried out for her father, while Damien panicked and screamed. No, Laurencia cried. Father, hurry! Amidst the chaos, Lalot steadied himself, anxiously saying, Hold on tight to me. The young lady. Meanwhile, Anastasia struggles to endure with her small frame. She sensed something strange. The wind was unnaturally strong, and the small boat continued to drift amidst the violent waves. Anastasia shudders as she sees the obstacles behind Laurencia. So many rocks. If she had to, she would use magic, no matter what. Her sister was in danger. But as soon as she cast the spell, the energy in Anastasia's hand suddenly vanished. To her shock, each subsequent spell was cut short mid-cast. Damn it, her magic wasn't working as it should. Why? Anastasia was powerless, but she gritted her teeth and tried to think of another plan. I need to stay calm and cast a protective spell on her first. Laurencia cowers in fear as a magical barrier surrounds her. If she can't stop the ship, at least she can reach the T. Then, the already fierce winds intensified. Lancelot shouts a warning as the wind suddenly shifts, and Regato struggles against the current, ignoring his worried men who cry out, Wait, Duke, it's too dangerous. He risked everything to reach her, shouting, Laurencia! Despite Laurencia's panic, Regato reaches out as far as he can, and in a fleeting moment manages to grab hold of the boat. Instantly, Laurencia was swept up into Regato's strong embrace, and she burst into tears, desperately explaining herself. Father, the boat moved on its own. I didn't do anything wrong. He held Laurencia tightly, softly comforting her. It's okay. Everything's all right now. Laurencia, you did nothing wrong. My good girl sat still just as I asked. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and Anastasia finally dared to exhale. She sighed in relief, thinking, Thank goodness. Anastasia glanced at the reactions of those around her, reassured. Look at them. I probably wasn't caught using magic. I know who's behind this. She was exhausted from using her magic, but she still tried to reason things out. The moment my sister fell, I sensed a surge of magic. When I use magic, something unpleasant tries to overwhelm me. That strange magic must be from the one who invaded my dreams, that bastard. Trembling, she gripped the edge of the boat, seeking an anchor as her thoughts raced on. He truly intended to kill her sister, and whatever his purpose, she would never forgive him. Never. The moment Concute resolved himself, Anastasia lost consciousness and collapsed. After who knows how long, she finally awoke, and as soon as she regained consciousness, her first instinct was to think. For 100 lifetimes, I've always had immense magical power. I never imagined it would hurt me in this life. How many times have I fainted? Perhaps I pushed myself too hard trying to control my magic. The moment she felt Anastasia stir, Tesla shot up, overjoyed. Anastasia, you're awake! The frail girl nestled in her arms and called out softly, and a moved Thla stroked her head soothingly. Thank goodness, my precious little Anastasia. Holding Anastasia close, she blamed herself, saying, My darling, I'm here. You're in so much pain, aren't you? I shouldn't have let you stay out for so long. You're still so young. Nestled in her arms, Anastasia's heart sank. It wasn't supposed to be like this. Why does Mom blame herself for that bastard's actions? Anastasia thought darkly. I will capture you, you son of a bitch. How dare you ruin our precious family trip? An invisible aura of malice began to creep around, frightening even the knights, and I suddenly felt that something was off. Time passed, and finally the trip came to an end. But disaster struck in a different way as Thecla approached with a smile, gently announcing, "It's feeding time." Anastasia obediently opened her mouth, but suddenly a strange energy appeared and knocked the porridge off the table, shocking them both. Thecla tilted her head, not suspecting anything, and asked, "Baby doesn't like baby food?" She was speechless at the blatant accusation, but since she hadn't unlocked the ability to talk yet, she had no choice but to swallow her frustration. No, that's not it. He activated his wind magic himself. Anastasia recalled her past lives of poverty, wondering why she would ever reject food. That jerk is ruining everything she's worked for. Well, she nervously looks down, thinking that even her kind mother will be angry this time. Anastasia grew more anxious under her mother's gaze, her mind racing with thoughts of her recent illness. So she must think I'm a nuisance. As Regato approached, Thecla turned around and reminded him, "Our youngest is already 13 months old, so she's starting to get tired of this food." She listened in disbelief, her eyes widening as they continued to discuss her. That must be it. She's usually so gentle, I thought this phase would pass quietly. Instead of scolding him, she softly asked, "Little one, what don't you like? Are you sad that you can't communicate?" Thecla chuckled, recalling that Diane also used to get cranky during this phase. "Why does our youngest look so much like Damien?" Hearing this, Damien became flustered and retorted, but she noticed his adorable embarrassment and soothed him. "It's okay. Damien was very cute back then, a child who never complained." Damien shyly lowered his head. "I don't think so." But Laurencia grew even more curious, asking, "What about Lara? Is Lara the same?" Regato chuckled. "Our Loria eats everything and has a great appetite." Thecla casually replied, "She eats well, but she often cries when she can't see her parents." She asked, curious, "Lara was like that when she was little?" She gently explains, "Babies want to be with their parents." Laurencia hugged Damien tightly and replied happily, "That's right. Lara likes being with her mom, dad, brother, and Snake." Regato turned and asked gently, "Does our youngest still need to eat? Is baby food okay?" Seeing her anxiousness, he quietly reassured her, "Our little one is all right. Father isn't angry." Anastasia wanted something to eat, but it was too difficult to express. Anastasia was stunned by this unexpected turn of events, wondering why everyone was always so understanding and accepting. Even though it wasn't my intention, I should have been scolded for that. She wants to give her family the best, but sometimes things happen against her will. Like spilling water, acting like a child who can't control her strength, refusing to bathe, and even hurting her father, even though she didn't want to. Then Anastasia realized the bastard's intention. He wanted to isolate her. If Anastasia is hated and abandoned by her family, she will be alone once more. While lost in thought, she realizes that if she were the old her, she would already be planning her next move. But suddenly, a hand gently rests on her head, startling her. Regato smiles and asks, "I should be more careful. Did I scare you?" Seeing him laugh it off even after falling, taking the blame himself, she was even more certain. Not for the first time, Anastasia felt a warmth spread through her. Every life she's lived has been filled with hardship and adversity, but this family is so warm, something Anastasia has never experienced before. Feeling the warmth around her, she wondered if this was what a normal family felt like. Anastasia wrote on the paper, secretly wishing she could protect this ordinary life. Damien and Laurencia watched from behind, intrigued, as Anastasia vowed to do anything to change her fate. 99 and 1, the answer is clear, delivered in numbers. Even so, she hoped to change the common rule, and a favorable letter gradually appeared on the paper. Anastasia dozed in Thla's arms, but something stirred her awake, her eyes drawn to the window. The rows of pristine white classical houses bathed in the evening light allowed Anastasia to recognize her home at a glance. Looking around, Damien and Laurencia had already fallen asleep. This trip was chaotic but enjoyable, and thankfully she managed to keep that trashy man away from her family in the end. Even as he sought to isolate Anastasia, he had to give up when he saw her family. Seeing the warmth before her, she had to admit her family was wonderful. Instead of pushing her away, they embraced her, and Anastasia sighed in relief. If not for this family, I would have been isolated forever, just as that bastard wished. Thinking this, she finally smiled happily after the troubles of the past few days. This victory wasn't mine alone, but one achieved together as a family. And for the first time in 100 lifetimes, Anastasia's heart began to turn toward home. If you were to ask the Laurentia Anderblanc family's second child who she loved most in the world, she would answer without hesitation. Thetla. The little girl ran to hug her tightly, revealing the answer. Mommy, Lara loves you more than anyone in the world. Rogato's heart ached when he heard that. Her father ranked second, while Damien could only offer a wry smile of consolation. Damien was third, but within a year the rankings would change, for the youngest child looked just like their beloved mother. Back to reality, Laurentia bursts through the door, shouting, Gahra! But the room is empty, leaving her to wonder, where did she go? Laurentia's eyes scanned the room, searching elsewhere, and sure enough, in another corner, Anastasia sat pouting as usual. Unsurprisingly, Mikai was beside her, rambling on. Lara's eyes narrowed as she thought, I knew it was him, but Anastasia is my baby sister. She frowned, growing more irritated at the feeling that Sir Mikai was trying to steal her youngest away. Meanwhile, the two inside were completely oblivious, continuing their exchange. Don't you like the gift I gave you? Mikai asked, to which Anastasia immediately responded without hesitation. Get out. Never one to give up, he smiled and calmly replied, Why are you telling me to leave? It's been a while. Aren't you being a little cold? I even brought you a gift. The little girl tried to shoo him away. No need, Mikai continued, as if he hadn't heard a thing. I wanted to see you, so I rushed over here. Laurentia, witnessing this, trembled with anger. That awful Mikai, I told him I didn't need him. Remembering his usual demeanor, she suddenly felt hesitant, thinking she wanted to go over there and scold him. But Mikai is so scary. Laurentia stared inside, a sense of frustration welling up within her. Lara tried to befriend him, but a sudden thought sends a shiver of fear down her spine. Wait, with her rich imagination, Laurentia has already concocted a conspiracy theory in just a moment. Did Sir Mikhail bully Zaxa when she wasn't around? She tried to find a reason to rationalize everything. Was that why he was so fierce with her? To keep her away from him. Instantly, a scenario formed in her mind. The evil M is forcing Anastasia away. Stay away from her, Sa. Anastasia's resistance only strengthened Laurentia's resolve to save her. There's no way such a kind and lovely child like Sasa could hate him so much. The thought alone left Laurentia drenched in sweat. She secretly resolved to save her, and Laurentia began planning to change the story, rescuing our beloved, adorable Princess Anastasia from the terrifying demon king, Mikhail. The fear vanished, replaced by a deep resolve. She was Sasa's sister, after all. A few days later, back at the Enderbang estate, Laurentia hurried to Anastasia's door and called out to her. The little girl was wandering around inside and turned her head as soon as she heard the call. Laurentia secretly carried a heavy basket behind her and cleverly spoke. Gaga, do you miss me? Hearing the answer she wanted, she immediately rushed to hug Anastasia, making the little girl wonder why she was here during her nap time. She pondered Laurentia usually visited before late afternoon or during dinner if Mikhail was present. She was embraced tightly, but all she could do was sulk and wonder just how cold was he that her sister avoided him. He should be grateful that she and her brother take the time to play with her. Laurentia finally lets go of Anastasia's hand. Come on, she gently placed 2 fingers into the little girl's palm. Seeing Anastasia squeeze her hand, Laurentia was delighted, assuring her that even if she couldn't hold her hand tightly, she wouldn't let go. The little girl seized the opportunity to speak. Let's go play together far away. There are many rooms we haven't visited, right? I'll take you there. This is our mansion exploration game. Anastasia tilted her head, pondering for a moment. Exploring the mansion? She doesn't seem too excited, probably because she already knows the layout of the mansion, but Anastasia has never seen it for herself. Before she could decide, she turned to find everyone staring intently at her. Laylot clenches his fist, a determined look on his face, and says, That's a great idea. Let us join the ladies' expedition. The maid chimed in. Yes, my lady, I'll prepare the food for the trip. Laurentia immediately refuses, stating, No, Lara will be exploring alone today. Intrigued by her uncharacteristic resolve, he asks, What is it? Are you searching for treasure? She nodded, acting as if she held a national secret, dangerously reaffirming that it was a secret. The maid, hearing this, burst into laughter and sat down, eye to eye with Laurentia, curiously asking, But if you don't let us go with you, who will take care of your snacks, young lady? As if remembering something, her resolve wavered. That is, Laurentia bit her lip, sweat beading on her face as if weighing a momentous decision. Their sisterhood had overcome all. Soon after, she declared resolutely, "No, it's okay, it's fine. On expeditions, hunger is inevitable, and as the eldest, Lara can handle it herself." Seeing this, everyone shared the same thought, though unspoken. How adorable. Laurencia turned and asked, "You like it when it's just us sisters, right?" Anastasia, without hesitation, nodded in agreement. Laurencia, overjoyed, clutched her secret basket and happily replied, "I knew you'd say that." The girl quickly grabbed Anastasia's hand and pulled her away, saying, "Let's go then." Time passes, and a head of golden hair emerges, still wet. Mikai enters the room where they once played together and calls out to the young lady. Seeing the fighting arena, he felt a mix of confusion and disappointment. Why wasn't she here? Where did she go? I have a bad feeling about this. A tiny, meticulously drawn map unfolds, and Laurencia takes the lead. The little girl chattered, leading the way. "We can go this way." Anastasia followed silently, her eyes darting back as she wondered, doesn't she really notice? Unbeknownst to them, 3 figures lurked behind, a discovery only Anastasia seemed to notice. Exploring this mansion with just the 2 of them was impossible. The little girl turned a blind eye, secretly praying that the group following them wouldn't gain any new members, while Laurencia innocently turned back and announced that they had arrived at the first room to explore. Anastasia was pulled along before she could answer, her face paling at the sight of it. This place? The 2 girls looked tiny next to the door, and the murderous aura emanating from it was overwhelming. Anastasia wondered, this gloomy room is the first place we're exploring? Laurencia took the lead, knocking fearlessly on the door, and a stern-looking butler emerged. "Yes, what is it?" But a quick glance down revealed the 2 young girls. His tone shifted slightly. "What can I do for you, young ladies?" Laurencia politely replied, "We've come to see Father. We've never seen him at work before. May we come in?" Hearing this, he seemed hesitant and gently refused. "Lady Laurencia, I apologize, but at this hour—" Before he could finish, the politely ajar door was violently thrown open. Rogato emerged, beaming, unable to hide his smile as he saw the 2 young ladies. "Oh, my little ones, have you come because you missed your father?" Seeing his expression, Anastasia calmed down but wondered, "What? I thought the office would be filled with tension. Was I wrong?" He enthusiastically beckoned, "Come in, my children." But upon entering, they found something far different than imagined. A man helpless before a mountain of work. The other assistant wasn't doing much better, hanging his head low, and the oppressive atmosphere inside lingered heavily. Anastasia realized her mistake. These were the pitiful assistants, their spirits broken, yet still trying to offer a warm welcome, seeking some solace. "Welcome, young ladies. I've brought some delicious snacks and the floral tea you enjoy so much." As soon as they finished speaking, a hand landed on their shoulders, and a voice colder than ice spoke. "Have the head butler take care of it." Rogato gently placed his hand on their shoulders from behind. "But it's the words and surrounding murderous aura that weigh the most, and you will report back in 2 hours." Whether they wanted to or not, they were crushed by the pressure and could only obey. "Understood, Duke." Upon receiving their orders, the 2 fled as quickly as they could. "We'll take our leave then." With only the 3 of them left, Rogato's attitude shifted once again, as he sweetly asked, "Now then, what brings my darling daughters here?" Laurencia, unfazed by what had just transpired, replied as if nothing had happened, "We came to see how cold you are when you work." Rogato, intrigued, asked, "Lorcia, you think I look the coldest when I'm working?" Unafraid of what she just witnessed, she showers him with praise. "That's right. And you look so cool when you swing your sword." Hearing this, he was eager to show off to his daughter. "Then let's go to the training grounds." But upon hearing about training, Laurencia immediately changed her tune and shouted, "No way!" Rogato, rejected by his daughter, collapses in disappointment. "Why? I told you that you look so cool when you swing your sword around. That's why I want to show you." Undaunted, she explained, "Because I'm exploring the mansion with Zaxa today." She spoke firmly, but a hint of worry lingered in her eyes. "So we can't go outside the mansion. This is the place to explore." Anastasia saw right through her sister, but kept her thoughts to herself. "I see. Sir Mikhail must be at the training grounds right now. No wonder she's like this." That scene struck him hard, but the next sentence completely shattered Rogato's mental defenses. "Besides, you know Lara and Sasa won't be here for long," he exclaimed in realization. "Why?" Laurencia continued to explain, unyielding. "Your mother told you not to bother me while I'm working." Rogato complained, "How could my precious daughters ever be a bother?" Seeing this, the little girl rushed to hug Rogato, but her mind remained unchanged. "No, Daddy. Mommy said we have to do things we don't like to be good girls." Laurentia rubbed her father's sturdy arm and advised him, "That's why Lara ate her peppers and spinach today." Anastasia realizes that even if he wants to play with them, he has to work to become better. She must be imagining herself scolding Laurentia. "Don't ever do that again." Anastasia watches them, wondering if her sister's discipline has become a habit, as Laurentia continues to comfort their father. "You understand, right, father? After all, you're a capable adult." Anastasia couldn't help but puff out her cheeks at the sight of the little girl comforting the old man, thinking, "I'm sorry, but you're just too cute." Unable to contain herself, the little girl giggled, a rare display of emotion, and the sound immediately caught the attention of the father and son nearby. After a moment of stunned silence, they finally snapped out of it, their mouths agape with excitement, jumping up and down, cheering, "She's smiling, father!" He couldn't help but exclaim, "I saw it. Our youngest just smiled, didn't she?" One joy after another, Anastasia watched them, remarking on how alike they truly were. He switched to playfully poking her cheeks, asking, "Are you happy to see me scolded?" Her smile faded as she thought, "No, it's just that she looks so cute." Hearing this, Laurentia immediately ran to stand in front of her, pouting as she scolded her father. "Why did you turn Zaxa into a bad kid?" Rogato, caught in the act, felt guilty and quickly explained, "I didn't mean to say she was bad." Turning to Anastasia, she asked again, as if Zia also wanted to say the same thing. Laurentia, delighted to protect her, spoke with even more fervor. "If you want praise, you have to do things you don't want to do. Is that what you're trying to say?" Anastasia thought otherwise, but Laurentia looked at her and confidently continued, "Lara is Sasa's sister, so Lara knows everything." Anastasia smiles gently, her heart changing along with it. "Oh well, I don't know anything. Sorry, father." Without hesitation, she nods in agreement, fueling Laurencia's smugness. "Did you hear that, father?" They embraced, overjoyed. Anastasia's priority was her sister's happiness. The two of them then left, leaving Rogato alone in his desolation, Laurencia still firm in her decision. The little girl waved cheerfully. "We're off to explore some more." "All right, let's see where Laurencia's map leads us next." Where should we go next? But Anastasia's eyes were fixed on the supplies, like the bag full of snacks and even a hand-drawn map. Realizing the extent of the preparations, the little girl was stunned, thinking her sister had done all this just to play with her, and she felt guilty seeing her sister's dedication. "Because Lord McHale visits so often, I haven't spent much time with her. I feel so guilty." Just as she was about to step forward, she cried out as she lost her balance. Perhaps due to her infant form, Anastasia couldn't walk more than a few steps before falling to the ground. Sensing something, Laurencia turned around in shock, and upon seeing the girl, she screamed in agitation. Laurencia's eyes widened in horror as she saw Anastasia fall face first to the ground. Tila suddenly appears and calls out to Anastasia, who turns pale with worry. "Does it hurt anywhere, Saw?" "Lara didn't mean to do it." She gently reassured her. "I know. Darling, Anastasia is still young, so you have to take it slow." "You can do that, right, Lara?" Laurencia blushed, looking down at little Li Nai. "Yes." She quickly stood up and patted her shoulder, her eyes seeming to say it was okay. Laurencia's eyes glistened with tears, blurring her long lashes. She collapsed to the ground, sobbing, but even with her sweet little sister's comfort, she couldn't shed a tear. Lara wasn't a great sister that day, but from now on she'll only show her amazing side. If Zaxa is a princess, Lara will be a warrior. Being a princess is fine, but she can also become a warrior to protect the sister who comforted her. Laurencia's grip made Anastasia pause, tilting her head slightly. She stood up, beaming. "Are you okay, Anastasia? This time I held your hand tight and you didn't fall. You're my precious little sister," and Laurencia kept her promise. With my sister's escort, I was able to seriously explore the Duke's mansion, and I even watched the chef breathe fire in the kitchen. The passionate chef is determined to cook, vowing to show the young ladies the most delicious food in the world. After that, she enjoyed tea with her mother in the garden, eagerly asking if it tasted good. After tea, the two play hide-and-seek behind the laundry as servants hang it to dry, running hand in hand across the tiled floor, laughing. She turned the pages, reading, "Rainbow, my friend. Today's final exploration, the children's library in the mansion." Laurencia's eyes widened with delight. What was that? Anastasia obediently sat and listened to her read, but her mind wandered, even though it wasn't as smooth as her brother's reading. "But I also really like her voice, like wind chimes on a summer day. Is it because I walk too much? Or is it because I ate too many snacks and I'm sleepy?" Laurencia's eyes remained glued to the storybook. "Should I read you another story?" Receiving no response, she put the book down and called out again. "Anastasia is asleep." Laurencia's pupils widened, sparkling like stars. Before her, Anastasia lay asleep on the green carpet. Shasha had fallen asleep. Laurencia instinctively covered her mouth, secretly thrilled. Did I make Zasa fall asleep? She put the book aside and lay down to admire her adorable face. Laurencia leaned in close, murmuring, "You're my cute little Dejasa, aren't you?" Perhaps hearing her, Anastasia's hand twitched slightly. Laurencia's face flushed with delight. "She's so precious, so adorable. That's my little one, not Mikai's." Her fingers unconsciously brushed against Anastasia's soft hand. She unconsciously took Laurencia's finger in her hand, her affection for Anastasia running deep. "My little sister." Laurencia must have fallen asleep, and Damien covers them both with a blanket. He mutters to himself in frustration. His little sisters are hiding something from him? Damien thoughtfully arranges pillows for his two little sisters. Only the two of them know about this, but can he join in? She drifted off to sleep. After wandering around the mansion for about a week, she was rarely in her room except to sleep. So there was one thing bothering her. Anastasia had met with her at night and told her about Mikhail's condition. "Isn't the young lady here today either? I wonder where she's gone off to. Is she exploring the mansion again? Damien wants to play with her too." Despite Chloe's constant chatter, every time he returns, his face is filled with regret. Has he been captivated by the Demon King's magic? Ignoring her prattling, she rests her chin in her hand, lost in thought. It wasn't intentional, but it's as if she's been avoiding him. If I'd been closer to my sister from the start, none of this would have happened, and I feel guilty for making him wait. I'll tell my sister I won't be exploring tomorrow. Laurencia excitedly bursts into the room early in the morning. "Gasa, I'm here. Look, Sasa, this is the chocolate I got as a gift." "And this too?" Anastasia said with an indulgent smile. How could I refuse her? Lord Mikhail will probably be a little disappointed. She pulled out a piece of paper saying, "Then let's go here today." I immediately nodded in agreement. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed through the long corridor, and Mikhail stopped, breathless, before a door. "Wait, I want to explore with you too." Anastasia's eyes widened in surprise. "Mikai," he said sincerely, "I want to play with the youngest lady too. I've already prepared for the expedition, and I'm sure I can be of some help." Lady Laurencia. Seeing Laurencia bite her lip in anger fills her with worry. "Are you okay?" Mikai persisted. "If you join the expedition, I won't allow it," she declared, grabbing Anastasia's hand. Her eyes widened at Laurencia's fierce reaction, while he was stunned by the vehement opposition. Kai quickly regained his composure, maintaining his calm demeanor as he tried to persuade her. "Why? It would be beneficial if we went together." Laurencia refused without compromise, shouting, "I don't need your help." He wouldn't back down either and spoke up, "Lady Laurencia." Cutting him off, she insisted she could go alone, to which Mikai quickly retorted, "Why can't I join?" Despite Laurencia's best efforts to refuse, the relentless questions overwhelmed her, bringing her to the verge of tears until a young voice piped up, "Don't bother my sister." Mikai brazenly replied, "I'm not bothering her." Anastasia repeated it again, as if trying to drill it into his head. Harassing. Mikai continued to probe as usual. "No way, is that how evil I seem in your eyes?" She didn't even bother answering, just nodding once. Mikai looked immediately disappointed, which only annoyed Anastasia more. He's so cold and indifferent to his own sister. "What does that look for anyway?" she finally exclaimed. "I don't like it." He stubbornly sat down and continued to ramble on and on. "Why don't you like it? Haven't I learned enough about being a good older brother from them?" Anastasia felt helpless and annoyed by this behavior, wondering if this was really happening. "Does that even matter right now?" Laurencia, who had been silent, suddenly shouted again. "Hey, Mikai, aren't you her brother?" In stark contrast to his behavior towards Anastasia, Mikai frowned slightly and cast a cold gaze upon her. "What?" Anastasia thought, both angry and panicked. He's making that face at his sister again. Unlike me, her soft heart is easily wounded. Laurencia didn't back down, every word laced with defiance. No matter how much M imitated her brother, he would never be Sasa's brother. He leaned back on his hands and nonchalantly asked, "Why not?" "Why not?" Laurencia was momentarily speechless, caught off guard by the question. She quickly grabbed Anastasia's shoulders and retorted, pointing out that she didn't like him. Laurencia was determined to refuse at all costs. "Why do you insist on playing with us when Sasa doesn't like it?" "Sasa likes me more, because I'm her sister." Anastasia was stunned, gazing at Laurencia's contorted face, marveling at seeing her sister like this for the first time, while Mikhail was speechless from the barrage of words, despite his earlier defiant attitude. Anastasia closed her eyes in frustration, racking her brain. Did this situation call for crocodile tears? She glanced up, quickly dismissing the idea. "No, your situation is different from hers. If you cry now, things will only get worse." If she did that, Laurencia would immediately say she was crying from afar. "It's all Mihai's fault that the situation is getting worse." Anastasia desperately searched for another solution, but Mihai immediately spoke, seemingly destroying all her efforts. The little miss doesn't hate me. Anastasia's suffering only deepens. Anastasia internally screamed as Mihai smiled at her and casually added, "Even if you don't like me, you've never chased me away." "Isn't that right, little one?" She immediately retorted in her heart, "I'm pretty sure I did chase you away." Seeing Anastasia's silence, he smugly continued, "See? That's right," she thought furiously, not even bothering to speak. "I haven't even answered yet." Laurencia tearfully hugged Anastasia and asked, trembling, "That's not true. I'm better than Mihai, right?" she hissed. Mikhail, still cold and indifferent, calmly continued, "I never said the little miss liked me the most. I only said she didn't hate me." He lost his rigid demeanor and grinned triumphantly. "So, please, let me join this expedition." Laurencia was so upset that all she could do was shout her refusal over and over. "I won't allow it. This is a secret trip for Zasa and me." M. Kai, unmoved and uncaring, simply replied, "Then it will be a secret for 3. I won't tell Damien." Lara couldn't take it anymore, and with all her might, she screamed once more, trying to release all of her pent-up emotions. "I don't want to." Immediately after, a pitiful, trembling voice echoed, a far cry from her earlier resolve. Lara had said she didn't like it. "Why do you act like this?" Lara hates him. Not only does he play with her brother and push her away, but now he wants to steal her Zaxa too. Mikhail, now visibly perplexed, stared at her, while Anastasia frantically tried to console her. But Laurencia had reached her limit, stammering, "Sasa is my little sister." "She's not yours, Mikhail. She's my little sister." She burst into tears, crying out of habit. "Mom, Mikhail keeps interfering. Lara wants to keep playing with Sasa. She's my youngest." Only then did Mikhail realize the gravity of the situation. He hesitated, fear holding him back as the silhouette of a lady appeared outside the door. Anastasia comforted her sister, glancing questioningly at her mother, who stood outside with the servants, her parents, and her brother all watching. Anastasia wondered why they were all here but not coming in. She looked at her mother's cold face, watching as if waiting for something. And then it dawned on her. It seems her mother wants them to resolve their issues on their own. Anastasia continued to comfort her sister, but her mind was elsewhere. She slowly analyzes this approach, realizing that no matter how much you care for children, it's meaningless if they don't experience it themselves. Besides, if her family interfered, Mikhail would feel even more isolated. Anastasia glanced at Mikhail's anxious expression, remembering once again, no matter how mature and composed people say he is, he's still only 6 years old. She closed her eyes, weary of everything around her, and pondered. Having been with the Duke's family since he was young at his request, it would be difficult for a child who had just lost his parents to open up to others. Her brother was kind, so Anastasia thought he could understand and become friends with him. But it was different with her sister. Even though his heart had begun to heal, Mikhail probably didn't know how much he had hurt her. Laurencia rarely dislikes anyone. She's saddened by others' mistakes and always tries to comfort them. An angel in human form, Laurencia has offered her hand time and again, only to be rejected. Mikhail looked at her face, finally realizing the weight of his words. But Anastasia didn't want to take the initiative to reconcile. She followed Thetla's lead, resolving not to silently watch and tell herself, "I won't help you." All eyes turned to them, but Anastasia remained firm, refusing to interfere, for this was for him and for her sister. "So, deal with it yourself, Your Majesty." Laurencia's smiling, outstretched hand appears. "I'm Laurencia. You can call me Lara. Let's play together. What do you say?" Mikhail stood frozen in sorrow. What was there to be happy about? I can't force a smile for something like that. A smile as if she's never known loss? Perhaps I'm a little jealous. Memories of his conversation with Damien flood back. "Mikhail, aren't you going to befriend my sister?" He looked down, avoiding Damien's gaze. "I want to, but she avoids me like the plague." Mikhail only looked up when he heard Damien's comforting words. "If you ask her first, she'll play with you." Hearing this, Mikhail stood up, his arms hanging loosely before he clenched the hem of his shirt. Laurencia stopped sobbing as Mikhail apologized. "I'm sorry, Lady Laurencia." He knelt down on one knee to be at her level, expressing his sincerity. "I sincerely apologize. I never meant to hurt you. Could you tell me why you dislike me?" Laurencia stared wide-eyed, speechless, as he gently apologized. "Is that all right? I sincerely apologize, Lady Laurencia." She pursed her lips, lost in thought, her hands clenching her dress as she sniffled. "Lara's Lara, after all. I don't like how you keep calling me Lady this and Lady that. The knights and maids all call me Lara, but you always call me Second Young Lady or Lady Laurencia." Mikhail understood her meaning. "So if I call you Lara, will you forgive me?" she countered. If Anastasia agrees, then it's settled. Two pairs of eyes stared intently at Anastasia. An awkward silence fills the air as she babbles a sound of agreement. But because Anastasia was babbling, they couldn't understand, and both she and Laurencia were downcast. She looked at her with wide eyes. Are you still sad? Anastasia reached out her tiny hand to Laurencia, placing a gentle kiss on her cheek, perhaps unable to express her feelings with words. Laurencia's eyes widened in surprise, unsure how to react, while Mikai was stunned, embracing Anastasia. I like you the most, right? I knew it. She snuggled into Laurencia's chest, nodding in agreement. The castle was soon bathed in the golden hues of sunset, and a long table was laden with a steaming feast. The Countess laughed. Please make yourselves at home. Mikhail awkwardly offered, Thank you for the meal. I will enjoy the meal, she thought, her eyes downcast and lost in thought. Recalling her conversation with Regato, she believes they shouldn't interfere with the children's affairs. They'll work it out, she replied as he asked her with concern. Will everything be all right? She nodded firmly. I think so. The children need their space, and that's what we should do as Laurencia's parents. Are you troubled by Mikhail? Regato stammered. Well, the law said, gazing out the window, I suppose you're right. We'll step in if the argument escalates. But for now, we should only observe from afar. Mom, Dad, I'm sorry for eavesdropping, but they're genuinely good people. I can't believe they're my parents. They remind me of my old mentor. My time with him was short, but he was the only one I ever called teacher. Strict, yet so caring. My foolish student, promise me you won't rush headfirst into the fire alone. That is my dying wish. Even so, I couldn't fulfill that wish. Thinking back to that time, my heart aches with the fear that if I give my heart away again, I'll lose it once more. No, it'll be all right this time, so there's no need to worry. What's wrong, Anastasia? Can't you get it? Let me help you. Mikhail quickly noticed Anastasia's unusual behavior. He enthusiastically piles food onto her plate. Little one, would you like to try this? He politely declines on Anastasia's behalf, saying she can't eat such big pieces yet. Mikhail naively thinks she's already teething. Here, Mian sighs helplessly. She's only got a few. Her face shows clear disgust as her eyes land on the plate of meat. Is this a joke? It's all stuff I can't eat. He patiently explains that Anastasia is still a baby, and these foods could make her cry. His face showed a hint of surprise, then genuine apology. Is it true? I'm sorry, little one. Please forgive me. Anastasia was stunned. Her eyes widened in shock as she stared at Mikhail. Lowering her gaze, she sighed. Is he toying with me? Whenever I'm with this kid, I feel myself becoming more petty. How strange. After everything, we finally explored the mansion together. Time flew by, and as October arrived, everyone busied themselves with upcoming events like Thanksgiving and other holidays. In contrast to the mansion's hustle and bustle, Anastasia was more relaxed than ever, gazing up at the clear blue sky in quiet contemplation. On occasions like these, she just needs to sit quietly and not cause trouble. Her thoughts continued. After Mikhail and his sister reconciled, the four of us went out to play together many times. Today, the knights have prepared a game. Lilot enthusiastically introduced the game, calling it Treasure Hunt, and Laurentia's eyes lit up at the mention of treasure. Then Sir Lancelot further explained the rules of the game. Two people will be paired into teams, and the team that finds the most valuable treasure wins. Mikhail, silent until now, suddenly speaks up, asking what the reward is for winning. Lilot was taken aback, his eyes drifting towards the cold-faced Mikhail and Damien. Lilot paused, cleared his throat, and replied, If the young duke wins, perhaps the duke will spar with him. Mikhail was instantly stirred by this, his face contorting for a moment before his expression changed. He gently turned to Anastasia and asked, Hey kid, if I can land 3 hits on the duke, would you think I'm cool? So, after Mikhail's question, Anastasia reluctantly nodded, sending him into a frenzy of excitement. He eagerly asked, Really? His expression gave Anastasia pause. Wait, why is he so happy? I feel so guilty. Then, she suddenly recalled the day Laurencia and Mihai had argued. After that incident, she never told him she didn't like him. Now that I'm thinking clearly, Laurencia screamed in anger. Why? Why? Sasa said she didn't like it, so why do you keep insisting on playing with her? Anastasia, caught between them, was mortified as she realized her thoughtless words had become weapons for her sister to attack Mikhail. Her eyes drooped with remorse. She was wrong. It was her fault. Anastasia secretly assessed Mikhail's expression, concluding that while he seemed fine, it didn't mean he actually was. But that did reassure her somewhat. It seems he's starting to act more like a child. Thinking this, the two Pinky promised. Ever since she agreed to be his, Mikhail couldn't contain his excitement, beaming as he said, You promised me. Okay. Anastasia simply hummed in response, and the treasure hunt teams were quickly decided. Team 1 consists of Laurencia and Damien, both beaming with excitement. Team 2 consists of Mikai and Anastasia. In contrast to their opponents, the girl's expression is part helplessness, part blank. It was fate that they were on the same team, and Mikai cheerfully told her, "Let's do our best, little one." Not only that, but he was determined to promise, "I promise to win for both of us." His words were etched into Anastasia's mind. He had promised. But after the competition began, Mikai took her to see the flowers. "Little one, look at these flowers." He even pointed out the flying creatures, fascinated. "Look, a butterfly." Mikai's actions immediately erased his promise from Anastasia's mind as she wondered why he was so distracted. In contrast to Mikai's composure, the first team is eagerly searching for treasure, with Laurencia's voice echoing in the distance. "I found more." Hearing the commotion from Team 1, Anastasia couldn't help but wonder if he really wanted to win. So she grabbed his hand and told him to go. Mikai was surprised, but his expression changed in an instant. With a smile, he asked, "Are you worried?" Anastasia thought to herself that she wasn't exactly worried, but before she could speak, Mikai jumped to his own conclusion. Bathed in the gentle autumn sun, they stood as light filtered through the leaves, creating a dazzling scene. Mikai caught a falling leaf and placed it in Anastasia's hand. Confused, she looks at the leaf in her hand as Mikai happily takes in the scene and comforts her. "It's all right. This is the first time I've held your hand like this. And I'm confident," he says with conviction. Beneath the falling autumn leaves, Mikai's words took on a dreamy quality, leaving Anastasia in a daze as Mikai began to lead her on her mission. Smiling, Mikai explained, "Let's head over there. I've seen the knights training there in the mornings." Anastasia thought to herself, "He's so annoying." Their hands intertwined, Anastasia quietly admired Mikai. "I thought he'd be hasty, but he's really starting to resemble his brother." Mikai continued to confide in her. "Damien once told me that you don't talk much, even if you see something or want to do something." Anastasia was a little surprised, but she listened in silence as Mikai spoke from the heart. "So, he told me that when I play with you, I have to take good care of you. Laurencia and Damien saw those things, so I want you to see them too. Butterflies, falling leaves, flying petals, snow, things like that." Anastasia's cheeks flushed red as she listened. Despite his inner thoughts, Anastasia, with the limited ability of a 1-year-old, could only call out his name to go outside. Hearing this, Mikai became even more determined, firmly grasping her tiny hands as he affirmed, "I still need more practice to be a good brother like Damien, but could you call my name like that too?" He's still the same, always trying to get Anastasia's attention. After voicing his desire, Mikai silently awaits the result. Anastasia was momentarily stunned, glancing away shyly. After a moment, she finally spoke softly. "Mian, I don't hate you." Mikai immediately followed up, "You don't hate me?" "Yes," Anastasia replied. Mian, the cool autumn breeze blew dust into her eyes. She uncomfortably rubbed her eyes, and when she opened them, Anastasia's expression faltered slightly. Mikai chuckled, just like the innocent child he was, then asked, "Do you want to be my little sister too?" Anastasia couldn't take her eyes off him, but when she felt her face burning, she turned away. Though unspoken, Anastasia already had her answer for Mikai. "I've always considered myself your little sister, you idiot." The two of them went to a large tree, where a glimmer of light caught their eyes, and with a few quick leaps, Mikhail was up in the branches. Sure enough, a treasure was hidden in the tree. Anastasia marveled at his climbing skills from below. After retrieving the treasure, he leaps down and shows Anastasia his prize. "Little one, I found another one." Watching Mikhail struggle, she wondered why the treasure was hidden so high up in what was supposed to be a child's game. As Lalat looked on in disbelief. "I never thought he'd actually climb the tree," Anastasia retorted after hearing him say that. "Did they think we'd ask them to get it for us? Just let me climb up and help him." Little Duke. But thankfully, he's all right, so she'll let it slide. As long as he's happy. After searching, Anastasia's team found 6 chests, as her sister and brother had only found 5. Anastasia glanced around, silently assessing the situation. With time running out, victory seems assured. As she stood there, a familiar figure approached and knelt before Anastasia. Mikai brought another chest, wanting her to praise him, but she immediately regretted wishing he would be more innocent. "He's acting a little childish today, but it's not a big deal. And I also want to apologize." With that, Anastasia used her small hands to pat Mikai's head, praising him. Seeing his smiling face, she thought it wasn't worth dampening his pride over a simple act. The treasure hunt comes to an end, and the 3 knights quickly announce the results. And so, Victory belongs to the Duke and Lady Anastasia's team, who remain unfazed by their win as if it were expected. Despite her loss, Laurentia cheerfully vowed to win next time, congratulating them. Lancelot and 2 knights had already hidden the gifts behind them, and he continued, "Ahem, since both teams found the treasure, I will award the treasure you found." Laurentia exclaimed with delight. "Really? Are you all really going to do that?" Lancelot quickly replied. "Of course. Damien and Anastasia, please come forward to receive your rewards." Damien gets a new riding crop and Anastasia receives a knight's helmet. Next, Laurentia is called forward and a knight presents her gift, a present for the young lady, Lara. Laurentia opens the gift, exclaiming, "This is really for Lara?" Lancelot smiles. "Of course, it's what you wanted." She hugged the gift, Laurentia's joy blooming like a flower on her lips. "I love it so much." Anastasia asks curiously, "Is that a child's leather armor?" Memories then flash back to a time when Laurentia, her mother, and Anastasia were taking a walk. Whenever she saw knights fighting, she couldn't take her eyes off them. Lara wanted to wear knight's armor, too. "Knight's attire?" she asked again, answering immediately, without a second thought. "Yes, because Lara is a warrior, so she wants to wear knight's armor, too." Anastasia suspects they must have noticed her words. Back in the present, the knights are happily chatting with Laurentia while a princess watches from afar. Lara will come to her rescue, and next time they'll build a treehouse together. "That sounds wonderful. After the harvest we will," and as Lancelot said. Mikhail was then granted his promised duel with his father, but before it, he reminded Anastasia of something. "You have to keep that promise." The little one immediately agreed. That small act seemed to fuel him further. This time, Anastasia no longer wore her usual displeased expression around Mikhail. She wondered if she had come to like him, no longer hating him as she once did. Soon, Mikhail and Rogato's confrontation began, and after much hard training, he was finally able to touch Rogato with his sword. Mikhail didn't forget to mention it once or twice, surprising Rogato, who asked, "What do you mean?" He didn't respond, but a smirk crept across his face as Rogato chuckled to himself, watching the boy. He immediately showed Mikhail his power, and in a flash, Rogato struck, sending Mikhail reeling. He stumbled backward, quickly regaining his balance with his feet, his eyes now sharp with determination. But he was immediately able to counterattack Rogato, resolving himself once more. Seeing Mikhail's current state, Rogato smiles in praise. "You've really grown a lot." "I must be more careful now, little Duke." He warns, "I won't be holding back anymore." Anastasia watched the fight with her siblings, silently protesting. "Father, isn't that too much for a 6-year-old? But then she reversed her thinking. Wasn't her father placing too much expectation on Mikhail? The sounds of wooden swords clashing continued. After a long bout, Mikhail was left battered and bruised, gasping for air as Rogato spoke. "How about we stop here, young Duke?" Mikhail pleaded earnestly. "Just a little more, please." "Duke," he hesitated, but before he could refuse, Mikhail continued. "Just a little more. I won the treasure hunt." With that, he leapt into the air, Mikhail putting everything he had into the jump, lunging straight for Rogato. He never expected Mikhail to go this far, his shock plain to see. In a moment of carelessness, Mikhail actually managed to touch Rogato with his sword again, drawing everyone's attention. Anastasia was stunned by Mikhail's efforts, silently calling out his name. Mikhail worked hard to touch Duke Rogato. His wooden sword poked the Duke's waist as he panted from exhaustion. Immediately, he beams and says, "I did it." He quickly bows to Rogato in gratitude, then runs toward Anastasia. A question mark appears above her head as Mikhail approaches, beaming. "Little one, I did it 3 times in a row. Did you see?" Anastasia stared blankly, never wanting him to fight her father, yet he kept asking, "Did you see that, Anna?" She sighed, bound by her promise. Not wanting to keep Mikhail waiting, she brightly complimented him, and upon hearing her praise, his expression froze. But in the next instant, Mikhail felt a burning sensation on his face, and he quickly covered it to hide his embarrassment. Mikhail quickly composes himself, self-consciously smoothing his blonde hair, but his cheeks still betray a blush. He reached out to Anastasia again and asked, "Then let me be your big brother, okay?" Her eyes widened as she looked at him, momentarily losing control of her expression. Anastasia shyly averted her gaze, feeling inexplicably embarrassed, but she reached out and took Mikhail's hand, thinking, "Aren't you already my big brother?" Their happy time was short-lived as Anastasia faced other thoughts. Before she knew it, Thanksgiving was almost here. Mikhail confidently replies that he will return before Damien's birthday. Her thoughts were still on him, and Mikhail had to return to the Duke's mansion in about 3 weeks. Anastasia sadly realized that because Mikhail had always been there, she'd almost forgotten he was the young Duke. Anastasia's family stood at the door, bidding farewell to Mikai as he boarded the carriage, while Rogato reassured him that missing the birthday wouldn't be the end of the world. Mikai immediately refused, saying his grandfather also wanted to be invited to Damien's birthday. Hearing this, he didn't try to dissuade him, but smiled and said, "Then I'll send an invitation soon and send my regards to your grandfather." Mihai bowed respectfully in response. "Yes, Duke." It was then that he suddenly remembered he hadn't said goodbye to Anastasia, and he immediately smiled brightly, saying, "I'll be back soon." Anastasia solemnly nodded, a small gesture that froze everyone in place as Mihai bid farewell and departed in his carriage. Rogato waved goodbye, but then his expression suddenly changed. "It's quite a problem when our youngest is so adorable." As time passes, Thanksgiving arrives. Everything was prepared and Anastasia joined her siblings at the feast. Laurencia squeals with delight, unlike the spring festival filled with flowers. The autumn festival is filled with delicious food, and Laurencia is immediately drawn to the enormous amount of sweets prepared. It looks delicious, as this is a festival for those who have worked hard all year. Anastasia, Laurencia, and Damien enjoy some sweets. My sisters eat exactly the same way, and my parents even have time for each other. Does she remember that time? Right here, the whole family mingled with the crowd, enjoying a meal in simple clothes. Laurencia dragged Anastasia around, grabbing food. "This is delicious, too. Let's eat together." She ate until she was completely full. Feeling full and seeing Laurencia's gloom, Anastasia blamed herself, thinking her sister couldn't indulge her passion for food because she had to worry about her. Seeing Laurencia's sadness, the maid approached to comfort her. "Lara is sad to eat alone, so let me eat with you." Seeing this, Anastasia decides it's best to leave with him for a while. Her sister has a maid with her, so surely nothing bad will happen. Damien led her outside, and together they approached the pumpkin tower. Damien asked, "Do you see this pumpkin tower, Anastasia?" He watched her carefully. The youngest doesn't usually ask for anything, but she seems interested in the pumpkin tower. Look how intently she's gazing at it. Her eyes were fixed on the pumpkin tower, so Damien suggested it might be too large for her to see comfortably. "Let me help you with that." At that moment, Damien overheard his parents' conversation nearby. It seems the kids all like the pumpkin tower. Even Damien liked it when he was little. Damien is mortified as his parents reminisce about him once again. Damien doesn't seem to want that to happen, as his parents have been telling embarrassing stories about him in front of his sisters these past few days. His parents remained oblivious to his distress. He was embarrassed to bring up unpleasant things from the past, things he'd never even imagined. So, Hagjal is determined to stop them, and Damien is quick to call out. Mother didn't seem to hear, continuing to walk and recount the past. Back then, it was just Damien, so only the three of us came, and everyone thought Damien was cute. But he got lost when I wasn't watching. I was so worried when you suddenly disappeared, Rogato added. That's right. Your mother and I were so worried about you back then. In Damien, he couldn't interrupt his parents, so he tried to contain his emotions. His hands tightened, and Anastasia was a little surprised. He's holding my hand tighter than usual. It's going to turn purple. She quietly gasped, but then she noticed something was off. Something was off with Damien, and Anastasia sensed she shouldn't tell him how much his grip hurt. The parents, oblivious to Damien's expression, continued to reminisce. We split up to search for you, but there wasn't a peep to be heard. I was worried my wife would collapse at that moment, but we found you. He was in the pumpkin tower, wasn't he? That's right. Unable to speak properly, he mumbled apologetically, Mother, Father. Hearing this, he couldn't bear it any longer and pulled Anastasia away. Confused, she called out, Brother Damien, and anxiously looked towards her parents. Mother, Father, this isn't the time to be admiring the pumpkin tower. Anastasia then noticed another problem. Her sister was alone, making her wonder, where's her lady-in-waiting? There are too many people here, making it difficult to observe, Anastasia thought, assessing everyone's expressions. Everyone seems so happy, but why do I have such a bad feeling? This premonition came as Laurencia approached the pumpkin tower. A thought plagued Anastasia's mind, as if she were about to lose someone. As dusk settled, Anastasia strolled with Damien through the Din estate grounds. Lights flickered on in the houses, one by one, as Damien led her to a large tree. He hung his head in thought. Did his parents enjoy making him feel ashamed? They always recount ancient stories that I don't even remember. Anastasia silently watches her brother. Thoughts began to form in her mind. Her brother was intelligent and always a promising candidate for the title of Duke, but she only knew him from when he was 6 years old. It's hard to imagine his past personality through our parents' stories, but to them, he's always been a lovable son. So it's natural they'd find him endearing. It seems he doesn't want to be seen as a child by his sisters. He was so caught up he didn't even realize he was holding my hand as he ran. Damon was still unconsciously monologuing to himself. I have to set an example for my siblings. Hearing this, Anastasia immediately affirmed her thoughts. That's what my brother was thinking. After a moment, Damien finally noticed his little sister standing next to him. He blankly called out to Anastasia, then noticed her hand was turning red from his grip. Damien's face immediately fell as he knelt down, full of apologies. He apologizes to Anastasia, gently rubs her hand, and wonders how things got to this point. Then, he wondered aloud, "Why didn't you tell me I was hurting your hand?" Anastasia was stunned. Anastasia immediately denied it, saying, "You didn't say I was bad." Anastasia was never at fault. Then he sighed and took the blame himself. "No, that's not it. I'm sorry for unintentionally hurting you." Heartbroken, Damien embraced Anastasia, telling her to let him know if she felt pain again. Seeing him sad, Anastasia called out, "Brother, Damien is apologizing again. Your brother was wrong, but she didn't intend to blame him. She only wanted to reassure him, saying she was okay." Hong is in pain. Damien stares in disbelief at Anastasia. At that moment, the sobs of several maids rang out as they noticed Lady Laurencia. Anastasia looked around in confusion, wondering what had happened to her sister. Damien quickly picked her up, saying, "Let's go home, Anastasia, you'll get sick." He carried her back to their parents. Thesla worriedly asked where the children had gone, fearing something terrible had happened. Regato quickly reassured his wife, saying knights were searching and would find her soon. Just then, Damien came running from afar, calling out, "Mother, father," and they both turned to look. Damien, out of breath, asked, "What happened to Laurencia?" Seeing them, Mother immediately embraced them both, asking, "Where have you been?" "Damien, Anastasia." With a sigh, she said, "Your father and I were so worried about you both." Damien felt a pang of guilt. He set Anastasia down and changed the subject. "I saw the maids looking for Laurencia." "What happened?" Damien's question caused his parents to exchange a sudden glance. They exchanged a look, and then his mother answered, saying Laurencia was playing hide-and-seek, which is why the maids were looking for her. Anastasia immediately knew they were lying, likely to keep them from worrying. She anxiously clenched her dress. "Is something truly wrong with my sister?" She secretly hides one hand behind her back and uses her power. During the festival, the crowd only heightened her worries. Anastasia had summoned her, and upon arrival, she tearfully began to question her. "My lord, why haven't you summoned me in so long? Yea, what do you want me to do now?" "You haven't summoned her in a week. Choco wants to be petted too. Were you planning to wait another 20 years to summon me?" Anastasia has no time for jokes right now. She earnestly called for Choco, quickly setting a condition. "My sister is missing. If you find her, I'll keep you by my side for 3 whole days. Choco stopped crying immediately, then spread its wings and flew off, saying, "I'll be right back." Choco's presence brought Anastasia some peace of mind. Finding her sister was now only a matter of time. Meanwhile, Damien expressed his desire to his mother. He, too, would search for Laurencia. Anastasia worried for him, realizing she shouldn't ignore her brother's situation. But lacking any experience in these matters, he doesn't know what to do. After speaking with his mother, Damien composes himself and tells Anastasia that he thinks Laurencia is playing hide-and-seek. He asked if she wanted to look for her with him. She understood. It seemed her brother had realized it too. Before they even began searching, she brought them the information. "Demon King, she's here." Anastasia immediately turned her gaze towards the pumpkin tower and then grabbed Damien's hand. He stared blankly at Anastasia as she spoke again. "Pumpkin steel." Hearing this, Damien thought she wanted to play, saying, "The pumpkin tower, I'll take you there later." But Anastasia didn't give him a chance to refuse and directly pulled him toward it. She's really going. Facing the giant pumpkin tower before her, she underestimated it. There's no opening, how will she get in? She wondered if she should use magic. It could collapse at any moment. Damien, still not understanding, asked, "Anastasia, why are you doing this?" Meanwhile, from inside the pumpkin tower, a weak voice sobbed, "Anastasia!" The sound came from a small gap inside the tower, where Laurencia sat huddled. Anastasia's pumpkin tower. Hearing a voice from outside, she instantly recognized her brother. "Brother!" Laurencia was trapped within an incredibly dark space. The girl screams out in terror, and Damien immediately picks up on it. "Laurencia!" he shouted, desperate. "Lauria, are you in there?" Anastasia could finally breathe a sigh of relief, now that he knew she was inside, and a faint sound echoed from within. "Brother." Damien immediately pinpointed the pumpkin tower's hole. He tried to rescue Laurencia while reassuring her, "I'll get you out. Don't move, it's too dangerous. Just stay put." Damien's pink hair appeared and he leaned in, reaching for his sister. Laurencia, I'm here. Can you reach for my hand?" Seeing Damien as if he were light itself, Laurencia looked up at her brother with tearful eyes. Discovering his sister inside the pumpkin tower, Damien quickly said, "Laurencia, Can you reach your hand out?" Hearing her brother's voice, Laurentia hesitantly reached out her tiny hand, and he carefully took hold of it. "That's right. Good. Be careful." Anastasia watches the two siblings intently from behind. Suddenly, a small sound from the pumpkin tower startled her, and she realized the danger. The tower was about to collapse. While her brother tried to save her sister, she quietly channeled her power, thinking her mission was to support him discreetly. Damien calmly reassured Laurentia, telling her they were almost out. Once free from the tower, Laurentia leapt into her brother's arms, crying out his name, and Damien embraced his sister, greatly relieved. Once he knew his sister was safe, he asked Laurentia, "Why did you go in there?" She sobbed. Nisa replied, "I heard that father and mother were very worried. Since you snuck into the pumpkin tower before, Lara was curious." Damien was stunned as the La and Rogato rushed over, breathless. "Laurentia, Damien, are you all right?" Their voices were filled with worry. Damien reassured them that Laurentia was safe, and they breathed a collective sigh of relief. But the story doesn't end there, as he continues, "And I have something to say." Thala, relieved her daughter is safe, asks worriedly, "Darling, where have you been?" Lara hesitantly replied, "Lara was in the pumpkin tower." Thala chuckled and asked again, "The pumpkin tower. My children are alike in looks and actions." Laurentia innocently confirms, "That's right, Lara wants to be like you." Unaware of her brother's strange expression, Damien spoke while covering his sister's ears. "Lucia, wait here a moment." Lara simply looked up at her brother, saying nothing. He stated clearly, "I appreciate that you remember how adorable I was as a child." His expression turned serious. "But I'd prefer you not bring up my past mistakes in front of my sisters." His words left Rogato bewildered. "Ah, I see." It seems Damien was very embarrassed, and hearing his father's words, he became even more upset, shouting, "That doesn't matter. My sisters have followed the mistakes I've made." She thought it was okay to do that, a move that stunned both Rogato and Thala. He continued, "I hope both of my siblings will only emulate my good qualities, and I hope you understand what I mean, father, mother." With a serious face, he added that his father always said, "A mistake is a mistake, no matter how small." Hearing his son quote him, Rogato was speechless. Having spoken his piece, Damien immediately turned to his sister to apologize, asking if he had hurt her ears. Anastasia worriedly glances at him, but seeing his apparent relief, she breathes a sigh of her own. Though the storm clouds now seem to be gathering around their father, even adults need comforting, don't they? Rogato blames himself, and Thesla can only helplessly comfort her husband. On the carriage ride home, Laurentia excitedly swung her little legs, saying, "Since my brother went inside, I thought there was something super interesting inside the pumpkin tower." Tetla, hearing this, stammered helplessly, "I understand. Mom is speechless because of your actions." He sternly reminds his sister, "Laurentia, from now on, you have to tell people where you're going." She obediently replies, "Yes." Seeing the siblings' actions, Thet quietly said, "It would be nice if our eldest brother did that too." This reminder made Damien's heart sink, but he obediently agreed with his mother. "Yes, mother." Even though Anastasia was asleep in the carriage, she realized that our parents had a private conversation with our brother afterward. Damien embraced his parents, saying, "Though my sisters are precious to me, I'm ashamed and dislike hearing about my past misdeeds, so I'd prefer these stories remain a conversation between just the three of us." Rogato hugged them both, saying, "So he'll be spending some time with Mom and Dad too?" Tesla teases him, saying he seems to spend a lot of time with Anastasia and Laurentia. What a heartwarming scene, the three of them embracing. She couldn't help but think of how worried they must have been, even though it was all over now. She had been worried about her brother always trying to act like an adult, worried that her 7-year-old brother seemed to only act like the eldest child. As Thetla hugged Damien, she asked if he was very sad, and she was overjoyed when he happily replied no, but it seems everything ended well. What a relief. She used her power to remotely monitor the conversation between the three. Seeing that everything was all right, she stroked Choco and praised her. "Good job." As promised, she played with Choco for 4 days straight, and Choco was practically glued to her side the entire time. As she kept her promise to Choco, she thought, "When Mika returns, I won't be able to summon this little chocolate for a while." She recalled the day he squatted before her and asked, "Little one, do you have a puppy?" As she played with Choco, she wondered how that guy could see him, while Choco remained blissfully unaware that their time together was coming to an end. "Choco is so happy. Can't I stay with you forever? It's fun to sleep with the Demon King and watch him eat." She coldly replies, "No." It jumped up and questioned, "Why? Why can't I stop that arrogant little Duke from coming here?" But this arrogant guy is nothing compared to Choco, the one and only attendant to the great and noble Demon King. She remained silent, thinking, Stopping him from coming is like stopping him from breathing. This isn't such a cruel world. She simply tells Choco that she feels the need for Mikai, letting her find the reasons why. Is this the Demon King's grand plan? Outwardly she agrees, but inwardly she knows there's no plan at all. She began to overthink again, realizing she could stop the world's destruction with her own power, but she was also afraid to die. The scene was so peaceful, but her heart was anything but. It's been a while since I've felt this afraid of death. Choco, unaware of her wandering thoughts, continued, "So, that arrogant kid is a candidate to become one of the Demon King's subordinates, right?" She was taken aback by the question. It continued, "That's not surprising. If you see him as a candidate for your subordinate, that means he'll be Chu's colleague, right?" He spoke, proudly placing a foot on his chest. "Since Chuko is your first minion, I'll be sure to act cool." Nestling into Anastasia, it declared that if that unruly brat was a candidate, it would prepare to educate him. She sighed, stroking Gangzhao's head, but inwardly apologized to Nikai, promising she wouldn't let such a situation occur. Below, Damien and Laurencia play together in the courtyard, and Anastasia thinks how wonderful it would be if life could always be this peaceful and happy. As Anastasia pondered, Grand Duke Leventis received troubling news, studying the letter intently. Before he could finish speaking, a voice echoed from outside the study. "Grandpa, it's Mikhail. May I come in?" Hearing Mikhail's voice, he quickly hid the important paper under a pile of documents and said, "Come in." With Thanksgiving over, the estate bustled with activity for another reason. Anastasia pondered Damien's upcoming birthday on October 28th. Damien suggested skipping his birthday party since the national holiday was so close, and Anastasia understood his reasoning. The anniversary of the Great Kui's sealing by the main god is October 31st, and it seems her mature older brother wants to concede due to the important event. But Thala disagreed, gently patting her son's shoulder. "It's good to have many days to celebrate." Damien couldn't let these days pass by. He still didn't agree. But the law smiled happily. "Don't take away your mother's joy in celebrating your birthday." Demi, embarrassed, agreed, and so we prepared for his brother's birthday on the holiday. And with my brother's birthday approaching, Mikai excitedly showed Anastasia. "Look, I brought you something. It's a children's picture book." The picture book features a small fox, and with Damien's birthday approaching, Mikai Leventis returns to the Duke's mansion. He returned with a stack of books, prompting a sigh from her. 3 weeks had passed, and the little one was still tiny. As he reached for her hand, she thought, "Here we go again." She had no choice but to shake his hand. He was overjoyed that she had taken his hand. He says he's glad the young lady no longer hates him. Little did he know how uncomfortable she was feeling. Why was he talking nonsense? Does he think she's an imbecile? Mikhail reverently takes her hand and kisses it. His eyes shone with lingering affection. He hadn't finished expressing how much he missed her. "I miss you so much." But a cold voice cuts through the moment. Mikhail flinched, but he didn't let go of Anastasia. "You haven't even properly greeted the Duke before coming to see the young lady. So, you're Grand Duke Leventis." He coldly reprimanded Mihai, asking if that was how he had been taught, to which Mihai stood up straight and replied seriously, "No, sir, you ordered me to go with you." He could only respond, "Yes." Anastasia is also surprised to see this side of Mikai. It's the first time she's seen him so worried. Her eyes seemed to see through everything, silently confirming that this man must be Mihai's grandfather. Duke Leventis was a dignified man who could easily command Mihai's obedience, and before leaving his eyes drifted to Anastasia, standing behind Mihai. Their eyes met, and upon seeing Anastasia, he apologized before departing. "It's my fault, little miss. I'll greet you properly later." She quietly assessed him in her heart. He seemed as fastidious as the rumors suggested. Even after they left, she continued to ponder. On second thought, if he wanted to call Mikhail, he could have just sent a servant. Why did he come all the way here himself? She found his actions puzzling, quietly speculating during dinner that the meal was more lavish than usual. It must be because of Grand Duke Leventis. Everything is prepared unusually because of the special guest's arrival. Rogato, as host, spoke first. "I know you're very busy. Thank you for taking the time to visit us, Grand Duke." The Grand Duke politely replied, "No, I entrusted my nephew to you, so I apologize for not visiting more often." Scylla interjects modestly, "Please, don't say such things. It's good for children to make friends." He shared sincerely that, in truth, he should be more grateful for this. As he spoke, he placed a hand on Mikai's shoulder. That La politely replied that her child must have caused a lot of trouble, but he was always so forgiving. "Not at all. Mikai is very well behaved, and curiosity is normal at this age." He also spared Thetla any embarrassment, thanking her. While the adults exchanged pleasantries, Damien watched Anastasia eat with delight. As she ate, she remained vigilant, noticing a gaze fixed upon her for some time. Could it be Mikhail? But when she looked up, it was Grand Duke Leventis, the Grand Duke. She wondered why he immediately looked away when she caught him staring. Did I see that wrong? The thought lingered in her mind. Before he turned away, I saw the corner of Duke Leventis's mouth twitch slightly. And then, he spoke. He asked Rogato, "Duke, are you not planning to visit the capital this season?" Though not understanding his intentions, Rogato replied, "Yes, the children are still young." He continued, "I plan to make my debut during the new year. If I don't go, it will displease His Majesty." While the adults talked, the three children continued to eat happily. Anastasia, "Is it good?" "Anastasia, try this too." Hearing her father, she was reminded of the capital. She recalled that her father had gone to the capital last year, but had to return midway due to the kidnapping incident. Since then, he hadn't gone out much. The Grand Duke sighed, put down his spoon, and said, "You should go to the capital now." Thetla asked, confused, "Is something wrong?" He paused for a moment before replying, "There have been rumors circulating from the palace lately." His voice dropped. "It seems the Empress is pregnant." After he spoke, the atmosphere at the table immediately turned somber. Rogato replied, "I understand, the Queen." But he only spoke half the truth. Anastasia was puzzled. Shouldn't the Queen's pregnancy be a joyous occasion? Seeing her parents' expressions, she wondered why they looked so worried. Seeing her parents' reaction made her suspicious, and she knew she needed to investigate the Emperor further. She quietly used her powers, determined to find out the truth. After dinner, it's bedtime for the three children. Oh my, how time flies. Sheila bids each of her children good night, starting with Anastasia. "Sleep well, my dear. Now, Laurencia gets a goodnight kiss, and so does Mikai." "Me too, Mikai." The Grand Duke also bids them good night, and Laurentia, hearing him, innocently calls out to him. She calls out to him and reaches out her arms to be held, and he asks her what's wrong. He leaned down to hear what she wanted to say, but she surprised him with a kiss and wished him good night. Not only was he surprised, but Damien and Mikhail were also stunned by her unexpected action, as he lovingly stroked her head. He then turned to Anastasia, leaving her puzzled, wondering why he was looking at her like that. Does he want me to kiss him goodnight too? Faced with his expectant gaze, she swallowed hard. There's no way around it. She approached him and reached out her hands. The Enderplangs watched from afar, chuckling at their youngest daughter's adorable antics. "Our little one seems to like the Grand Duke, doesn't she?" Anastasia is in the Grand Duke's arms, giving him a light kiss on the cheek, and his eyes are full of love for her. He patted her head, musing, "This must be why our little one likes the young lady so much." She wondered, shouldn't he like her sister more then? "I don't really understand," Anastasia thought to herself on the way back to her room. "My sister and brother's rooms are on the east side of the second floor, while mine is on the west side, along with Mikai's." Damien and Laurencia hold hands as they head to their rooms, bidding Anastasia and Mikai good night. "See you tomorrow. Sweet dreams." Mikhail took Anastasia's hand and returned the greeting. "You too." After parting ways, Mikai was overjoyed. "This is the first time I've slept with you," she thinks to herself. "But you're sleeping in a different room." Kai is suspicious. "If I get scared in my sleep, can I come in with you?" She was helpless, but still said nothing. Did I say something? Is he afraid of ghosts or something? They finally arrived at her sleeping quarters. Kai spoke up. "We've arrived." With that, he knelt on one knee, lowering his gaze to meet hers. He asked, "May I come greet you good morning?" She agreed, and he was immediately excited. "Really? Then I'll definitely come by tomorrow, and I promise not to wake you if you're asleep." She didn't understand. It was just a good morning greeting, but he was so eager. Mikai added, "Besides, can't you do that for me?" Her face was blank, but Mikai was undeterred. "That goodnight kiss, you did it to my grandfather." She irritably thought he was starting again, as he continued. "You do it to Laurencia and Damien, too." She was speechless. "But they're my siblings." Mikai then put on a puppy dog face, eyes sparkling, and said, "Do I have to be family to receive it?" Faced with that look, she thought, "Wait, that look is strange." But he continued to act pitiful. "I've never received one before." She finally relented. "All right, I can't refuse a pleading 6-year-old," when she repeats, and he immediately says, "Do you want me to come closer?" She tiptoes and kisses his hair, wishing him good night. After hearing her wish, he returned it with a satisfied expression. "Good night, little one. I'll see you tomorrow." The nanny tucks her in and wishes her sweet dreams. Little miss. The nanny left, thinking she was asleep, but her eyes soon fluttered open. She was no innocent child who could drift off so easily. Her thoughts drifted away, wondering where her parents and the Grand Duke were at this hour. Her vision soon faded. There they are in the drawing room. She felt a twinge of guilt. "Forgive me, Mother and Father, I'll only eavesdrop for a moment." Rogato asked again, uncertain. Are you certain the queen is pregnant? The Grand Duke asked, seeking confirmation. Yes, I've heard the child is due next spring. Thala was startled. Spring meant the queen was already 5 months pregnant. The law continued, understandably, as it had been 10 years since the emperor's marriage, and there had been no news. He sipped his tea and continued leisurely. And this is why the emperor has been so quiet lately. He calmly states, your side is now on the emperor's blacklist. Shouldn't you two be prepared? Anastasia, far away, couldn't help but be startled by his every word. Was she missing something? A blacklist is being prepared. What happened between His Majesty the Emperor and the Duke's family? Rogato says his youngest will be 3 soon, and then they can go to the capital, but the Grand Duke warns him to be careful, especially with the Duchess, leading Anastasia to believe they're trying to maintain a good relationship with her family. Sheila calmly says, there's no need to worry too much, but Rogato immediately retorts, how can I not worry in this situation? Because the reason the Emperor was able to reach his current position, the Grand Duke says slowly, the reason His Majesty was able to inherit the throne is because the madam gave up her title. Anastasia reflects on her mother's past, recalling that the Ander Blank Deck estate where she was born was far from peaceful. Not long before my mother's marriage, the battle for the throne was fiercer than ever, as the previous emperor had many children, and siblings killed each other for the throne. With her cunning, my mother survived, harboring a deep resentment for the royal family because of what happened. Though she was next in line for the throne, my mother chose to relinquish it and marry my father, allowing her half-brother to survive by living in hiding. Laxius became emperor, and after hearing their conversation, Anastasia understood why. From the information she's gathered, she can finally understand her mother's decision. Laxius seems to realize his own shortcomings, so he's trying to maintain relationships with other nobles, especially the Enderblank family. Not to mention her mother's strong influence, the Duke Enderblank family has one of the longest histories in the Peron Empire. Her father alone had made great contributions in the Imperial War over a decade ago. Her thoughts were becoming clearer. I thought the royal family wouldn't interfere since only the Enderblank dukes had ties to them, but after hearing about Grand Duke Leventis, I'm uneasy. The Leventis Grand Duchy was once the Leventis Empire, but to control the Ben Empire, they chose to be enfeoffed as Grand Dukes by uniting with the Buren Empire. She couldn't understand. The Grand Duke should have been devoted to His Majesty, but he gave up his title due to pressure from the royal family. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Thanks to someone, her family was in this impasse, not crushed by the empire. She had to do better. She closed her eyes, pondering the Queen's pregnancy and the worry that the royal family's relationship with the Enderblank family would change. Her thoughts drifted further, realizing Emperor Laxius was more ambitious than the public knew. Filled with greed, yet lacking the ability to satisfy it, she sighed. Both sides were far too complicated. She knew her goal, but it hardly mattered, because she would protect this family no matter what. A civil war. I've been through this countless times, haven't I? Was it my 76th life? Back then I was a specialist named Sion YB. She didn't want to remember the past. After all, it was just the past. Time flies, and it's already the 4th day that Grand Duke Leventis and Mihai have stayed at the mansion. Mihai constantly clung to her, asking for a morning kiss. Mihai relentlessly begged her for morning and goodnight kisses. And not just that, he constantly bothered her, saying he'd go practice in the morning and asking her to play with him later. She was helpless as he spoke and answered for himself, promising things and leaving before she could even reply. She sighs, wondering why the child is so attached to her. The nannies exclaim that even if she doesn't like it, the young lady needs to dress up beautifully today. That's right, because today is the young master's birthday. She doesn't understand why the nannies think she doesn't like him. When did I ever say I didn't like him? I don't understand what they're talking about. The nanny continues to ramble on. Of course, a good child should wear pretty clothes. That's right. Look, this is the new dress for today's party. It's adorable, isn't it? We know the young master likes blue, so we chose a blue dress for you. Her face is a question mark, and she can't help but wonder. Now they're treating me like a spoiled child. Oh wait, that's me. She felt wronged. This was so unfair. She liked her brother Damien, the brother who always cheerfully called her name so sweetly. She blames it all on that damn idiot, Nem. She began to think again. Compared to her birthday party, Damien's was rather quiet. Or perhaps the parties are tailored to our personalities. Standing aside, she observes that most of the gifts are books and stationery. The Marquis sent a limited edition set of theological books as a birthday gift. Thank you. Listening to her brother's conversation with the guest only confused her more. As much as he loved reading, this was putting pressure on him. Tila places a hand on Rogato's shoulder, surprising him, and asks Damien if he'd like to go out for a bit. He repeated, "Go outside?" Damien went first, followed by the 3 other children. She finally understood why her parents had called her brother outside. They were so sweet, they must have prepared a wonderful gift for him. Thetla led Damien away, who asked in surprise, "Really?" Just then, Rogato led a small horse over. "Are you really giving me a pony?" he asked, and Rogato confirmed it. "That's right, your riding skills are quite good now." Rogato then asked, "Will you be able to take good care of it?" He eagerly replied, "Of course. I'll ask the knights and learn from them." At the same time, the Grand Duke cleared his throat from the side. The emotionless Mikhail replied, "I prefer larger horses." To which the Duke coldly responded, "I know." Anastasia overheard their conversation, confused, unsure if their relationship was good or bad. After the party, the Grand Duke and Mikhail were invited to stay at the Duke's residence until the anniversary, and during that time I grew closer to the Grand Duke. However, before the Grand Duke left, he came to her room. "My dear little lady, may I hold you?" He always came to see me first. He began, "May I hold you today as well? Even the way he plays with me is just like Mikai." He held her close, perhaps for the last time. It was the anniversary morning, and he said he'd leave after donating to the priest. That's good, since the priest is here to bless our home today. Suddenly, she notices M. Kai's expression as he stands next to the Grand Duke. She wondered, why does he look so awful? Outside, the guests have already arrived. "We have arrived at the Enderbang estate, Your Holiness." With a displeased look, the Pope steps down from the carriage, saying, "Even after all these visits, I still can't stand this place." He spoke haughtily, while Rogato Jiang greeted the priest with open arms and a smile. "Thank you for coming. This estate depends on your blessing." But his attitude was so awful it shocked the priest, ignoring the greeting and responding indifferently. "It's nothing, by the way." Then he lunged greedily toward the offering box, asking if it held the donations for the temple. All he could do was reply, "That's right." Anastasia peeked out from behind her mother, wondering if it was really okay for a priest to be so greedy. The rude man spoke through the incense smoke, saying the baptism would be complete after this. He hadn't done anything yet, and he was already asking for something. This grand estate must be quite the burden. "Might I trouble you for a cup of tea?" Rogato had no choice but to oblige. "Of course," Anastasia noticed immediately. "Since it's a holiday, my parents seem to be letting it slide, but I don't like this priest at all." She noticed that from the start, he had been deliberately ignoring the Leventis ducal family, not even looking at or greeting the Grand Duke, but instead ordering the servants to place the incense burner right behind them. He looked disdainfully at the Grand Duke, his eyes fixed on the offering tray. Then he arrogantly approached and asked if the Grand Duke had prepared his offering. Without missing a beat, the Grand Duke replied, "Of course." He picked up a coin and sneered, "Well, well." It's fortunate the Grand Duke remembers to worship the gods. He retorts that worship is fundamental for those living on the continent, but the man's attitude remains unchanged. Yes, the Holy One is always watching over the Leventis family. She found this scene unsettling. At first I thought he was just being difficult, but now things are going too far. She began to speak irritably, as if he were lecturing the Leventis family. But what she couldn't understand was, why? Why did they stand still while being treated like that? Mika's face was resigned, and the priest looked angry as he glanced at him, coldly stating, "The temple must reciprocate the Grand Duke's sincerity." Power begins to manifest in his palm, and she's shocked by his madness. Mikhail's magic is not yet fully controlled, and this surge of power will only cause him excruciating pain, which he can only endure. The priest released him, sighing, "Little Duke, you still can't accept divine power." A look of triumph crossed his face. "But do not worry, the Holy Spirit will embrace you one day." The Grand Duke was silent, but quietly placed his hand on his nephew's shoulder. Anastasia couldn't understand it. Even with the Holy Kingdom's influence on the Peron Empire, how could a mere priest dare to act so presumptuously toward the Grand Duke? She clutched her skirt, knowing he was a thorn in the Emperor's side. Perhaps this was related to the current situation. They're not just members of the Grand Duchy. Thinking of Mikai asking her to see the flowers, "Let's go see the flowers blooming over there." The two Grand Dukes cared for her. Aren't you cold, kid? And these people, as close as family, are being tormented right before her eyes, while he calmly sips his tea. This tea is delicious. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. How could she just stand by and watch that greedy bastard cause trouble? He even pressed further, asking about contributing to the Holy See. Rogato reluctantly replied, "I'll see." She couldn't let this go. She was determined to find out how he dared act with such impunity, given his limited power. Her eyes darkened, certain she wouldn't let him leave so easily. She used her power to lift her teacup, then made the tea in his hand spill on him. He screamed, saying it was too hot, and Thilla quickly ordered the servants to bring cold water. The servant quickly replied, "Yes." The man said in humiliation, "It's no longer needed. Now that things are done, I'll return to the temple to serve the gods." But it was too late. The servant rushed out and splashed the bucket of water on him, leaving him standing there with a wet stain right in the middle of his pants. Everyone fell silent as if a flock of crows had flown by, and Thala quickly covered Anastasia's eyes. Enraged, his face turned bright red, and he asked to be excused. Rogato and Thala remained still as they saw their guest off, but it seemed Anastasia wasn't satisfied. She manipulates the power at her fingertips once more, and a piercing scream echoes. Rogato anxiously asked if he was all right, but the man could only answer with pride, "I'm fine." He finally got into the carriage, looking battered and dejected. "Then, if you ever need help in the future, please don't hesitate to call on me. The gods will never turn their backs on your sincerity." She sighs. Good grief, he wants to come here and beg for money? This guy is hopeless. She hadn't intended to go this far, but he's beyond saving. A strong gust of wind blows through, and Rogato and Thetla stare in astonishment. Even the Grand Duke watched with disbelief as the priest's wig was swept away by the wind. They all watched as he chased after his wig, crying out for his hair, but it just kept flying away, showing no signs of stopping. "Now it will fly to the Lord's abode," he cried as he chased after it. "No, my hair!" He collapsed to his knees, screaming in despair. She scoffed inwardly, thinking that greed for sacred objects would be punished, and finally, the priest left. After seeing the priest off, everyone burst into laughter, unable to contain themselves. The nanny exclaimed, surprised that the priest was balding. What was there to hide about his head if he was a poet and follower of God? The servants buzzed with gossip, saying he intentionally shaved the top of his head, leaving hair only on the sides, and Anastasia couldn't help but laugh, remembering the scene. Mikai gently asked, "May I hold your hand?" From afar, Lara's voice commanded the servants, "It's cold, let's go inside." "Yes, madam, and let Lara in as well." Anastasia, on the other hand, looked at Mikai with confusion, breathing a sigh of relief that he seemed all right. Thinking back to his resigned expression, she worried. It was the first time she'd seen him look so lifeless. She took his fingers in hers. "You want to hold my hand first today?" He gives her a bright smile, saying, "Actually, what the priest said about divine power being for purification, I've received it from other priests before, and I don't like it at all because it hurts." His expression wasn't sad, but rather helpless. Her face darkened with confusion. Is that really for purification? To carelessly infuse divine power into an ordinary person would surely be agonizing. And for someone with uncontrolled magical power like Mikai, it would be nothing short of torture. Mikai understands, but as the priest continues to err, somehow, I feel good being with you. She realizes he sensed her magical flow. Perhaps he possesses more magical power than I realized. He gently calls out to the child, and I feel that everything will be all right as long as I have her. Those words came from a face filled with happiness, and she stared at him in a daze. She realizes she understands now. The reason she feels injustice and pain seeing Mikai suffer is like seeing her past self. She, who always used fate as an excuse to accept injustice, clenched his hand and said, "I will protect Mikai." She silently vowed, "I will protect you. Even if the number of people I need to protect increases, it shouldn't be a problem, right?" He happily replied, "Thank you." The little Grand Duke bid farewell. "It's almost the end of the year. You must be busy until you go to the capital." Rogato replies, "No, not really busy, just choosing candidates for a playmate." The Grand Duke continued, "Yes, we are the same. I'm not sure anyone will accept Mikai." His expression turned somber, and Mikai grew even more despondent. Anastasia wondered, even a Grand Duke's family worries about finding him a playmate? It's a long-standing tradition among nobles to bring in playmates for their children. It's a form of charity in this world, giving children education and wages. It's like a work-study program for kids. There were tons of applications to be playmates with my siblings. It must be a good opportunity, but more people fear Mikai than I thought. In her memory, Mikai was always alone, until a voice pulled her from her thoughts. "Little one, so it was." The Grand Duke. He knelt before her and asked, "May I hold you before I leave?" She immediately agreed. He gently embraced her, then carefully lifted her into his arms, whispering, "You're still so young, and perhaps you don't care for him, but how wonderful it would be if you two could develop some affection for each other." Surprised, she realized the Grand Duke was more worried about meek Kai than he let on, and before leaving, he turned back to her, saying, "Let's meet again next time." Mikai waved goodbye as well, saying, "See you later." The young lady stood there watching until the carriage disappeared, thinking to herself that this meeting wasn't so bad after all. Time flew by as everyone prepared for the New Year's festivities, and my parents were busy with numerous tasks. They selected 2 playmates for him and her, and remembered to give year-end bonuses to the servants. With all preparations complete in the final month, the journey to the capital began in the first week of December. On a sunny day, the 4 began their journey, and Laurencia, riding in the carriage, asked Thala, "Mother, why isn't Father coming with us?" She explained that her father, the Duke, had much to do before leaving, and that she was too young to travel without getting carsick. Hearing this, the little girl sadly replied, "I'm not happy at all." As darkness fell, Laurencia had fallen asleep on her brother's lap. Tetla was also asleep, leaving only Anastasia awake. Anxious, she waited until everyone was asleep to create a protective shield. Better safe than sorry, even with the Duke's knights. Her shield directly intimidated the monsters, causing them to avoid her, and thanks to it, our 3-week journey went smoothly without any major problems. Even the knights were puzzled by the lack of monsters. My sword's getting rusty. After a long journey, they were finally nearing their destination. "Children, I think we're about to see Kingdo," Tesla said happily on the last day of their trip. Laurencia excitedly peeked out the window and said, "Really?" She couldn't hide her excitement, so much so that Damien had to remind Lara to be careful. "Be careful, Laurencia." While Laurencia was excited, Anastasia was lost in thought. The capital's wind was cold, but not too harsh. For some reason, I have an unpleasant but familiar feeling. Trouble is definitely waiting for me. She thought of those arrogant and unpleasant people, as Scylla cheerfully recounted. This is her mother's homeland. I wonder what those 2 are thinking. Doubt now filled Anastasia's heart. Her mother's homeland. This is her mother's homeland, and she feels quietly helpless. Surely many interesting things will happen here. The carriage carrying the 3 of them slowly heads towards the capital in the freezing weather. The next day, at the capital's mansion, one of the most luxurious and magnificent places, a lovely voice rings out. "Mom, we're ready." The first thing we see is a bear costume and familiar pink hair. Next, the 3 siblings emerged, dressed and irresistibly adorable, prompting their mother to sweetly exclaim, "You all look so cute." She turned and left, a fond smile on her face, saying, "Now let's go sightseeing together. The streets here are beautiful at the end of the year." Seeing her mother's cheerful demeanor, Anastasia thought, she seems so excited, saying it's been so long since she's visited home. Tetla carefully helped Laurencia, reminding her, "Be careful." Anastasia stood there, pensive, watching her mother's back as she considered the plain old carriage without the Duke's emblem and the scarf concealing her mother's face. Suddenly a voice calls out, "Anastasia." She seemed to realize the truth. This was no simple outing. Here, in the capital's most bustling shopping district. So, it was filled with shops far grander than even those in the Duke's territory, and the 4 stopped before one such store. Laurencia spotted a Christmas wreath and exclaimed excitedly, "Look, it's a tiger." "Sasa's favorite animal," Damien responded. "That's right. Anastasia really loves the stuffed tiger her older brother gave her." Their mother then suggested, "Let's go inside and take a look." Anastasia followed them inside, still suspicious. Was it really just shopping? She looked at the 3 people opposite her and thought, after nearly 100 lifetimes of uncertainty, she had always believed that everything had its own motive. After a while of shopping, at the 4th store, Laurencia held a ribbon in front of her mother and called out, "Mom, Lara wants to buy this ribbon." But she gently refused, saying, "You've already bought 2 things today." Seeing that, Lara Anastasia smiled wryly, thinking, "I knew it. She's only obedient at times like these." So spoiled. As for Laurencia, she was still determined to get what she wanted. "But this isn't for Lara to wear, is it?" her mother countered. "Then who will wear it?" the little girl replied honestly. "I want to give it to Sasa." Anastasia seemed quite surprised to hear that. Laurencia innocently continued, "Sasa never asks for anything. As her older sister, she has to take care of her." She looked at her mother with determination to get the item. Anastasia and her mother Thla couldn't help but think how adorable she was, and everyone there had to admit that the little girl was just too cute. Anastasia, however, felt helpless in the face of such kindness. Her sister always gave her everything. Just let her buy more for herself. Suddenly, a blunt voice rang out from beside them. "Oh my, the shop owner is deeply moved by Laurentia's appearance. This young lady has such a kind heart. I'll give you a discount on the ribbon, so please take it." The little girl excitedly asked, "Really? Lara will buy it?" Anastasia had to admit that was fast. Seeing Laurencia run towards her with the ribbon, she helplessly thought that all she could do was be grateful and accept it, while the shop owner praised the children's mother. Having such lovely children must bring great happiness. Thank you, she politely replied. I'm just grateful they've grown up healthy. The shop owner's words made the law rather uncomfortable. I hope the king and queen will have children soon as well. Anastasia was startled and wondered, isn't the queen already pregnant? It's true that news of the royal family can be slow to reach the commoners, but the queen is expected to give birth next spring. Surely this should be public knowledge by now. Grand Duke Leventis wasn't one to spread baseless rumors. The four finished their shopping and happily left the store. But the children's mother had worn a somber expression the entire time, and Damien noticed, so he remained silent. He paused for a moment, then turned to ask, What's worrying you, mother? Thala smiled gently and replied, Nothing. It must be the feeling of returning to the capital after so long. Anastasia was in his arms, and I realized my mother was also thinking about the queen's pregnancy. Putting that aside, they visited other clothing stores. Damien, ever so warm, pointed to an item and asked, Should I buy you this hat? After that, they returned together, Anastasia still plagued by unanswered questions. Although there were no rumors of the queen's pregnancy, it should have been big news, as it had been years since her last one. Why were they hiding it? Time passed, and the New Year's ball arrived, along with her unanswered questions one evening at the mansion. Thala picked up an invitation and suddenly spoke. They even invited children to a party that's being held so late. She wondered, sitting in her brother's lap. I wonder what brother is planning. Cut to another magnificent and splendid location. Amidst the glittering lights and the murmur of 1,000 voices, a clear voice suddenly rings out. The Enderblanc family will now enter the hall. Following them are 5 imposing figures who stride into the festival. Everyone present showered them with praise. Oh, you've finally come to the capital. It's been so long. We've missed you terribly. We sent invitations last year and the year before. Anastasia was quite surprised by their openness. She looked at her mother, surprised by their friendliness, and thought, I'm also surprised that mother is still called princess and not duchess. Even though she knew she was the only one to receive a title at that time, Therese politely said, My children are still young, so we were planning to wait a few more years before returning. A woman responded, How could that be? She gave a saccharine smile and continued, We thought we'd never get to meet your adorable children. With a polite smile, Sheila said, Hearing you say those words is enough to steal my heart. Anastasia seemed to realize that even though we were just children, they were talking about us as if we were part of the royal family. She wondered if the nobles were even aware of the queen's pregnancy. Suddenly, a voice echoed, drawing everyone's attention. The mediator between magic and divinity, the rightful heir to the Ben Kingdom, King Laxius and the queen, now enter the hall. Anastasia looked sharply towards the voice. Let's see what the emperor is thinking. Laxius's presence radiates power. He announced, I see everyone has arrived. Laxius glanced at the woman beside him, Dolores. She entered with her pregnant belly and a smug smile, as Laxius approached to support his wife, and announced that today was a day for the Perron Kingdom to celebrate together. Dolores cradles her pregnant belly, a smug smile on her face as her husband makes the announcement, a day of celebration for the entire Kingdom of Vion. The crowd erupts in whispers. Has the queen, who has been out of the public eye, been pregnant all this time? Suddenly, Laxius's gaze fell upon Rogato and his family standing below, who, catching his eye, knelt respectfully, saying, Finally, you have been blessed with a child. I sincerely congratulate you. Your Majesty, Laxius replied with satisfaction. I knew the Duke would recognize the Queen immediately. Now the Ben Kingdom has an heir. Upon hearing this, those present exchanged meaningful glances before erupting into cheers. Hooray, this is truly a joyous occasion. Now the entire kingdom can rest easy, knowing we have an heir to the throne. The women who had been clamoring moments before suddenly knew their place and backed away. Please forgive us. Anastasia looked at them wearily, wondering if the emperor had hidden the pregnancy until her family arrived in the capital to provoke this reaction. She glanced at the emperor and his wife, a flicker of caution in her eyes. These two were more trouble than she'd anticipated. As Anastasia looked up, she met Dolores's gaze and sinister smile and wondered what she had just whispered to her husband. I think she and I just made eye contact. Luxius, hearing his wife's words, called out loudly, Come here, Anastasia. The queen says your cousin wants to say hello, so Thetla reluctantly brings her child over. She gently coaxed, Let's go with mother. And Anastasia could only obey. Yes, but her mind was racing with questions, wondering why she was suddenly summoned. What are they planning? Anastasia wondered, approaching them, suspecting they were trying to intimidate her. As she approached, Dolores's voice rang out, Hello, little one. I'm about to bestow upon you a most honorable role. With a sly look, she continued, From now on, you will serve your unborn cousin as her partner. A companion. The surrounding people began to whisper amongst themselves. He said partner? Asking the young lady to be a partner? That's too unfair to a lady. They whispered their pity, careful not to speak too loudly, a role usually reserved for common children as a form of charity. How could they ask a duke's daughter to take on this role? Anastasia thought, a role usually reserved for common children to support their studies. She seems to have realized Dolores's scheme. Is she implying that my family can't properly educate me? Tila was furious and clenched her fists, her eyes sharp, vowing she couldn't take it anymore. Tila glanced at Laxius, who seemed equally unsure. Then Anastasia turned to Thala, a silent pity in her heart. My mother was furious, but anyone would be in this situation, especially here in the palace with so many eyes upon us. If we refuse, it'll only complicate things further. She hesitated for a moment, then made her decision. So, the best way to deal with her would be to act cute. Anastasia put on an innocent face, her eyes sparkling, and asked, "What's that?" Yes, her decision was to act like a 3-year-old. Laxius, unsure how to respond, instead boomed, "How dare you speak so disrespectfully before the Emperor?" Anastasia thought to herself, disrespectful? Does he think a 3-year-old knows etiquette? She then put on a blank expression and asked, "Impertinent." Deep down, Anastasia saw this as an unspoken challenge. "I'm deliberately misunderstanding you. What are you going to do about it?" Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from afar as she wondered what a partner's role was. "Your Majesty," she said, turning around, a firm conviction in her voice. That voice. It echoed again, amidst Laxius's anxiety. "I believe our benevolent Emperor understands her intentions." Anastasia seems to recognize Mikai, who is respectfully addressed as young Master Leventes upon his arrival. Mikai politely continues, "Your Majesty, I've come because I desperately need to ask you something." "Since I'm so young, will you answer my question?" Laius stammered. "I see." Mikai presses on. "If Lady Anastasia is the daughter of a princess, wouldn't that qualify her to be a princess as well?" Laxius sighed in relief, confidently replying, "Nonsense. The only one who can be called a princess is Thala." Mikai turned to Thala and asked, "Is that so?" She gently replies, "That's right, because I'm the only one who's been officially granted that title." Thala smiles brightly and continues, "But since honorary titles can be passed on to my children, Anastasia can also become a princess." Laxius was struck to the core and flew into a rage, while Mikai innocently inquired, "Then how can Lady Anastasia be a partner if she's qualified to be a princess?" Their difference in social standing is too great. Luce, unable to bear it any longer, finally shouted, "How dare you imply my child is of low status? He'll be the crown prince, the most respected person in this empire." Mikai maintained his childlike expression, feigning contemplation. "So, you're saying the crown prince wants a high-status partner to secure his position?" He snapped back, "That's right." Seizing the upper hand, he cheerfully asks, "Then I could become the crown prince's partner, couldn't I?" Luce was speechless, his face turning dark with rage. He paused, then growled, "I don't need a partner. All of you, leave." Anastasia wondered why the Emperor was so threatened by Mihai. As she pondered this, she heard someone speaking nearby. "Ah, High Priest, there you are." Looking up, she saw the Emperor and Empress fawning, "Please, bestow your blessing upon our child." Anastasia drifted back into her own thoughts. If Mikai was truly involved in something nefarious, she would have realized it by now. He's like a man in a frame. She glances up at the man standing above, trying to recall the time the low-ranking priest came, wondering if anyone had enough influence to deceive the Emperor and noble families. Out of nowhere, Mihai interrupts Anastasia's thoughts. "I did a good job, didn't I?" She glared at him, silently scolding him. "Who told you to help me out of there and hurt yourself?" Anastasia's heart ached as Mihai was dragged away to be scolded. His attempts to defuse the situation, however futile, only saddened her more. The Grand Duke took Mihai aside for a stern lecture, and suddenly Thekla embraced Anastasia, leaving her bewildered. She gently patted her young daughter. "My dear Anastasia, you must have been so scared." She looked at the bustling crowd and wondered, why did the Grand Duke bring his nephew? What kind of partner are they planning for the Duke's daughter? Both the Crown Prince and the Princess are eligible for the throne, and Anastasia's eyes begin to harden. She wondered what would happen from now on, thinking about everything they had done to her. The throne! Did they think I cared about such meaningless things? If she truly cared, she could conquer the world. Anastasia wondered how they dared hurt her loved ones for such trivial things. Looking at Mikai and her family, a sharp pain pierced her heart, and Anastasia's eyes now burned with hatred. If they continue like this, I won't stand for it. A dirty house needs a thorough cleaning. Following the chaotic New Year's party, countless invitations arrived at the Anastasia estate, most filled with flattery. These invitations have become Anastasia and her siblings' toys. Tila picked one up and said to her daughter, "These are pretty, aren't they? You can play with them as much as you want. It's good to observe things while you're young." Anastasia held the card in her hand, lost in thought. In any case, our parents would have sorted out the important letters separately. Damien, sitting behind her, happily showed another invitation to Laurentia. This invitation is from the Hepatone family. Anastasia, lost in thought, paid no mind to her siblings' chatter. The invitations our parents let us play with must be from families they aren't allied with? Whose crest is this? Since I don't know what will happen, I should at least skim some information first. She'll be so excited. Suddenly, Anastasia looks up, noticing a card set apart from the others, piquing her curiosity. This one is especially ornate. Could the seal on it mean it's an invitation from the royal family? Anastasia quickly opened the invitation to examine it, surprised that the queen would send one. She's invited the children to an educational tea party as a gesture of apology, but it's just a pretext. Suddenly, Thala snatched the invitation from Anastasia, saying, "I'm sorry, little one, you can't play with this." Anastasia looked up, realizing her mother could hardly refuse such an invitation, and wondered what the queen was plotting. The next day, the sound of heels echoed through the halls. Following the queen's invitation, Anastasia and her mother quickly entered the palace, where Dolores greeted Princess Thala. Thala quickly bowed, greeting Queen Pirzin, the mediator of the divine, and Dolores gently interrupted. "You don't need to be so polite with me," Dolores said solicitously. "Please, sit down. Everyone is waiting for you. I had no idea you were going through such a thing." Confused, Thala asked, "What do you mean?" "I heard countless rude letters about the New Year's party were sent to your mansion, and you must be unhappy. I regret my actions in front of everyone. So, Princess, you can overlook this, can't you?" Anastasia, watching her, thought, "What's wrong with her? You want forgiveness without even offering an apology?" Tala smiled brightly at Dolores, feigning ignorance. "Your Majesty," Dini whispered, bowing slightly. Dolores then said brightly, "That's right, there's nothing for us to be afraid of." Suddenly, Tita denies it sternly. "Even if you want to let it go, you should explain what happened, so everyone here can understand." Her eyes flash coldly. "So what is it you want me to overlook?" Dolores stammered, startled by Thetla's gaze. "That was last time." Clenches her fist under the table, worried that as queen she should let things go smoothly. But a moment later, Dolores suppressed her rising anger and said softly, I want to apologize to the young lady. I want to say that none of it was intentional." Dolores gritted her teeth in anger, but calmly replied, "Yes, that's what I meant." Thala breathed a sigh of relief, then gently retorted with a smile, saying that admitting a mistake wasn't exactly exemplary behavior for a queen. "But you said we were family, so I trust such incidents won't happen again." Dolores bowed her head, struggling to reply. "That's right, there won't be a next time." After Dolores and Thala's exchange, the two ladies present exchanged glances, both thinking, as expected, Princess Thala truly holds power. Soon after, Dolores hastily got up to leave, saying she had urgent business to attend to. As soon as she left, the atmosphere of the party became amicable, and the two ladies began to shower praise. "So, Princess, the young lady behaved very politely that day." Seeing this, Anastasia couldn't help but think, the moment the queen left, they started flattering her. Did they think she didn't care? The gentle Thetla, who had been calmly enjoying her tea, set her cup down. She asked softly, but her words were deadly. "Don't you discipline your children?" The lady retorted. "What are you saying, Your Highness?" Stella chuckled. You should know how to properly apologize for your wrongdoings. In the future, if your own children hesitate like this, you wouldn't scold them either, would you?" Realizing her slip, the lady stammered and bowed her head. "We have been disrespectful, Princess," Anastasia sighed. "If only they had realized it sooner." The lady continued, "We apologize, Princess. We shouldn't have spoken so carelessly." Anastasia thought to herself, Mother didn't say she'd overlook their rudeness. She glanced at the empty space of the party and wondered, by the way, hasn't the queen been gone for too long? It's not normal for the hostess to be gone this long. I should check on things. Meanwhile, in another corner, Dolores raged. "I did as you said, but nothing is going right." Dini gently soothed, "Calm down, Your Majesty." Dolores, of course, couldn't calm down. "I wanted to show her her place. She needs to know that I'm the most powerful person here." Dini gently advises Dolores to lower her voice, lest she be thought of as uncouth, silencing the queen. At the party, Anastasia overheard everything with her powers, wondering whose voice belonged to the other person besides the queen. "Is that the green-haired woman who went out with her?" Dolores shouted again. "I believed your words, and now I'm humiliated in front of everyone." So I asked aggressively, "What am I supposed to do now?" "Countess, huh?" Anastasia recalled the card that had been sent. "I remember that name. She's the one who sent that ridiculous letter. She was the queen's childhood friend and a key supporter in helping her ascend the throne. It's said she became a countess for her contributions. The queen relies on her greatly." Meanwhile, Dini calmly says, "Don't worry, Your Majesty, I have another plan." Everyone knows the Duke and Duchess raise their children well, but the youngest is still overprotected. Wouldn't it be easier to deal with the older ones if we betrothed the youngest to our side? Hearing those venomous words, Anastasia was taken aback. What was that? After a moment, the servant respectfully said, "Your Majesty, I've been waiting for you." The princess was just about to leave. Anastasia glanced over, thinking, "Whatever it is, try it. I'll stop it all." Dolores asked with an embarrassed expression, "Are you leaving?" She's suddenly speaking such saccharine words. "Princess Thala, I sincerely apologize and hope you can understand." Dolores expressed her feelings with an innocent face. "In the spring, I too will become a mother, and I have no one to learn from but Princess Thala." With that, she put on a pleading face and begged, "So please, Princess, visit the royal palace often with your children. We'll create a space like this every week. It's my humble request." But Thetla simply refused, saying, "I appreciate your kind words, Your Majesty. My child is still too young to visit often." These words seemed to petrify Doris. What? Yet Thetla still chose to take her child's hand and leave. Before leaving, she left behind a few words. Words that proved the queen cared for and trusted the Enderblank family. Dolores, hearing this, became flustered and stammered, "Of course, that's only natural. She is the Emperor's only younger sister." Dini, who had been listening to the conversation, looked displeased, her eyes filled with complex emotions. Anastasia squeezed Thala's hand, not bothering to look back, and breathed a sigh of relief. No matter how much they scheme, her mother would never accept it. And so they continued to pull at Anastasia's mother, even though she didn't care at all. Or rather, Thala was the one who suffered. At the Emperor's estate, the shattering of glass and curses echoed throughout the house. "You said it would work this time. Are you just going to let things remain as they are?" Dolores continued to rant. "How will you compensate me for the injustice I've suffered? I've given you so much." Dini could only bow her head and tremble. "I'm sorry, Your Majesty. Apologies aren't enough to quell my anger." Anastasia, in her mother's arms, eavesdrops and muses. No matter how many times she sees this, she can't see anything but the devil in her. Is it okay to have such thoughts while pregnant? Suddenly, a maid arrived to announce, "Madam, the Queen has sent another invitation." Thetla simply replied, "Is that so?" Her face suddenly filled with an unusual anxiety, prompting Anastasia to call out to her. Mother puts everything aside, gently coaxing, "My Anastasia, are you sleepy? Let me sing you a lullaby." As she lay there, she sensed something strange was happening. Anastasia was surprised to hear the lullaby in her ear. Her mother's song had turned into a monotone speech. Her tiny hand clenched, revealing the burning determination within. "Okay, this won't solve anything. I need to act before Mother becomes even more exhausted." Anastasia's eyes were no longer innocent, but strangely sharp. "Their plans always fail, but I will succeed. Night has fallen, and in Anastasia's cradle, Chaco is constantly reassuring her. Chaco will do it. I like this. I can roast people in hellfire, but the Demon King is so kind. Chaco is great at driving people apart. It's much easier than waiting for the Demon King, and Anastasia agrees. Yes, it's best to divide them. A highly effective method for both of them." The image of Thet La standing at the Emperor and Empress's feet made her start to tear herself apart. She wondered why the Empress called her a partner and not a servant. It seems Anastasia has found the answer. The Queen was originally a servant of Viscount Dini. Not only that, but there's another factor. She's the daughter of a fallen knight family. She had fallen for an incompetent member of the royal family. Little did anyone know Laxius would become emperor. And so she was approved as an empress without much scrutiny. It seems Count Dini wasn't paying much attention at the time. However, thanks to his mother's choice, Laxius survived and claimed the throne, causing Duke Dini to seethe with rage at the reversal of fortune. Meanwhile, the Queen worried her dark past would be exposed, so she chose Anastasia as a close confidant for easy control. They still harbored resentment towards each other. Anastasia calculated that with a small turning point, their trust would crumble in no time. She had to admit, predictable enemies were the easiest to deal with. Suddenly, Choco's voice cut through her thoughts. "Trust in Choco and everything will be resolved before spring, my lord." Anastasia smiled, breathed a sigh of relief, and petted Choco. I'm counting on you. 2 weeks later, at the grand festival celebrating the Crown Prince's 8th month of pregnancy, Anastasia is attending when Choco arrives, announcing that the Demon King is calling for her. She looked up at Choco, listening intently. The Demon King said that if you're going to do something, you have to do it big, right? Anastasia wondered, when did that happen? Choco proudly points to himself, saying, that's why I've prepared a huge surprise. As the Demon King's aide, it has to be big. She seemed incredulous and helpless, making me feel a little worried, but also half expectant. Anastasia looks at everyone, wondering if she should test Choco's skills, when someone suddenly calls out to Duke Dithers. He hesitantly asks, I heard the investment for this project has been withdrawn. Is that true? She couldn't believe her ears, blurting out, what? Another woman stepped forward, shouting to grab everyone's attention. Is that true? Ah, Lady Tuanya was so confident, so I partnered with her. But what happened? Visibly shaken, she tries to reassure them. Wait, what are you talking about? Another person chimes in. I heard the land you received actually belonged to someone else. The atmosphere suddenly crackles with energy as whispers erupt. Wasn't that land given to her by the Queen herself? I heard a rumor that you've been losing people's trust lately. It seems Dini has been abandoned. Her face was a mess of frustration and helplessness against the jeers. A woman in black approached, pointing a finger. What are you going to do? Before she could finish, Dini fled amidst the woman's screams, stripped of her title. The Empress consort was chatting with another lady, unaware of what was happening, when Dini ran up, her face contorted with frustration, and screamed Dolores's name. While Dolores was still trying to understand what was happening, Dini confronted her. How dare you do this to me? Her scream echoed through the air, stunning everyone. Grand Duke Leventus was also watching this farce unfold, while Anastasia coldly observed from afar, thinking he had set the stage quite well. Seeing Nee standing beside her, smug as could be, she gave it an approving look, thinking, that's my pet. Dolores, caught off guard, shouted, how dare you? What do you think you're doing? Strip her of her title, Nee lost her composure and shouted even louder. What am I doing? She glared at Dolores with hatred and questioned her loudly. That's what I want to ask you, Dolores said, startled. How dare you address an empire's empress like that? Even if you were once my close friend, there are limits. Don't test my mercy as empress. Compassion? Is that what you call it? Dini scoffed at Dolores's threat. The Queen's mercy? What nonsense. She scoffed. If I hadn't taken you in when you were struggling in poverty upon arriving in the capital, would you even be a queen now? Dini's words threw Dolores into a panic, and she stammered, why are you bringing that up now? Pressing her advantage, Dini continued her interrogation. Now you intend to repay my kindness with malice. Yes, her provocation had clearly reached Dolores's limit, and she began to threaten her. What the hell? Can't you shut your mouth? As Doris continued to threaten, Dini rushed forward and grabbed her head, saying, shut your mouth, and I might forgive you. Anastasia was enjoying the show when a hand suddenly reached out and blocked her view, prompting her to rewind the scene. Anastasia thought angrily, what the heck? It was getting to the best part. It was Mikai. He smiled innocently, gently explaining, you're too young to be watching things like this, kid. Meanwhile, Dini and Dolores were locked in a fierce struggle, each grabbing the other's hair. Dolores angrily shouted, aren't you going to let go? Dini showed no mercy, retorting, you let go of me first. How dare you? Dolores threatened. You're the one who should let go of me first, Dini shouted back, unafraid. Of course I dare. 10 years ago, you didn't dare say a word to me. I already outranked you then. The surrounding guests tried to intervene. Viscount, please. The Queen is pregnant. Your Majesty, we'll stop the Viscount if you let go first. Dini ranted and raved, accusing her of being ungrateful. You did this on purpose, didn't you? You created this mess right after giving me that land. Though Mihai blocked her view of the drama, Anastasia was happy just listening, sure that things were now in chaos. Through the gaps in his fingers, Anastasia watched Dini lose control, realizing the business she'd built on the Queen's trust was now in ruins. So this outcome was understandable, and Viscount Dini's spreading rumors about the Queen has brought their mutual suspicion to a head. The Queen scornfully says, seeing you act like this, it seems the rumors you spread behind my back are true. Dini retorted sarcastically, you're just trying to provoke me because you have nothing else to say. Right, Doris? Seeing the scene unfold, Mikai worried, thinking this was not something children should witness. Sheila approached Anastasia and Mihai, gently saying, on behalf of those shameful adults, I'm sorry kids, it's getting late, why don't you head back first? Mihai replied politely, yes, I understand. Anastasia departed, betraying no emotion. She thought to herself, yes, stop here and go back, because their relationship is already ruined. The events that followed were reported to Anastasia by Chaco. You stayed there. It excitedly said, the Emperor personally took care of everything. Did you know? It turns out the Emperor witnessed the fight right after we left. Lucius was stunned by the scene before him, and angrily shouted, "What the hell are you two doing?" With a look of disbelief, he brazenly questioned, "How dare you harm the Empress in my presence?" Upon noticing the Emperor's presence, Dini panicked and quickly let go, stammering, "It's just that." Before Dini could answer, Laxius roared in fury, attacking the pregnant Empress to harm the Crown Prince, execute her immediately, and strip her of her title. Dolores frantically threw herself into the Emperor's arms, bursting into tears and speaking in a voice full of sorrow. "Your Majesty," in Laxius's arms where he couldn't see. Dolores coldly glanced at Dini and continued, "Even though it's true that Viscount Dini just frightened me." The audience fell silent, all eyes on her. Dolores looked up at Laxius with glistening eyes, tears welling up as she softly pleaded, "But she's still my only childhood friend. Please don't punish her too harshly." The Crown Prince is about to be born, and with Dolores's perfect portrayal of a considerate wife, Laxius seems to forget all his anger. Blushing with satisfaction, he said, "The Queen's sincerity surpasses even the angels." However, the Emperor has no intention of forgiving Dini. He coldly turned and decreed, "You are stripped of your title. Your crime is attacking the Queen with intent to assassinate the Crown Prince, for which you should be executed. But because the Queen has pleaded with me..." Dolores embraced the Emperor, looking at Dini with a triumphant gaze. Provoked, she was both angry and afraid, whispering, "Your Majesty." The Emperor continued his decree. "Instead of execution, you will be stripped of your lands and banished from the Empire." Dini was utterly defeated and dragged away by the guards in a pathetic state, relentlessly questioning the Queen. "How could you?" Her final desperate scream echoed, "How could you do this to me?" And that's how the Duchess was kicked out. Chaco happily concluded the story. Anastasia said with satisfaction, "I see. You did well," as she stroked Chaco's head, secretly assessing Dini. Who starts a war without a single escape route? Anastasia suddenly thought of the Empress, now without her close aide. The Queen will likely remain silent for a while, no longer thinking of bothering her mother or causing trouble for her siblings. Thinking of Laurentia and Damien, Anastasia finally let go of her worries, their gentle images appearing in her mind. "Here's a gift for you. Anastasia, let me read to you." Her heart swelled with happiness, finally feeling a sense of relief. Spring has arrived and the magnificent castle appears. Anastasia coldly thinks, it's time to return to the territory. But back at the castle, the family gathered in the drawing room where Rogato announced, "The Queen's delivery is only a few weeks away, so we'll be staying in the capital until then." Damien asked him in his childish voice, "So, we won't be able to see the April festival this year?" The law sighed, saying with reluctance, "Perhaps we have to return within 2 weeks to make it to the April festival." "Really?" Laurentia innocently asks. "Lara really wants to go with Princess the Law and Zaxa, too." The Law said gently, "I heard there's a spring festival in the capital, and it's supposed to be beautiful. Would you like to go see it?" Hearing her praise its beauty, Laurentia's eyes lit up as she asked, "Beautiful?" Anastasia remained silent beside her. She smiled happily, thinking that spending warm moments with her family in the capital wouldn't be bad. However, that peace wouldn't last long. As the scene shifts to a dark corridor, Tella worriedly asked, "Her fever still hasn't broken?" The doctor calmly replied, "Since she's taken fever medicine, we'll have to observe her until dawn." Voices echoed in Anastasia's head. "We were supposed to go to the festival tomorrow, and now this." Slowly opening her eyes, her mind reeling, Anastasia wondered if this sudden illness was a sign that her worries were finally easing. Anastasia lamented, "Did everyone go to the festival? It's a shame I can't do anything. Hopefully, they're having a good time." Suddenly, Rogato's large face appeared before her. Overjoyed, he says, "My youngest is awake?" Rogato smiles gently at Anastasia, seemingly unaware she's thinking, "Why is father still here?" He placed a hand on his daughter's forehead, comforting her. "Good girl, the fever's gone." Anastasia was unexpectedly lifted into the air. "I really don't understand this family's standards for praise." The trashy maid looked around, secretly judging. "This room is beautiful, yet unfamiliar. Is this my first time at the mansion? Is this father's office?" Seeing the curiosity on her small face, Rogato says, "You must be surprised to be in such an unfamiliar place. This is where I work, my daughter." Seeming confused, Anastasia asks, "Work?" He continued, Your mother, brother, and sister are not home right now. They've gone to see the spring festival, so you must be sad. Anastasia obediently shook her head, and Rogato, surprised, picked her up and spoke. Is that so? Then you wouldn't mind staying with me today, would you? Anastasia felt a little uneasy. Why would her father ask if it was okay for her to be with him? Memories resurface, reminding her that she was an agreeable child, not one to cling to her mother's arms. Her hands were mostly for her siblings. Perhaps that's why father thinks I don't like him very much. Anastasia buried her head in Rogato's chest, silently admitting, I love you so much, father. Seeing this, he smiled and asked, You're still tired, aren't you, my dear? That's not it. And with that, a new resolve ignited within her. This can't go on. I need to clear up this misunderstanding with father today. Anastasia stared at the documents on the desk, a flicker of fear in her eyes. But was all that work really her father's? Indeed, he's a duke. She muttered, Father, that's a lot of work. Rogato couldn't hide his joy, replying firmly, You speak just like your mother. Your father doesn't just play around, you know. Anastasia felt guilty for making her father waste his precious time on her. Seeing her distracted, Rogato asked worriedly, Oh dear, doesn't my daughter like me? Anastasia startled and replied, No, I do. He confessed honestly, saying that even though he had much to do, he could put it aside to play with his youngest. Do you want to play with me today? Anastasia's cheeks flushed red without her even realizing it. How could she refuse him when he asked like that? She thought for a moment, then grabbed his sleeve and obediently replied, Yes. Rogato set her down, beaming, and asked, My little one, what would you like to play? Anastasia blankly repeats, Yes? She's stunned, realizing she's never made decisions like this before. Even though he knew how to win a war or had once succeeded in suppressing a rebellion, Rogato continued to open his heart. Your father just likes being by your side like this, but feel free to tell me if you think of anything. Anastasia thought to herself, It's been so long since I've been with father, it's awkward to do nothing. What do I usually do? She remembers playing with Damien, but playing outside is out of the question. Suddenly, an image of the three siblings reading pops into her head, and Anastasia is struck by inspiration. That's right. After thinking, she suggests reading books. Rogato's eyes lit up with emotion at his daughter's words. He hugged her tightly, nuzzling his cheek against hers as he praised her. You're so smart, my darling. Anastasia wondered what could have moved him so deeply. Time slipped away as Rogato tirelessly read to his youngest child, moving from the first book to the second, and then the third, losing all track of time. As Rogato read, Anastasia focused intently, prompting a word of praise from him. The youngest seems to be even more focused than Damien was. Rogato chuckled, reminiscing about the past. Not to compare, but your older siblings couldn't wait for me to finish a book like this. I'll read to you more often since you're so focused. What's this? Do you remember me reading to you about it before? Anastasia pointed at the picture, babbling. Tiger. Rogato proudly praised her. That's right, it's a tiger. That's the tiger. The youngest loves most. But she thinks to herself that it's not her favorite. But there's no need to correct him. Rogato then pointed to the deer, and Anastasia obediently repeated, Deer. After a while, Anastasia was defeated by Rogato, her body exhausted and drained of energy. Anastasia drowsily wondered if she had just woken up from a fever. She felt so sleepy. Her eyes were closed, but she told herself she couldn't sleep yet. Rogato gently stroked Anastasia's hair as he saw she had fallen asleep. He gazed at her, sleeping peacefully in his arms, and softly asked, Our youngest is so timid, isn't she? Rogato thought of his wife, noting that while she looked like a perfect copy of Thetla, her reserved personality was quite different from their princess. He had long known that no matter who she resembled or whose traits she later adopted, the fact that she was his precious youngest would never change. Anastasia drowsily opened her eyes, vaguely hearing Laurencia's question. Is she all right now? A voice from afar replied, She's not in pain anymore, she's sleeping. Laurencia, standing by Anastasia's cradle, anxiously said, Oh, Lara, we woke her up. What should we do? Hearing this, Damien rushed to comfort her. If you're still sleepy, go back to sleep, Anastasia. Your brother will lull you back to sleep. Dreaming? She sat up, picked up the flowers, and wondered how they got on her bed. Tyla entered the room, asking, Did you sleep well, Anastasia? Anastasia looked up, stammering, What's this? Thetla gently replies, These are gifts from your brother Damien and sister Laurencia. Seeing her daughter staring at the flowers, she asks, Do you like them? Anastasia smiles, replying, Yes, I love it. Thetla then gently explains, You have to tell your brother and sister that. They're both very worried about you. Anastasia obediently replied, yes. She was secretly content with her current life, wishing only to stay here like this, in a family where only happiness resides. But before long, on the first day of April, La stood by the window watching the rain when she heard a voice from behind. A hesitant maid announced, "They say the Queen is in labor. His Majesty requests your presence at the palace." As thunder cracked, a storm began to brew. A heavy rain blankets the tense atmosphere of the castle as a maid joyfully exclaims, "It's a healthy princess." Dolores, ignoring her postpartum pain, trembled, trying to confirm the princess's features, as if unable to believe her eyes. Her face paled, and she muttered, "The prince, our crown prince." Then everything went dark, and the terrified queen fainted, sending the maids into a panic. The queen regained consciousness, while beside her, Emperor Laxius frantically yelled at the maid holding the baby. "Is it really a daughter? Not a son, but a daughter?" The servant stammered, "Yes, your majesty." Hearing the answer, his face paled even further. He trembled, his voice weak. "This can't be." Suddenly, a figure burst through the door, and Laxius thought bitterly, "Of all times, I have to see the face I least want to see." He forced himself to speak. "So it's come to this?" Thala calmly replied, "I came because the emperor summoned me." "How is the queen?" The emperor coldly stated, "She's given birth." A maid holding the baby quickly approached Thala, bowing and softly saying, "You've delivered a healthy princess." Ignoring Laxius's displeasure, she gently leaned in to look at the child, a tiny, tearful baby girl with distinctive red hair. Contrary to Laxius's disdain, her eyes were filled with love. "Congratulations." Lucius stood silently by, seething inside. It should have been the son he'd longed for, not a daughter. The more he thought about it, the more anxious he became, Laxius's fingers unconsciously tightening. He had imagined the day his son would surpass Theatlaw's children and become crown prince, even if it was just a small sense of victory in front of her. Breaking the silence, Emperor Dias remarked, "So you were originally a princess?" Thylla looked up and replied, "That's right." He waved his hand, turned, and left, saying, "Then give her a name." Before she could understand, Thetlaw dazedly agreed. Looking at the constantly crying, red-faced child, Sheila thought to herself, "Am I really going to name their precious firstborn?" She felt even more pity for the child, thinking, "Poor thing, my granddaughter." After some thought, "Thetlai, I think the name Puppet suits you well," and in the girl's clear cry. At 5:55 a.m. on April 1st, the first princess of the Paranslot Kingdom was born. As time passed towards the end of May, the queen no longer appeared at social events, and 3 weeks after giving birth, she began hosting various dance gatherings. The queen is exaggerating, wondering how great our shell of a body will become. Apparently, there was a flash of light in the sky the day she was born. The ladies at the party spared no compliments, flattering her endlessly, certain that she would become an extremely attractive princess. But in their hearts, they exchanged glances and whispered, "Did you hear? She usually leaves her child to the nanny anyway," one lady remarked sarcastically. "That's right. If the queen raised her daughter herself, she would grow up without any dignity. Unless Princess Thetla became her godmother, there might be some hope." Chaco ended the story by saying, "That's what I heard from the other nobles." Anastasia gripped the wooden hammer by her bed. She continued, "Did you think I would let you have your way?" The Empress was furious after hearing the name my mother chose. Which nobles would know such a thing? At that moment, Dolores angrily shouted at the Emperor, "She should name the child after a son, so our next child will be a boy. Tesla and her blank gave her that name to ruin us." Anastasia scoffed, thinking, after saying all that, how could her mother be the godmother? Besides, whether it's a son or a daughter, it won't affect the succession. She gently pounded the pillow with her fist to vent her frustration, urging her to continue reporting. There were also some discussions about his potential subordinates. Remembering Grand Duke Leventis and the child Mikai, Anastasia asked, "By the way, will Duke Leventis be at today's celebration?" Chaco replied, "Yes, it would be stranger if the Grand Duke didn't come." "That's true, since he's guarding the border, but there's a chance that clumsy oaf will come too, and something will probably happen." The Queen mentions the High Mage will attend the party, bringing a sense of relief, yet unease. Anastasia takes particular note of the nickname Hugh, the Clumsy One. She pondered that if they were going to slander someone, they should at least state the reason. If there really was a serious reason, her parents would never have allowed him to come to the Duke's mansion. "I thought coming to the capital would at least reveal why everyone is wary of Mikai, but no one mentions the reason." Her eyes narrowed in thought. It was too harsh to hate him without reason. Someone must be spreading malicious rumors, someone other than the nobles or the royal family. Remembering Mika's innocent eyes and bright smile, Anastasia vows to uncover the truth and punish those who made him a target of such malice, knowing all too well the pain it inflicts. As if to steel her resolve, she swung the hammer hard against her knee. But suddenly, Mikai appeared beside Anastasia. He gently reached out and asked, "Little one, who made you so angry?" Anastasia was startled, but it was too late to stop. But it was too late. She had already slammed the hammer into his hand. Mihai winced in pain, letting out a soft cry. Anastasia paled as she looked at Mihai, thinking she had just hit a child. At that moment, Choco quickly switched to doll mode, and Mihai gently took Anastasia's hand as she stammered his name. He smiled gently, saying, "If something is bothering you, can you tell me about it?" Anastasia asked in confusion. "Don't you feel any pain?" She worried. Even though it was just a toy hammer, it was still quite large. Mikai stroked his chin as if in thought, then cheerfully said, "If you blow on it, it won't hurt anymore." Anastasia returned to her cold demeanor. She looked at him like he was a fool, thinking she worried for nothing. Mikai continued to tease Anastasia. "You're not going to blow on it? Don't you know how, even after hitting me?" She hugs herself and continues to argue. "I already greeted you." Mikai lies on the floor, props up his chin, and looks at Anastasia with a teasing tone. "You're talking more now, little one." He smiles, amused. "Do you really want to talk to me that badly?" Anastasia sighed, thinking, talking to him is such a waste of breath. Before she could speak, Mikai, undeterred, asked, "Did you know I'm attending the celebration for the newborn princess?" Anastasia thought, "Why is he asking me that? Seriously, that day." She turned to quietly assess him, but her thoughts were suddenly interrupted. Under Anastasia's astonished gaze, Mikhail's eyes seemed to sparkle. She wondered, why does he look like he's about to cry? Without thinking, Anastasia reached out to touch Mai's cheek. He didn't avoid her touch, saying softly, "If you take my hand that day, I won't be lonely." Mikhail choked out, "You're younger than me, but you have to hold my hand tight that day." Silence fell between them, and neither spoke. They exchanged tender glances, and Anastasia resolved to say nothing more, promising herself to remember this moment. But her expression softened as she gently took his hand and promised she would. It was Princess Charlotte's birthday, and summer in the capital began in May. The blazing sun beats down, and Anastasia wonders who thought holding a party at 3 p.m. was a good idea. "The hottest time of day," Anastasia sighs. Damien, standing beside her, asked with concern, "Anastasia, are you feeling unwell?" Lost in thought, she sighed, the formal dress only making her feel hotter. Hopefully the party venue would be cooler. Suddenly, a blonde-haired boy with crystal eyes appeared before her as Mikai waved and greeted, "Hello, little Duchess." Rogato approached with Thekla, smiling as he said, "Mikhail, you're early. I've already heard from the Grand Duke." Mikai politely replied, "Yes, grandfather said he might be a little late." He leaned down to Anastasia and whispered, "I dressed up nicely today because you said you'd hold my hand. How do I look?" "Do you like it?" Anastasia wondered worriedly. Has he been waiting outside alone in this heat? After a moment of silence and consideration, Anastasia gently offered her small hand. Mikai was surprised by her tender response. He smiles contentedly, and Mikai quickly takes her hand, his eyes full of affection. "Let's go, little princess." The Rogato family was speechless at the sight. He lamented, trying to hide his tears. "Our Anastasia?" The 3 remaining Rogatos were left utterly helpless. Inside the castle, Anastasia couldn't help but think, "It's still hot in here." Mikai thoughtfully fans her and asks, "Little one, are you still hot?" She gives a curt reply. "What about you?" He replied, "I'm fine. I don't mind fanning you." She thought to herself, "It's not like I care about him." I heard the current king avoids magic to avoid being noticed. Who knew the palace didn't even have standard magical temperature control? Mikai rambled on. "Let's bring you some juice." Anastasia was lost in thought, realizing they were quite the troublesome couple in many ways. Meanwhile, Dolores smirks, cradling the princess and exclaiming, "You say our aura exudes holiness? Goodness, she's only 2 months old." The ladies-in-waiting fawned. "Isn't it all because Her Majesty is so devout? She worried so much when the princess was born." No one noticed the little princess's discomfort until she burst into a piercing cry, immediately catching Anastasia's attention. Anastasia caught the nanny's eye, thinking to herself that she was Slot's nanny. She's been staring at me with that sour look for a while now. What's her problem? Suddenly, Mihai moved closer, blocking Anastasia's view, and said, "Baby Slot has the same expression as the Duchess when she's angry." Anastasia wondered if Mihai just stared at her face all day, as he kept asking, "Would you like some juice?" Dolores continued to drone on, saying Slot had been a dutiful daughter since birth. She was born quickly, eager to see His Majesty as soon as possible, as those around her continued with their insincere praise. "Even at a young age, the princess is so kind and considerate to her parents," the nanny said coolly. "Of course." The princess is truly blessed, unlike some who would trade their parents for their own life. As she spoke, her eyes glanced at Mikai, her sarcastic tone clear for all to hear. Of course, Mikai heard the words and he froze instantly. The air grew still. Anastasia frowned, wondering if she was talking about Mikai, whose parents died in a monster attack during a dangerous border region inspection. Young Mikai was entrusted to the Grand Duke at that time, but she wondered, why did they speak as if it was Mikai's fault? He seemed to be holding back his emotions as Mikai remained silent. He continued to smile gently as if nothing had happened, dabbing Anastasia's cheek with a handkerchief as he said, "You have something on your mouth, little one." Anastasia was also surprised by Mikai's reaction, and she looked at him with confusion. "Why are you still smiling? Did you know this would happen?" "So that's why you wanted me to hold your hand." Anastasia gently took Mikai's hand and softly spoke his name. Surprised by this, Mikai paused for a moment, then happily said, "The youngest held my hand and said my name all day today. I must remember this." Anastasia looked at Mikai, puzzled. Why would you commemorate a day like this? That idiot. Seeing that Mikhail didn't react as she'd hoped, the nanny approached the queen, hastily pushing her away, while saying to the young ladies, "The queen seems tired and will rest for a while." Dolores was also surprised by her actions. As the doors closed, the queen allowed herself to be led away. Anastasia wondered if they'd replaced the ousted nun with someone resembling her. Let's see what they're whispering about. Meanwhile, the nanny coldly questions the queen. "Why didn't you follow the original plan?" Dolores retorted, annoyed. "What do you mean? Didn't I do as I was told?" The nanny, her expression unreadable, calmly replies, "I told you so clearly." The high priest said the reason she gave birth to a princess instead of a prince was because the gods were angry. And the reason was... Dolores hesitantly said, "Duke Leventis, you said." The nanny suddenly lost her composure, shouting that if Dolores hadn't summoned that cursed name, she would have given birth to the prince they all longed for. Dolores replied in fear, "I know. Now that I've summoned him, I'll make sure he doesn't come near us, okay?" The nanny's eyes suddenly turned frightening as she coldly continued, "That alone won't quell the wrath of the holy god. I told you, we have to completely eliminate that filth." Dolores continued fearfully, "But if we do such things, what if we encounter even more misfortune?" Suddenly, she was thrown against the wall behind her, the impact causing her to scream. Hearing this, Anastasia finally understood. That was divine power, and the nanny was radiating an invisible force. She said coldly, "Do you doubt my words?" Queen Dolores, now without her arrogance, stammered, "Of course not, I won't do it again." Anastasia calmly thought to herself, unsurprised. She was sent from the temple, her divine power meant to protect. Yet she used it like that and spoke of Michaelis in that tone. She decided she would punish her accordingly this time. Night begins to fall, and in the carriage Laurentia rests on Damien's lap. They were both fast asleep while Anastasia sat perched on Thetla. She was also asleep, leaving Anastasia to quietly channel her power, thinking, since they attacked first, she would retaliate, making it unbreakable by anyone with less than extremely high divine power, at least at her level. The surrounding scenery gradually fades into silent darkness, as Anastasia recalls Mikai and Grand Duke Leventis seeing her off. Mikhail smiled. "Little princess, you're returning to the duchy, right? I'd love to come to your next birthday party. Will you invite me?" Though Long thought to herself, "Please don't ask such questions," Anastasia simply replied with a short, "Yes." Receiving the answer he wanted, he happily took her hand and confirmed, "Really? Little one will invite me? I'll definitely be there." Finally, Mikhail says, "Thank you for today." Anastasia simply bowed her head in silence. Breaking free from her thoughts, she resolved to double her efforts and return the pain she felt in her heart. Days later, Dolores grew increasingly gaunt and pale, gasping for breath. "I'm cursed," she shrieked. "Bring the high priest at once." And so, after the princess's birthday party, rumors spread that the queen and the nanny were cursed. It's understandable that they assumed they were cursed, as their bodies felt hotter than usual. Dolores panicked, crying, "Your Majesty, I feel so hot." But Laxius only told her to bring magical tools. The nanny immediately stopped her. "That's not possible. How could such things—" "Aren't you ashamed before the gods?" The nanny had been having nightmares. In that dream, the gods punished her, and she wondered, haven't I always been good at getting rid of trash? In her agitation, she flipped backward, and Dolores lamented, "I don't even have the strength to hold her anymore." Laxius immediately snapped, "High priest, do something!" And so he approached the queen, channeling magic into her. A moment later, Laxius asked, "How is she?" But the priest could only stammer, unsure of her condition. Hearing this news, he was devastated. Even your divine power can't undo it. Impossible. Contact the Duke for me. I need to invite the magic tower master to heal her. The maids whispered amongst themselves, as even the priest couldn't resolve it. The queen is cursed? But the nanny with divine power was also cursed? Did she secretly do something bad? The high priest knew in his heart that this was dangerous. If it continued, not only would the reputation of the people be ruined, but also their relationship with the royal family. He had to resolve it before things got worse. Days later, a carriage arrives and a magical communication device begins to transmit. Thankfully, I understand, Your Majesty. Accordingly, the information exchanged was that the magic tower had eased the curse. Anastasia muses that she heard a magic tower near the Duke's mansion was cooperating with them. The royals, who once despised magic, are now forced to bow their heads. The magic tower seems to have some skills, but that was a high-level mind manipulation spell. More than a curse. At least she'll have a hard time until autumn. Thetla then said the queen was still young, and she hoped there wouldn't be any major problems. News spread that the nanny, who was said to be cursed, had her magic drained. Anastasia sighed in relief, of course. A weight lifted. Who would dare harm a child, and to do it right in front of me? A curse from the divine or from evil is all the same. She wondered if Mikhail had heard the news. I wonder if he's more comfortable now. I hope he is. I see a child familiar with vile words. I've seen that expression enough. Just then, she was called upon. Little one, why do you like Mikhail? Anastasia shyly replied, I like you, father. Laurencia added that she liked him too, which delighted Rogato. Of course, your favorite is me, right? Laurencia hugs her tightly, while Anastasia wonders how her father knew she was thinking about Mikai. Anastasia felt a chill run down her spine. Her father's intuition was terrifying. Then her sister asked Thela, Is father coming with us? Which reminded Anastasia that Rogato had his own affairs to attend to. Thela had previously questioned whether he was abandoning his ducal duties, given the capital's affairs, but her husband insisted he didn't want to be separated from his family. Brushing aside the argument, Thela replied, Father said he'd be lonely traveling alone, so we'll go together. Anastasia understood. So that's why father used the magical communication device. Then Laurencia hugs Damien. Lara is happy that the family is together again, and he looks tenderly at Laurencia. Rogato, of course, was thoroughly enjoying this small happiness, as Anastasia regained her composure. About 6 months after arriving in the capital, she quietly observed her sister's delight, and with Laurencia's cheers, she knew they had finally returned to the Duke's mansion. Meanwhile, the priest is furious. How dare you ignore the temple and use forbidden magic? This is a warning that the Holy One is angry. What happens when you're near a cursed person? Meanwhile, he darkly asks, should I issue a warning about this? I think it would be good if the person needed me a little more, as I want to see them again soon. He reverently reached out his hand for my savior, my Anastasia. With that, he was overcome with emotion. Unbeknownst to her, far away, she gazed out with hopeful eyes while the maids teared up at Anastasia's return. I missed you so much. Milady, you've grown so much. You should have let us see you grow step by step. Turning to the side, she saw the knights, helpless and regretful. We wanted to go to the capital, too. We've missed you so much these past few months. It's okay, she reassured, seeing their worried, hopeful faces. Everyone was stunned, hardly recognizing Anastasia. She was like a different person. They wept tears of joy at her transformation, overcome with emotion and delight. My lady, you speak so clearly now. Have we trained enough these past 6 months to be worthy of you? Meanwhile, Anastasia sees they haven't changed a bit, still as boisterous as ever, with Laurencia happily waving beside her. Everyone is well, I hope? Ken approached her, looking rather pleased with himself. Lady Lara, your timing is perfect. Laurencia didn't understand what was happening or why he would say that. Ken knelt on one knee, holding out the gift box as he explained, we didn't celebrate your birthday because you were in the mana pool. He presents the gift to Laurencia as a birthday wish, saying the knights have a birthday gift for her. Receiving the gift from Kane, she hugged it tightly, eager to open it. Can I open it now? Ken replied with a gentle smile. Of course. Laurencia eagerly opened the gift, her eyes sparkling with delight. Laurencia held it up, a sword she absolutely loved. Turning to Anastasia, she asked, Look, don't I look like a hero now? Anastasia happily agrees, and Laurencia, now wielding the sword like a treasure, promises to protect her. So you don't have to worry anymore, Anastasia stared blankly. Really? Laurencia suddenly laughs, brandishing her sword as if to affirm it. That's right, because your sister is a hero. Anastasia looked up, her eyes sparkling with happiness. Laurencia continued, I'll protect you no matter what. She reached out her hand, wanting to pinky swear and keep her promise to Anastasia. She promised, and they sealed their vow with a pinky swear, promising to protect her forever. The knight protecting Anastasia overhears Laurencia's desire to become a hero, stroking his chin with an indulgent expression. So, Lady Lara wants to be a hero? To be a hero, we'll need a Demon King's castle. Of course, he continues to list the hero's requirements, suggesting they build the Demon King's castle in the forest, as they discussed. The two knights were initially perplexed, but soon they all agreed. They rushed to complete Laurencia's wish as quickly as possible. All right, let's build it for the young lady's sake. But soon, the joyful atmosphere faded, replaced by a chilling air that turned everyone pale, their limbs trembling. I feel like I'm about to die. I can't move anymore. But it seems the Demon King's platform is complete. A wooden treehouse, catching the early sunlight. Laurencia was taken aback, clasping her hands together and jumping for joy. Amazing. Just amazing. So the Demon King is living there now? Laurencia excitedly asks, if Lara defeats the Demon King and rescues the faraway princess, then this castle will become Lara's, right? Upon hearing the name Demon King, the three knights were filled with dread. Demoniam sing. Anastasia found this puzzling. Why were they taking this so seriously? The Demon King's fortress. 2 days after its completion, two knights suspiciously discuss something. Are you kidding me? You really think you can kidnap our young lady? It's not kidnapping. I'm just borrowing her for Lady Lara's sake. Shh. The young lady has sharp ears. She'll wake up if we're not careful. Unfortunately for them, Anastasia was already awake. It seems she overheard their conversation. I'm awake now. Anastasia anticipated what she overheard. It seems they're planning some kind of performance. Arthur grabbed his head and cried out, unable to accept it. But I'm playing the Demon King? I don't want Lady Lara to hate me. So, he's the one playing the Demon King. Anastasia felt pity for the charade they were putting on for Laurencia. This is what my sister wants. I suppose I'll help them out of pity. How pitiful. Little do they know, she's been awake and heard their entire scheme. Oh dear. Anastasia wakes up and rubs her eyes, still a little sleepy. Who's there? Arthur heard this and his face turned deathly pale. Okay, grab onto me and let's go. He felt guilty as he carried her away, full of remorse. I'm sorry, my lady. Anastasia is confused by his actions, and the knight, seeing Arthur use a magic gate in such a ridiculous situation, yells, "You idiot! That's for emergencies. For this?" Immediately after, Athos and Anastasia teleported to the Demon King's castle. Confused, she asks about the magic portal, as Arthur, realizing his mistake, bows deeply and begs for forgiveness. I'm sorry, my lady. I won't beg for forgiveness, but please don't cry. This is all for Lady Lara. Anastasia doesn't scold him, but thinks to herself, even if it's for her sister, wasting something so expensive is like half a year's salary. He carries her away, but she doesn't even know who he is. Who is he? Arthur quickly revealed his identity. I am one of Lady Lara's knights. Suddenly, a group of knights swarmed in, their faces full of anger, shouting, "Hey, if you've got a problem, step out here right now. How dare you kidnap our young lady?" Anastasia looks on, realizing her knights have arrived, while below they shout, "You won't take the young lady anywhere." Genev, losing patience, bristles with anger, intimidating them, but they steal their resolve and charge into battle. Fine, come on then. Let's end this today. We will be victorious. Outside, Anastasia thinks to herself that everything has gone completely haywire. She's helpless against this fake yet real drama. It's just a play. Why is everyone taking it so seriously? I should stop them. She went outside, waving her hand and shouting, "Hey, I'm okay." Seeing this, the knight burst into tears. Even in this desperate situation, you're still thinking of us, my lady? I swear I'll save you from these evil monsters. Anastasia had no idea her actions would backfire. When they overact, how can things get even worse? Suddenly, hurried footsteps approach. Laurencia has arrived. Are you there? The battle seemed to pause as all eyes turned to him. Anastasia is stunned to hear the familiar voice. A voice that, as promised, now raises a sword to protect her forever. Laurencia has arrived to fulfill his promise. The hero Lara will come to the faraway lady's rescue. Laurencia's eyes are dangerous and resolute. Just hold on a little longer. Seeing their leader take charge, all the knights are determined to follow Laurencia. We'll go with you. My lady, they're all Anastasia's knights. Anastasia is overjoyed, not because she's been rescued, but because she's perfected the scene. They're all playing their parts in Lara's grand play. I need to treat my knights better. From behind, Anastasia is suddenly lifted up. It turns out Aether kidnapped her to threaten Laurencia and the knights. Never. The princess belongs to the Demon King. But deep down, Otho was crying a river, trying his best to play his part. He was really trying. Genevieve, enraged, challenges Aetho, declaring, "Very well, Demon King. Let's see who survives today." Oh! his face drained of all color, his voice trembling as he squeaked, "Let's go, everyone, save the young lady." But reality fell short of dreams as all the knights were easily defeated, though not by Aoi, the Lelo, who was sent flying. "My lord, I will protect you." Now, only Laurencia remains to fight head-on. If she can overcome this obstacle, she will have completed half of her journey to rescue Anastasia. It turns out her opponent is none other than Ken, determined to stop her from rescuing Anastasia. "I am the Demon King's right hand, and I will not let you pass." The tense atmosphere was broken by confusion. Laurencia sighed, her eyes filled with sorrow. "Are you really going to stop me?" "But I am Lara, a hero, and I must rescue the young lady." Suddenly, everyone froze. Instead of a challenge, Laurencia simply sighed with sad eyes, and suddenly some force sent the knights flying. The knights fought to clear a path for her. "Lara, it's your turn now." Everyone urged Laurencia onward to reach the young lady. With newfound resolve, her eyes steeled, sword in hand, ready to rescue Anastasia. "Understood." Laurencia quickly dropped her sword and climbed the ladder. Arriving at the scene, she called out, "Atho!" He was above, holding Anastasia hostage. "The Demon King has the young lady far away. Now step back." Laurencia, seeing this, asked, "Hey, if you're really the Demon King, then you can breathe fire, right?" That was suddenly flustered by Laurencia's question. "Fire? What are you talking about?" Laurencia frowned, implying that he should surrender and return Anastasia to her. Realizing he's at a disadvantage, Arthur has no choice but to surrender, kneeling and returning Anastasia, leaving Laurencia puzzled. Little did she know he would surrender so easily. After releasing Anastasia, Arthur ran off, shouting, "I surrender!" Everyone below looked up at him with pity, feeling sorry for the Demon King. Laurencia, overjoyed to see Anastasia, hugged her tightly and hurriedly asked Hanko, "Lara saved Sasa just as she promised, right?" Anastasia simply replied, "Yes." Even though it was a play, Anastasia was grateful to see Laurencia so happy. If her sister was happy, then it was a happy ending. Joyful voices echoed through the Demon King's castle, questions abounding about Anastasia's rescue. Lara defeated them like that? Really? Laurencia excitedly recounts her heroic deeds, saying that while some wouldn't give in, they surrendered when she politely asked. "They're all good people." Damien gently stroked Laurencia's head, praising her. "Our Laurencia is truly a brave hero. She rescued her little sister so determined." "So, starting tomorrow you'll begin training as a knight?" Damien asked, slightly surprised. "Starting tomorrow?" Anastasia thought to herself. "So, knight training is related to that conversation?" After the hero's play ended, my sister went to see father. Regato found it strange that she wanted him to train her. Laurencia approached her father, saying, "I want to become a knight." To Laurencia's request, her father gently replied, "Becoming a knight is hard work. Why do you want to be trained?" "Because it's cool?" She refuted her father. "Lara is the oldest, so I'll learn just like my brother. But swinging a sword like this is much more fun than reading. I want to be a knight." Faced with Laurencia's resolve, Regato could only concede, "I understand. But if you train, your arms and legs will get hurt. Do you understand that?" Laurencia was willing to endure it all, saying it was okay. "I'll train with my brother and make my arms as strong as father's." Her father had no choice but to agree. "All right, my dear, I'll discuss it with your mother and let you know." "Yes, father." Seeing Laurencia so happy, Anastasia thought, "It seems like our parents approved. When I think about the life of a knight, I don't want her to become one. But she should do what she wants." With her father's approval, Laurencia happily vowed to protect Anastasia. Lara would now protect from afar. She then thought of her brother, who was busy studying to become the heir. Laurencia's father carefully instructed Damien, "Watch closely what I do." Meanwhile, Laurencia begins her training. As her sister begins knight training, her father is always there to guide her, telling her not to swing her sword around like that. It turns out it was all Anastasia's imagination, and she suddenly felt relieved. Am I the only one in the house just relaxing? It seems I'll be bored for a while. A few days later, two maids discussed the recent weather, happy that the rain had finally stopped. "Yes, it's been raining for days. I was worried about what we were going to do." Suddenly, Anastasia felt melancholy because while everyone was busy, she had nothing to do. Thoughts begin to stir. "Just when I thought I could relax, things get busy again. See? I shouldn't have spoken too soon." At this moment, the maid brings her dress. "My lady, this is the dress you'll be wearing today." The delighted maid holds up the dress, saying she should dress beautifully. Compared to the servant's excitement, Anastasia felt little joy, despite being the star of the day. Anastasia couldn't believe her birthday had come so quickly. Today was July 3rd, a special day in this world. So I can't believe my birthday has already arrived and the maids are still busy preparing for it. My lady, let's adjust the sleeves if we add a ribbon here. Suddenly, there's a knock at the door. Is someone out there? The maid rushes to open the door and it seems to be someone very familiar. Oh my, come in. It seems the invitation arrived just in time. As golden hair comes into view, Mikhail enters, happily greeting Anastasia. Long time no see, my little one? Anastasia was extremely pleased and loved her small, intimate party. Though smaller than my coming-of-age party, I like this one better. Perhaps because I truly feel like a member of this family. From somewhere, a voice makes her bristle. How could they say that at a birthday? Our youngest lady never seems to grow up. Though it's a small party, the number of guests invited is not small at all. This year's guest list is larger than last year's. Seeing his sister being talked about like that, Mikhail tried to smooth things over. She's such a cute and precious little thing. Even Grand Duke Leventis agrees. I agree. This grandfather and grandson duo keep calling me small every time they see me. It's incredibly annoying. Upon being invited, Mikhail politely expresses his gratitude. Thank you for inviting me to your birthday party this year. He quickly handed it to Anastasia as a birthday gift, saying, "Here's your present." She pondered this gift, recalling the ruby he'd given her before, the same color as her eyes. Mikhail's gift is also special. An amethyst this time? Mikhail asked eagerly. Well, what do you think? Do you like it, little one? Duke Leventis wondered. Does the little miss like jewels? Anastasia thinks to herself, not in the slightest. He figured she liked jewels, so he was willing to spend big for her. I suppose I'll have to buy a few more mines. Not wanting Anastasia to wait, he immediately gave her his gift. A golden tiger, both valuable and adorable. Yes, this is my gift to you. I heard you like tigers, so I got you this. Do you like it, this golden tiger? After seeing the gift, Anastasia thought to herself, I thought Mikhail was strange, but like grandfather, like grandson. Despite her thoughts, she politely thanked him for the gift. Thank you, Grandpa, Mikhail chirped. What about me, little one? He still wanted an answer. You don't thank me for my gift, little one? Anastasia tried to ignore him, blocking him out, staring blankly ahead. Then, another brought a small gift to celebrate her birthday, saying, Happy birthday, Anastasia. He gently said, It's not much, but I thought you might get bored when you're alone, so I got this for you. Damien was clearly a very thoughtful person. Understanding Anastasia's loneliness, he gifted her colored pencils and drawing paper, a practical present that brought tears to her eyes. I was used to being alone, but I never expected my brother to care so much. Damien, afraid Anastasia would be unfamiliar with the gift, offered, If drawing is too difficult, just call me over. Never having seen her so happy, she looked up and agreed. Thank you, Damien. After that day, whenever I was alone, I would start drawing with those colored pencils. Having seemingly found joy in life, Anastasia surprises her servant. Heavens, is our young lady drawing a puppy? She thought to herself, No, I'm just drawing a line. After only a few strokes, the maid praised her, saying it looked just like a tiger. The young lady likes tigers, Anastasia thought, but it's just a circle and a line. Anastasia rationalizes her scribbles, explaining that she draws these lines instead of paintings because of the last 2,000 years. Despite her efforts, she never had the chance to improve, seeing these drawings as her starting point. These drawings are meant to nurture a child's growth, and Anastasia never gives up in the face of impossible odds. From behind, Mikhail asks, Little one, are you drawing? Anastasia is puzzled by his appearance. I heard he was training with his brother, so why have I been seeing him so often lately? Mikhail leans in close, asking to see her drawing. Can I see what you've drawn, little one? Without hesitation, she agreed, and he, seeing Anastasia's drawing, wanted her to try drawing him as well. Little one, could you try drawing me? Anastasia was taken aback by the request. How could he ask such a silly thing? She still didn't believe in her own drawing. How could she ruin such a handsome face? Anastasia immediately refused, wondering why she couldn't draw. Mikhail encouraged her, insisting she had the talent, pointing at the paper. You drew such a beautiful puppy. Anastasia immediately dismissed that answer. It's not a puppy. Mikhail stubbornly continues to guess. So it's a tiger, right? She could only deny it helplessly. No, not that either. No matter what, Mikhail remained stubbornly persistent. Is that why you won't draw me, because I can't guess what you're drawing? Wait, I'll figure it out. Even the servants outside were trying to guess. It's not a puppy, a star, or a cat. The servants were also worried Anastasia would be sad if no one could guess what she drew. Mikhail stubbornly kept guessing, annoying her to no end. A butterfly? That's not it. The next day, while she was drawing, someone suddenly called out to Anastasia. She was surprised when Damien arrived. Shouldn't her brother be in class? Ever the perceptive older brother, he asks with concern. Are you sad that no one can guess what your paintings are? Anastasia wondered. Not at all. Damien smiled helplessly. Mai sent her apologies to you, so I thought we could spend some time drawing together. But Laurencia is sound asleep and shows no sign of waking up. It seems Laurencia's training has been quite strenuous. Since she began training to become a knight, the diligent practice has taken its toll. She's sleeping more than usual. She must be exhausted from getting used to it. Damien thought she'd be a little sad. It's a shame you can only draw with me since she's not here, isn't it? But she happily replies, No? Damien gave a strained smile. Is that so? Well, play with me then. He began teaching Anastasia the basics. Here, let me show you the proper way to hold a pen. He always respected Anastasia's preferences and opinions, guiding her to draw whatever she desired. What do you want to draw? Anastasia Cloud? Pick any color you like. Our little one is an amazing artist, Damien encouraged her. Anastasia, how about you try drawing me this time? Draw you? Damien's eyes said it all. He wanted it badly. Though Anastasia felt helpless, she had no choice. She couldn't refuse that face. Anastasia was shy, but she painted a perfect picture, not knowing what would come of it. Upon seeing the finished product, Damien held it up with delight, completely mesmerized. You drew me? Thank you, Anastasia. Seeing this, the servants rushed over, eager to be painted as well, clamoring, Me too, miss, me too. Gradually, more and more people arrived. I heard the news, miss, so I came. I want to be painted too. Me next, and me too. The Demon King is drawing me. Anastasia broke out in a cold sweat, her head pounding. How did things turn out like this? This isn't good. At this rate, Anastasia felt uneasy when suddenly a familiar voice echoed. This little one? Anastasia suddenly felt helpless when she saw Mikhail. As always, he whispered in her ear, asking why he was the only one she wouldn't draw. Anastasia was used to this by now. Of course. To ease Anastasia's embarrassment, Mikhail presents her with a painting he made. I painted you, so you can paint me too, little one. Surprised by his artistic talent, she finds the portrait incredibly lifelike. Look, he painted me so beautifully. With a worried expression, Mikhail looked at the painting, afraid she didn't like it. You don't like it? I can redraw it if you want, or if there's something else you desire, I'll give it to you as a gift. He begged, wanting her to paint him just once, so he asked if she would draw him just once. Anastasia's face darkened. Is he out of his mind, showing me this and then asking me to paint him? But she agreed anyway. Fine. Mkai continued to encourage her, saying, You're a great artist, you know. Hearing that, Anastasia was shocked. After finishing, she thought to herself, if Mikhail didn't like it, it was his fault, not hers. Anastasia hands it over, and Mikhail happily accepts. He couldn't believe his eyes. This was him. Is this how she sees me? She couldn't help but feel uneasy. Why do I feel so uneasy? Mikhail is extremely grateful for the gift. This is the first gift you've ever given me. Thank you, little one. I will treasure it. Anastasia was taken aback, turning away as she thought to herself, compared to everything I've received from Mikhail, calling this my first gift, I really don't want to admit it. She has a slight crush on Mikhail, but why is she so affected by this? Seeing Anastasia in a good mood, the servants gossip while hanging laundry, wondering if it's because of her or because the young master has been unusually kind lately. That's right, it feels like there are two young masters. This also made Laurencia happy all day. You know what? Mikhail smiled at me today and said hello, and guess what? He even sparred with me. After receiving the painting, Mikhail went around showing it off to everyone. The young lady drew this for me. Isn't it beautiful? Yes, very beautiful. Anastasia never imagined a simple painting could bring Mikhail so much joy. He's that happy? She questioned why such a simple drawing could bring him so much joy. Anastasia was happy for him, and she didn't mind being the cause of his joy. But perhaps word of Anastasia's artistic talent has spread. Young lady, I hear you've been practicing your drawing lately, is that right? I would be delighted if you would paint one for me as well. Anastasia could only sweat and feel helpless after hearing that. If I knew it would come to this, I never would have given him that painting. In addition, Anastasia is preparing for a mountain trek. He's even making us prepare for a mountain climbing trip, and I've already prepared some good drawing tools. Does he truly wish to see my painting alongside this beautiful natural scenery? I must change the subject. Fearing she'd have to keep drawing, she resolved to change the subject, her eyes sparkling as she looked up, wanting to refuse. She spoke cryptically, unaware that mimicking her sister's actions would save her, leaving the middle-aged Grand Duke Leventis bewildered. He misunderstood her intentions, thinking, does she want me to play with her? Little miss. But Anastasia didn't expect this trick to work. It worked. I've never seen him smile like that before. Seeing her like that, he gently asked, is there a game you'd like to play? I'm willing to agree to anything for you. But Duke Leventis uttered a phrase that floored Anastasia. You want to climb on me? Is that it? Little miss, very well, I like this game too. A thought suddenly struck her, something she hadn't expected. Wait, I thought he understood. And then he'd lifted her high into the air. All right, be careful now, it's high up there. Anastasia never imagined the view from up high could be so dreamy. This is the scenery the Grand Duke sees. It's so high, I can see the entire duchy. It's beautiful. Duke Leventis wants to strike a deal with her, and by the way, if he's her grandfather, that would make her his granddaughter. Right? Come on, say it. Grandfather? Anastasia was stunned. Is he going to use that bone from now on? He seems so happy to have a granddaughter. Very well, my granddaughter, as I have gained such a precious granddaughter. I should give you something in return. I shall give you one of my rubies. Surely it's fitting for our family's honor. What? Anastasia, caught off guard, waved her hands in refusal, saying, No, sir. Being your granddaughter is more than enough. Duke Leventis loved her so much. He only wished for her to paint him. Don't worry. I intended to give it to you, even if you only painted a portrait for me. Inside, Anastasia wept, wishing he'd forgotten about the painting. But she was happy to have painted his portrait and earned her freedom. Duke Leventis loved her so much that he framed the painting. Finally, she was free after painting his portrait as requested. Both of Anastasia's paintings of him and Mihai were framed and hung, and the two stood with their hands clasped behind their backs, admiring them. From then on, peaceful days continued at the Duke's mansion as he held Anastasia in his arms. Should we rest at home for a while? This year was different from the social gatherings of the past. Damien, Laurentia, and Anastasia traveled together from season to season. They found peace, traveling to many places as a family. They built snowmen, shared wonderful experiences, and everyone grew a little taller. Mikhail teased Anastasia, much to her annoyance. The little one is still so small, but he's the fastest to grow. As Anastasia enters a new year, many changes are on the horizon. I'm almost 5 years old now. Amidst this peace, news of the temple's discovery of a divine relic has everyone excited, so the family decides to visit the capital, Rogato. Anastasia sat in her lap, screaming. The temple had extended a special invitation because they'd discovered a divine relic. A divine relic? Hearing this, her face fell. Are they plotting something again? With unease, Min wondered if his guard had dropped for even a moment, when suddenly a mysterious figure appeared, cloaked in white. Someone Anastasia may have encountered before. Hello, a familiar figure has appeared in my dream. Anastasia is taken aback by his appearance. How can he be here? We'll meet again soon. This was nothing new to her, just more nonsense. And with that, the mysterious figure left behind more cryptic words. Be careful. Before disappearing, he seemed to struggle to say, Please, save. Rogato gently puts a scarf around Anastasia and asks, Aren't you cold, Anastasia? She replied, No, I'm not. He lovingly pinched Anastasia's chubby cheeks. Rogato took her hand and said, All right, let's go inside. Anastasia recalled that back at the Demon King's castle, the knights used instant teleportation, proving she wasn't prone to portal sickness. She thought with a hint of boredom as she arrived at the mansion with her father. I've used teleportation magic countless times. Building a gate is nothing to me. Anastasia observed that most children suffered severe motion sickness from using warp gates. For example, Laurentia and Damien chose to travel with Thala by carriage because they got sick using them. Anastasia remembered Laurentia cheerfully waving goodbye, saying, See you in 3 weeks. Rogato, looking at the little Anastasia, sighed softly and asked, Our youngest, aren't you bored being alone? She sweetly replied, I have you, father, so it's okay. Unsure if he could believe such a sweet response from little Anastasia, he asked again, Really? I'm happy to stay with you for the next few weeks. She looked at Rogato with innocent, loving eyes and said, Yes, as long as you read to me. He looked at Anastasia with loving eyes, smiling at her sweet words. Rogato affectionately stroked Anastasia's head and gently said, All right, my precious daughter. I'll play with you until you're tired of it. She thought he'd been slapped right then and there because he couldn't keep that promise. She didn't think he'd be this busy. Even so, these days weren't so bad. Anastasia was strolling down the hallway when she heard someone calling her. She couldn't stop thinking about one person, and another who, though young, wasn't affected by the portal's after effects. It was Mikhail. Mikhail smiled warmly. Would you like to take a walk? Anastasia thought to herself. Of course, he often travels between the Grand Duke's territory and his family's. She casually gestures outside, saying, It's freezing out there. Mikhail insisted, You can't stay cooped up inside just because it's cold out. Those were Damien's words. Anastasia was speechless, inwardly accusing him of using Damien against her. Yet she couldn't refuse. Anastasia knew she couldn't refuse. while elsewhere Din felt someone mention him as Laurentia slept soundly on his shoulder. A moment later, Anastasia, bundled up warmly, went outside with Mikai, who held her hand in the snow and asked, "Little one, you want to see the greenhouse, right?" Anastasia wondered, spraying her hair. "Did I ever mention that?" She remembered reading a book and staring intently at a picture. She had been captivated by the happiness of the people in the greenhouse. At that moment, Mikhail was there and noticed the look of admiration on Anastasia's face. So he had noticed. Her cheeks flushed as she wondered, when did he become so perceptive? She replied, "I want to go there." Manhwa smiled and said, "Good. I was afraid I misunderstood your eyes, little one." The two chatted happily as they walked, and as they approached, they saw a bustling crowd ahead. Nikki asks, "Why are there so many people on the road today?" As the two look at the line of people. Anastasia thought the temple was on the other side, and seeing the crowds, she guessed they were all nobles. Anastasia narrowed her eyes. "Is the high priest making an appearance?" She looked at the temple ahead, thinking, "They say they've found a sacred relic. If we stick around here, we might get into trouble." Anastasia suddenly grabbed Mikai's hand and urged him on. "Let's hurry. While you're still clueless, somewhere out there, my niece is speaking." Laxius seemed delighted to see Anastasia, calling out, "Have you come to celebrate this joyous day with me?" She froze at the sight of them. The high priest, the king, and the queen were all present. Laxius frowned, forcing a smile as he called out to Anastasia, "Come here now. Release your hold on that cursed child." He uttered words that grated on the ears. "It pains me to see my granddaughter's hand stained like this." But Mikhail suddenly let go of her hand, and Anastasia wondered, confused, "Why did you let go?" He gently bent down and said to her, "Go on, little one." Anastasia refuses, saying, "I'll stay here with you, Mkai." With difficulty, Mikhail consoled her, "It's all right. The king simply wants to meet you, since you're family." She inwardly resented him trying to act like everything was fine. "Don't pretend you're used to their behavior." Laos chimes in, "A niece shouldn't keep her elders waiting. When you're called by your elders, you should come at once." She looked at him and Dolores, silently calculating. "If I ignore him, he might blame Mihai and hurt him again. Fine, I'll handle this myself." Anastasia slowly approached, stopping at the top of the stairs to look down at them as Laos cleared his throat and began to lecture her. "Granddaughter, I am the king of this nation, so show some respect." Anastasia innocently asks, "Uncle?" while inwardly wondering if he's the one who called her niece. Dolores is furious in the background. What is she yelling about? "Weren't you taught proper etiquette? You're a duke's daughter." She innocently asks, "Huh? Isn't that a proper greeting?" Dolores said angrily. "That's right." Anastasia clasped her hands and bowed deeply, uttering only those two words, "Greetings," and the gentlemen began to whisper amongst themselves. The ladies fanned themselves and joined in the gossip, as she successfully provoked Laxius. He scolds Thietla, asking how she raised her child, and seeing Lucius's red face, she thinks to herself that she's done a great job. The high priest, who had been eavesdropping, finally spoke up. "Ahem, little miss, you're too young to understand," before another moralizing lecture came her way. He plastered on a fake smile and said, "The excellent should mingle with the excellent. That's how you gain favor with those above. You should spend time with the princess, not just anyone." Anastasia thought to herself that this was hardly the sort of thing a high priest should be saying. "Oh, Laxius is trying to act all high and mighty," she mused. "Yes, I believe my granddaughter can make many new friends. Why don't you try studying with the other noble children?" Anastasia thought to herself that she couldn't listen anymore, and immediately spoke out against it. "And mother always said," she thought with disdain, as the three adults tried to lecture a child. Outwardly, she declared, it would be nice to have new friends, but he questioned, as she firmly thought, "I need to speak to him directly." Anastasia declared, "Mikai is my friend, like an older brother to me." She spoke frankly about him. "Mikai is a good person." The praise brings a blush to Mikai's cheeks. Anastasia reiterated that he wasn't a bad kid, bowed, bid farewell, and hurried to Mikai. Her reaction left Laxius and Dolores stunned, and before they could react, Anastasia was gone. He angrily shouts, that disrespectful little brat, how dare she?" Turning her back, she makes a face at them, while Mikai can't bear to see Anastasia offend them. He says, "What's wrong, little one? You can just tell them I'm not your friend." Meanwhile, she cursed him inwardly. "What good are you anyway? You're always following me around, and now you say that?" Anastasia quickly took Mikai's hand, pulling him down to her level, and casually said, "It's because Mikai wanted to hold hands." Mikai stammered a reply, but before he could finish, she cut him off, reassuring him, "It's not your fault. Don't look like that. You know my parents aren't the type to make things difficult. It's okay, isn't it?" Anastasia said in a cute, childlike voice. And I'm going to the greenhouse with Mikai. She called to Mikai. Let's go, reassuring herself that she would make everything all right. Back home, Anastasia quickly told Rogato. So, I went to greet him, to which he anxiously embraced her. Is that so? Rogato asked worriedly, looking at his daughter in his arms. Our little one, you weren't scared? Anastasia replied. I wasn't. But with downcast eyes, she recounted sadly that Mikai had let go of her hand. Don't you like that? Is Mikai very bad? He picked her up and said softly, How could that be? Mikai is not bad at all. Rogato nuzzled Anastasia's cheek, saying, From now on, our youngest just needs to have fun with her friends. In her bedroom, she couldn't stop thinking about what happened today. I told my father so he could do something about it, but I caused this, so shouldn't I take responsibility? Anastasia's eyes widened as she thought, Of course I have to act this time too. The spy in her heart guessed that he was surely planning something strange, like revenge. Anastasia summoned her, and Chaco, who had just appeared, lamented her longing. My liege, why did you only call me now? Do you know how much Chaco misses you? I think of you every day, my lord, Chaco exclaimed, but Anastasia cut her off, ordering her to project an image of the high priest and the royal couple. Chaco responds, and in the reflection, Anastasia sees the priest manipulating Laxius, causing him to erupt in anger. The priest was right. Thetla clearly looks down on us. Laxius slams his fist down in anger, his voice strained. How could a mere child not fear my majesty? Dolores rushes to calm him. Calm yourself. Your Highness, what does a child know? She didn't forget to add fuel to the fire, saying it was all because of Thetla and her blank. Normally, he wouldn't let Dolores finish speaking before believing everything she said. Gritting his teeth, he said each word with emphasis. The queen is right, even though she always says she doesn't care about the throne in front of me. Laxius recalled the humiliating past when he was just a prince. Even though she had many opportunities to kill me, the images of Theat holding a sword and standing proudly in front of him. Laxius trembled and said, But just seeing me reminds him of Thetla's cold face. Bitterly, he said, How many times did he say he would spare my life? Telling me to leave? Anastasia watches, helpless at Laxius's way of thinking, believing he should be grateful to those who spared his life. The priest consoles him, saying such anger is not good for his health, Your Highness. He spoke politely, making the high priest aware of my unsightly behavior. He placed his hand on his chest, showing his submission, and said, No, how could one not be angry about this? Even after your earnest advice, she continues to play with that good-for-nothing. He feigned a sigh, then added, I see now that the youngest princess has a strong will. I worry she'll be affected by being around that cursed man. Hearing this, Laxius smirks and asks, So what should we do? Thylla must be heartbroken. The priest produced a vial and said, Fortunately, this relic we found has the power to punish those who defy God and purify the impure. What if we use this relic to protect the youngest princess first? He suggested with a glint in his eye. Witnessing the princess's purification will make everyone aware of the curse's danger, but Shella might not listen to me. The priest suggested that the reflection should end in the room. Anastasia patted her head, wondering what they were planning, and praised her. Thank you, Chaco says, and Anastasia smiles, eagerly anticipating what's to come. Perhaps it's a good thing. With Chaco by her side, her soul blossoms. The Demon King seems to be in a good mood, while she anticipates their plan. It's been a while since something this interesting has happened. Anastasia finds their plan rather naive. Rogato received a letter from the Emperor detailing the purification ritual scheduled for the next day at the Great Temple. I want to show my granddaughter, Anastasia, some kindness. You can believe that day will be surprisingly fun. She guessed they would perform the purification ritual on her before her mother arrived in the capital. And of course, he was furious, his face darkening as he said, Absolutely not. Your father certainly won't let this go easily either. Anastasia asked Rogato in a coquettish voice, What is it? His attitude shifted completely, a smile appearing as he said, It's nothing, my dear. But with his hand gripping the letter so tightly his veins popped, she knew without looking. Words that could rouse a tiger from its lair? Anastasia was mimicking his angry expression. Really? But your face was so tense, Rogato explained sheepishly. Did I scare my baby? I wasn't angry at you, Anastasia. She replied that she wasn't scared of him at all. He sighed, relieved that his daughter hadn't misunderstood, and asked, Anastasia, shall we go for a checkup tomorrow? Anastasia saw through his plan. He would use her supposed illness as an excuse to refuse. But she shook her head, refusing to go. Meanwhile, she thinks, I'm sorry, Father, dreaming of the holy ground. I really want to go there. Back at the castle, the priest manipulates the people, claiming the artifact is a divine gift from God. This holy relic can purify dark energy. The priest rambles on about its power and its ability to cleanse the cursed. Meanwhile, Rogato and his son, oblivious, anxiously instructed her. "Daughter, if you get scared, call for us and run back, okay?" Anastasia agrees, saying, "Yes." She thought to herself, "Though I probably won't be scared." Looking around, she realized the crowd was far larger than before. Fine. This should make things interesting. Anastasia spotted Mikhail in the crowd, wondering if he had come as well. Seeing his nonchalant expression, she thought, "There he goes again." Anastasia stared at Mikhail, inwardly lamenting. If only he'd kept up his usual annoying facade. The priest's words cut through Anastasia's thoughts. "You, Lady Anastasia, will be the one to receive this purifying energy. Come forward, princess," he beckoned, "and place your hand here." Anastasia reached for the relic, thinking, "You want to purify me to prove he's cursed, don't you?" She wanted to see what he was up to see what he could do. Anastasia saw the relic emitting a strange purple aura, and she seemed to know what it was. Anastasia thought, "Wait, this power, it's black magic." The priest grins fiendishly as a strange power suddenly envelops her. Rogato rushed forward in a panic, followed closely by a worried Mikai. They both called out Anastasia's name as she fell into another dimension. She rubbed her head, thinking that if she didn't use her magic quickly, things would get serious. Anastasia realized she was no longer in the palace, but in a strange place, wondering where she was. She was stunned to see trees all around her. Where am I? Anastasia wandered, wondering, where am I now? Surrounded by darkness, she wondered, who would abandon a child in such a desolate forest? Anastasia wondered, what did they tell her to do? Go die? She's being watched by a bird. Anastasia sighs in frustration, wondering what she did to deserve dark magic being used on a child. But she immediately dismisses it, realizing the real target isn't her, but the Enderbang family. Anastasia sighs with worry, knowing she must return quickly before her anxious father starts to cry again. She snaps her fingers, then stares blankly at her hand. Oh, right, dark magic blocks mana for a while. Whether it's divine power or inner strength, it's difficult to use the necessary teleportation magic right away. Anastasia summons her. Chaco appeared and responded. "You called, Master?" Anastasia tasks it with finding out where they are. She answered clearly, thinking that while she was out gathering information, Anastasia summoned her magic staff. She exudes an awesome, magical power. Anastasia thinks she should greet the inhabitants of this forest. Back in the palace, Rogato was a changed man after Anastasia's sudden disappearance, grabbing the priest by the collar and demanding answers. "My daughter, what have you done?" He trembled, unable to speak, and turned to Laxius for help. "Your Highness." He turned away as if he didn't know anything, and the priest desperately pleaded for Laxius's help. Your Highness." Receiving no help from him, the priest turned to blame Rogato, saying he had warned him several times that his daughter was near someone with bad luck, so God had sent down punishment. He bitingly asked about the punishment, then tossed the priest aside. Rogato drew his sword, stabbing it close to the man's face, causing him to scream in terror. His demeanor shifts, a stark contrast to his interactions with Anastasia, as he declares, "If you think I'd believe such nonsense, you're sorely mistaken." Rogato's eyes narrow, a silent threat. "If you wish to draw another tainted breath, even for a second, hold your tongue and tell me, where have you taken my daughter?" Sweating and pale, he trembled as he answered, "The northern forest of beasts." Suddenly he called for Prince Laxius, who paled and stammered. His voice low and strained, Rogato asked, "Allow me to send knights from the capital into that area." Rogato asked, more as a statement than a question, "Of course you'll allow me to, won't you?" The orb in his hand spoke, "Honey, what's wrong?" Back in the forest, the tiger Hongxi is being lectured by a childish voice. "Know your opponent before attacking." Anastasia leaned against Hongxi, arms crossed, and casually remarked, "What would you have done without me?" She had single-handedly defeated a pack of wild beasts and was now lecturing them. How could a pack of you attack a small child? Such cowardly beasts. Suddenly, Anastasia opens one eye and pats Hongx's head, saying, "Hey, tiger, you have to speak up." Anastasia reminds him again to tell the others to greet them nicely. Nearby, a horde of demonic beasts approached them. She sighed. Her parents must be worried sick. Hongx, sensing danger, began to growl, prompting Anastasia to ask, "What can a little thing like you do to help?" Hongx just stared blankly at her, but Anastasia quickly regained her composure, saying, "Well, 2 is better than 1, right? Let's fight together." Back at the palace, the nobles whispered amongst themselves, "What curse could the princess have? Isn't the priest being disrespectful?" Laxius, sweating from Rogato's fury, urged, Haven't you gone to find her yet? The Duke smiled warmly, saying, I must properly protect this position. According to the priest, my daughter is being punished by God, is that right? He spoke faster than he thought, blurting out, So, you're going to abandon the princess? Before he could finish, Rogato plunged his sword into the ground, scaring him witless. So, he declared, I must prove to the wicked fiends who use such cruel methods that my daughter is innocent. Rogato glanced at Mikai behind him, thinking that those who were involved with the temple's actions and let it pass were beyond words. He saw the boy's self-reproach and thought, that child is only just beginning to make friends. Rogato eyed the fallen relic, thinking they even used his daughter to cause trouble. This couldn't be forgiven. Without leniency, he reminded Laxius that he should prepare himself. His Majesty's words drained the color from his face, leaving him speechless. Even the priest and high priest were implicated. Rogato threatened that the moment he proved it, they would be held accountable, the sharp sword reflecting the man's pale face. Mikai, who had been silent, turned and ran, ignoring Lot's calls of, Young Duke! Mikhail rides swiftly into the monster forest, blaming himself. He thought they wouldn't hurt the child, that they only mentioned his curse, so why do this to her? He clenches the reins, thinking, they should just hate him. The poor child is so young and innocent. The image of his parents collapsing pierces Mikai's heart, and he vows never to lose anyone again. In that same forest, Anastasia wearily battles the monsters, realizing there are more than she thought, and her strength is fading. Hongx was quickly defeated by a magical beast, and she anxiously called out to him. Suddenly, a magical bear attacks Anastasia, and with no time to react, she thinks, This is it. She braced herself, thinking one hit wouldn't kill her, when suddenly a scream pierced the air. Baby, an arrow flies and hits the magical beast. She opens her eyes, searching for the voice. It was Mikai, riding towards Anastasia, his voice filled with worry as he asked, Little one, are you all right? Anastasia is surprised to see him here. Mikai. The moment Anastasia vanished, Mikai was truly terrified. Grand Duke Leventus once said, Mikai, you can no longer see your parents. Mikai thought he had almost grasped their hands. He remembered being with Anastasia, telling himself, I don't want to lose anyone again. Mikai bit his lip as he saw the monster about to attack her. Anastasia turned back and called out to him. Mikai drops his bow and rushes to embrace her, confessing his fears as he holds her tight. I was afraid of losing you again. I was so afraid I wouldn't see you again. Hearing Mikai's heartfelt words, Anastasia was taken aback, burying her flushed face in his chest. Anastasia hugged him back, feeling a warmth she hadn't known before. Unlike her past life, she wasn't alone. Elsewhere, the monster is thrown back as two knights remark, That's the last beast around here. Another knight replied, Well done. They had found Mihai and Anastasia. A knight ordered a message be sent. The princess has been found. Lady Blanche must be worried. Another responded clearly. Meanwhile, he held Anastasia tightly, as she thought about how she'd become Mihai's teddy bear. With the Duke's knight here, it should be safe, but I still feel a sense of dread, Mikai whispered to her, recalling the last time she let go of his hand. He apologized. Anastasia, seeing his self-reproach, wondered if he thought this situation was his fault. She asked Mikai why he was apologizing. He replied that it was because he didn't let Mikai explain, but Anastasia cut him off. She talked to the long-haired man and the young man. Not with Mikai. She comforted Mikai again. Besides, I'm not afraid of Mikai. He's not broken at all. Anastasia, seeing Mikai's surprise that she wasn't blaming him, thought, So please, don't blame yourself anymore. He lowered his head, biting his lip, then Mikai looked up and said, Little one, you really... His face flushed as he smiled softly. You've known for a while, but you're still pretending you don't, aren't you? Anastasia, unsure how to respond, simply asks, What? He sighs. Mikai takes her hand and says, It's nothing. Meanwhile, in the demon beast forest, a demon beast is brutally thrown back, shocking even the knights. The knight stammers, Captain, who exactly is that? So terrifying. The captain unexpectedly replies, Huh? Have you ever seen a rookie this fierce? The captain gazed at the warrior, explaining, That's the great war hero known as the Light of War. The warrior removes her helmet, and the captain reveals her to be Thekla Anderblang, who makes a cinematic appearance in full armor. With imposing grace, she calls for the knight commander, and two knights quickly snap to attention. Yes. The knight, still bewildered, stammered. Is that the lady? Barking out orders. From now on, focus on stopping the monster outbreaks in this area. The head knight quickly acknowledged the order. Yes, but in her head, she's already panicking. She is absolutely furious, and even Thet's soft smile carries destructive power. Anastasia rides back with Mikai, silently assessing their surroundings. How strange. Why can't I sense any monsters, even as we approach the entrance to the demon forest? Sweating, she rubbed her head, thinking she was too tired to sense anything. It couldn't be. Focus, focus. Suddenly, Anastasia senses a familiar warmth. This familiar feeling. It's the warm person I've been longing to see. Mother, I'm over here. Thala is overjoyed to find her. She waved Anastasia over, calling her my little one, but Anastasia noticed the strawberry syrup on her face, and that sharp weapon. She couldn't believe this was the gentle mother she knew, as her mother wondered, why the weaponry? What is this feeling of aggression? Sheila wiped her face with a towel and said, "Oh dear, wait a moment. My Anastasia, were you scared?" she cooed. Anastasia rested in her warm embrace, finally understanding. No matter what form her mother takes, she is still the mother she knows. Anastasia snuggled into her embrace. Yes. Remembering Rogato, she asked, "Where's Father?" "I was worried Father would cry because I disappeared like this." She laughed, comforting her. "Don't worry, my youngest," she said, her voice gentle but full of power. I've already scolded everyone who made your father cry." Tla and Anastasia returned to the castle with the knights. Laius, trying to be friendly, said ingratiatingly, "My niece, sister, my sister." He had none of the dignity of a king as he looked at her awkwardly, saying, It's a relief that you're all safe." Anastasia noticed the priest cowering and shielding himself and thought, why is the priest acting like that? Your clothes are torn, or are they cursed by the side effects of dark magic? Laus approached Thala, trying to appease her. "Thala, please, just listen to me. I was only following God's orders," Laxius stammered, trying to explain himself. "You know I'm gullible. Even the princess consort has said so before." Tessa's mere lowering of her scythe was enough to terrify him. Seeing the sharp weapon covered in syrup, Laxius quickly dodged. He could feel the bloodlust radiating from Thetella, and he trembled as he said, "Let's just talk. Please don't get physical." She was second only to the king of the underworld himself. Sarah glared and said, "Fine, let's see what you have to say." Then she looked at the priest and asked, "Do you have anything to say?" Seeing her now, priest is even more terrifying than Rogato was. He cried out, feigning injustice. "You dare doubt me?" Sarah watched him try to deny his crimes and said, "You lie without even blinking, don't you? Is that really a holy relic? Lying in front of children is bad, you know." As if struck where it hurts, he screams, "I'm a priest appointed by this kingdom. How dare you doubt me?" He successfully provokes Thetla. She approached, grabbed the priest by the collar, and said, "Oh dear, it's not like I'm doubting you without reason. Is there a reason you won't remove that hand?" Seeing Thala's ferocious expression, his face turned purple as he stammered, "Wait!" She casually tossed him away like a bag of trash. A lady exclaimed in horror, "Look, everyone!" The other nobles began to whisper amongst themselves. "The priest's back. Am I seeing things?" There's a strange mark, the brand of a curse etched onto black magic sorcerers. Everyone here can see he's a fraud. Is that dark magic, the kind demons have used for ages? How could a divine escort dabble in forbidden black magic? He tries to explain. No, that's not it. It's a misunderstanding. A crowd of onlookers deduced that the youngest princess was cursed by dark magic, and Lass was surprised, questioning him. "A holy relic? You dare use dark magic?" Then he offered another excuse, claiming he knew nothing about it. "Please don't misunderstand. This was expected." Thetla stated, yes, he knew nothing. She became serious and decisively declared that from now on she would handle this case under her name and responsibility. As Anastasia's mother, as well as the only legitimate daughter of the late emperor, Princess Thetla cares for you. With a chilling gaze, she confidently states that with so many witnesses present, he bears no responsibility. The nobles behind them whispered amongst themselves, the princess herself. Laius, scared out of his wits, shakily agreed, all right, have it your way. I won't interfere." She then looked at the terrified fake priest on the ground and said, "How could you lie there so calmly when you don't know how frightened my daughter was?" He then realized how terrifying her wrath could be, and he desperately begged for mercy. "Lady Duchess, please spare my life." She gave the order without hesitation. The head knight quickly snapped to attention, acknowledging the order. Showing no mercy for daring to harm Anastasia, Thala ordered him to be thrown into the monster-infested forest. In terror, he could only utter, "Yes." The priest was dragged away by two knights, desperately clinging to any hope. "Wait just a moment, I'll perform the blessing for you." He was dragged away, desperately trying to justify himself. "No, I will pray to God to absolve you of all sins until this moment." Rogato approached and called out to Thala. The priest pleas echoed, begging for mercy, but no one cared. Rogato smiles gently, opens his arms and tells her she's worked hard. Tella runs to embrace him. Mikhail and Anastasia hold hands and smile, once again subjected to the couple's affection. She breathed a sigh of relief, glad that it was all over without anyone getting hurt, and secretly prayed for a good night's rest. In the Duke's castle, the mysterious figure appears in Anastasia's dream once more, saying, "Hello." She was used to this and simply covered a yawn with her hand. "Okay, I knew you'd be here." Surprised by her reaction, he asked, "I thought you'd be more surprised." Anastasia explained, "You're too obvious now. It's either sickness or exhaustion." He tried to prove his worth, saying, "Don't be so upset. Today, I'll prove that you need me." She looked at him and asked again, "I need you?" With a wave of his hand, Anastasia returned to her original form. He looked at her and said, "You were so lonely. You thought you needed someone by your side." Confused, she asked, "That person was you?" Anastasia frowned, annoyed, and said, "If you're going to say that, at least let me see your face." He cheerfully moved closer, asking, "Do you miss me?" Anastasia thought with annoyance that this guy just didn't get it. She turned and angrily scolded him, "You scumbag, always setting traps for others." He just smiled innocently and said, "Traps? I'm just letting you know about the dangers ahead." He continued to ramble on. "With my help, everything will go smoothly." His words irritated Anastasia. Not wanting to waste her breath, she directly fused her magic to find a way out of this place. He stammered, wait a minute." He piqued Anastasia's curiosity. "Aren't you curious? That her 100 lives until now were different." These questions struck a chord with her. Anastasia simply replied, "That's just a coincidence." He chuckled at her simple thought and said, "How could it be a coincidence? You were supposed to be born somewhere else." Anastasia, caught off guard, asks, "What?" He chuckled, explaining, "You were born here because someone is waiting for you." He reasoned that this 100th lifetime is a world created by the gathering of those who have longed for her throughout her lives. Anastasia immediately retorted, "Why should I believe you? What does my life have to do with you?" He simply smiles, saying, "I can tell you who those people are and why they remember you." He looks at Anastasia and asks, "Aren't you curious?" Her eyes droop and she clenches her hands, wondering if there really is someone who remembers her from her hellish past lives. He interrupted Anastasia's thoughts, saying, "I'll give you a hint about the first person who saw you change into that form." Her eyes widened, wondering if it was someone from her first life who might remember her. Anastasia wondered if it could be her friends, picturing her two best friends from her first life smiling and waving at her. He smugly believed this would pique Anastasia's curiosity. "Well, now you see I'm a little more useful, don't you?" She said nothing, only thinking of her closest friends from her first life, wondering how they lived after she died. He covered Anastasia's eyes and said, "All right, close your eyes." And slowly, as he spoke, the space began to change. Slowly opening her eyes, Anastasia gasped, This is my home from my first life." Anastasia rubbed her chin, thinking, "But why am I here?" "So you guys came here after I died?" A man's voice cut through her thoughts. "You're so boring." She looks into the kitchen and sees a man. Anastasia recognizes him as her brother. He appeared, pointed at him, and said, "That's the one who remembers you?" Annoyed, she propped herself up and questioned him. He thought to himself, he'd sooner believe he could live past 20 in this world. Then cryptically he added, "I hope you won't be hurt." Anastasia, confused, asks, "Why would I be hurt?" He replies, "Because in this world you hate him too." Suddenly enlightened, she asked, "Wait, are you saying my brother was also in my 100th life?" He chuckled, "Yes, someone you know very well." Anastasia stared at the photo, furrowing her brow in disbelief. Comparing the photo in her hand, she couldn't believe her first life's brother was King Laxius. Anastasia spat out, "Are you kidding me?" Then she grabbed him by the collar. Still not understanding, he asked, "What's wrong? You love your family. That's your brother over there." Anastasia thought he couldn't get away with talking nonsense like that. Meanwhile, he just sat there, talking to himself, thinking only she could make noodles that tasted good. "When will I ever finish cleaning this up? This is annoying, but I do like the extra allowance." In her heart, she silently rebuked him. Did he think everyone's family was kind? Anastasia yanked him down, her anger flaring. This is Anastasia, truly enraged. With a destructive smile, she asked, "You don't really know how I've been living, do you?" He was speechless. Seeing his silence, she cursed him inwardly, thinking he was nothing but a fraud who claimed to understand her. This guy, Anastasia, is subtly comparing him to Laxius. She never imagined the two together, but the resemblance in their depravity was uncanny. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. I didn't expect him to take on that role either. Anastasia internally scolded him, thinking she'd be mortified if she were in his place. She released him and sighed. Hey, don't ever come see me again. He asked, confused. Why? Anastasia retorted, exasperated. Do I really have to explain that? She watched him slurp his noodles and said, I gave you a chance to prove yourself and that's what you came up with? Now I have to waste my time on you? As he slurped, he couldn't shake the strange feeling. With that, Anastasia used her magic, preparing to return. Then you can stay here in peace. Ah, no, don't be at peace. But suddenly he grabbed her again. Wait, there's a reason for you to stay here, he said, grabbing her hand with a smile. Don't you want more freedom? Anastasia asked, her eyes wavering. Freedom? He coaxed. Yes, wouldn't you rather not be constantly resurrected? Anastasia asked, doubtful. What does that have to do with my brother? He explains further. Just like your arrival in this world, you need someone to remember you to be reborn. Once you erase their memories of you, you'll be free. Disgusted, she asked, My freedom depends on him? He looked up at Anastasia and continued, No, that's not it. More people remember you than you think. You have to undo all their memories. Showing her the cycle of reincarnation, he said, If you can't break it, you'll keep reliving this life. But she didn't believe him, retorting, If that person is the first to remember me, I don't have much hope for anyone else. And why should I trust you? Sometimes my own family hates me. This time, he seems serious as he explains, It's all for you. Really, the reason I chose your brother as the first target is because he's the easiest to deal with. Anastasia replied, Let me hear this plan. He eagerly offered, It's super easy. All you have to do is cook for him yourself. Cook? She frowned. He's speaking faster than he's thinking, that's for sure. He remembers you because of your cooking. Little does he know, a fist is coming his way. Anastasia screamed internally. You want me to serve him noodles in my 100th life? The dream ended there and she sat up, realizing her mistake. Anastasia rotated her arm, realizing she'd inexplicably let go of him, then paused, noticing the silence around her. Anastasia gazed around the empty room, wondering if she was really that sick. She remembered her family always staying by her side when she was ill and thought they would be here now. Then she wondered if she was having a growth spurt, as a familiar voice echoed. There she is, my little one. Rogato entered the room and gently asked, I was only gone for a moment and you're already awake? He picked her up and comforted her. You must have been so scared when you woke up and no one was there. Anastasia replied, No, I wasn't. Rogato hugged her and said, It's okay to say you're scared at times like these. As if reading her heart, he said, My daughter doesn't want others to worry. Rogato seemed to blame himself as he muttered to her, How could such a little girl be alone in such a scary place? Anastasia thought to herself, I remember promising to protect this family, but I never dared to imagine staying with them forever. She feared she couldn't be with them forever. She thought of the moment her soul would leave this family because fate wouldn't allow it. But if the world she was meant to be born into wasn't here, then maybe the day this world ends won't come either? Anastasia prayed silently, imagining a beautiful and happy future, wondering if she could dream of living past 20 in this life. In Rogato's arms, Anastasia pondered his words from the dream. Anything edible would do. Her small hand gently grasped his sleeve, a sign of her determination to give it a try. Though it was a faint hope, Anastasia thought so, but the bedridden king prevented her from seeing him. Laxius was resting in bed. Anastasia wondered if her mother had given him a good scolding after she fainted. He seemed to be having a nightmare, drenched in sweat, muttering, I'm sorry. Anastasia confides in Chaco, thinking it's too difficult to accomplish anyway. A year is almost over, and with an adorable smile, Chaco says, If something fun happens, I'll know. There's no special news from the capital. It seems the common folk are already gossiping about her abilities, saying the youngest princess seems to possess great power. Anastasia has become a topic of conversation at tea parties. Surely she will achieve great things in the future. Why? Her name is the same as the hero Anastasia. Perhaps we'll witness the birth of a new hero. She said, disheartened, Are you all so excited just because of my name? She slumped into a chair like an old woman, sighing as she wished the rumors about Mikhail would change, as she was still judged for that day. In the quiet castle, Anastasia figured it would be New Year's before she heard back from the Holy Kingdom, and even the king, the biggest troublemaker in Parian, was silent. She patted her head, thinking she could finally relax a little. The commotion outside catches Anastasia's attention, and she wonders what all the noise is about. How could I know? How could I have known? Get ready. Come here, hurry up. The noise awakens her, and she wonders what's going on. Who could be causing such a commotion? A bad feeling stirs within, a sudden sense of unease. A maid entered, announcing, "Excuse me, lady, a madam has come to see you. Would you please come downstairs?" Anastasia's face remained expressionless as a storm descended upon the Duke's mansion on the last day of the year. Dolores and Slot visit the Anastasia family estate once more. She removes her cloak, her eyes scanning the room as she remarks, "Though not as grand as the palace, this estate is quite impressive." She and Anastasia sat facing her, and Tetla began, "What brings you here today, Your Majesty?" Dolores forced a smile, thinking that even though she didn't want to face Tetla directly, ruining her relationship with the Duke would be a disaster. Even if she had to use the concubine, she had to maintain this connection. Thinking this, Dolores said, "Since the children are of similar age, I thought it would be good for them to get to know each other." With her vast experience from 100 lifetimes, Anastasia quickly guessed her intentions. She wondered why she'd been brought here. It seemed seeing her mother scold the Emperor and ministers made her sense a threat. The noise startled Sacklot. Seeing the girl awake, Dolores, hoping to ease the tension, cheerfully said, "Sacklot is awake. Say hello, but fate is always unpredictable." Charlotte greets her with a piercing cry, and Dolores awkwardly tries to soothe the wailing child. "Slot, Mommy's here." Anastasia realizes Slot needs her nanny when she wakes up, not Dolores. She realized that Dolores usually didn't see the baby, which is why Slot was so wary, and that Dolores was even worse at comforting children than Mikai. Anastasia didn't want to help, but she knew Slot was innocent, so she grabbed Thetla's arm. "Mom, I think the baby's hungry. Can we feed it?" Thela quickly looked to Dolores for a suggestion. "If it's all right with the Queen, I'll have the servants prepare some baby food." She was about to stammer a refusal, but Charlotte cried even louder, so Dolores reluctantly agreed, secretly ashamed and blushing. With the negotiation complete, she turned to Anastasia and said gently, "Let's raise the baby together." And so, this incredibly adorable little girl was now opening her mouth for Anastasia, who happily fed Sklot. It seems Anastasia is also coming to understand the endearing qualities of this newborn child, as little Sklot carefully chews her food. Anastasia secretly thinks Sklot looks like a little bird. So cute. "I know why Mikhail keeps feeding me things." Dolores and Thala silently watched the two children playing. She gazed upon the heartwarming scene and remarked, "It would be a shame to miss these precious children playing." Dolores simply frowned in silence as Anastasia spent happy days reading and playing with Slot. But after the Emperor awoke, a letter from the royal family stated the Empress was ill and unable to receive visitors. The Empress used various excuses to refuse Slot's request to meet. Perhaps he was ashamed to see her bonding with her mother after waking up, and Tila gently told Anastasia that Lotta was sick and difficult to see. She whispered with a hint of sadness, "But Lotta seems to like everyone." Anastasia also felt a pang of sorrow, realizing she might not see her first sibling. Anastasia thought of Laxius, but the king couldn't remain bedridden forever. And just like that, February passed at the Enderbang estate. Life remained unchanged as she happily played with Laurencia and Damien, along with Mikai. He followed Anastasia around, saying, "Of course, darling." He tilted his head and said, "I love everything you do." Looking at the pathetic pile of clay on the floor, she wondered if he wanted the scraps from the sensory play now. Without much thought, Anastasia turned to Mikai and said, "This is too much." He chuckled, denying it. "Don't say that now." She saw Mikai shaking with laughter and wondered what was so funny. And if not now, then when? Elsewhere, Laurencia shows Anastasia a painting she's just finished. She smiles sweetly, saying, "Look, isn't it pretty from afar?" Anastasia happily replies, "Very pretty." Laurencia then reveals it's an important gift, but when Anastasia asks who it's for, she doesn't know. Laurencia explained, "Mikai's birthday is coming up." Anastasia felt like she'd been struck by lightning. Laurencia suddenly remembered it was time for sword practice and said goodbye. She waved goodbye to Anastasia, who was still lost in thought, wondering why Mikai had been so secretive and giggly lately. She fumed, thinking he should just say it's his birthday. Anastasia sighed, realizing she'd never been invited to one of his birthday parties. A birthday that comes only once every 4 years? Why did it have to fall on the 29th? Mikai waved at her from below. "My darling?" Holding a sprig of berries, he smiled and asked, "Doesn't this look like your eye color?" Anastasia pondered over a gift for Mikai. "What should I get him?" If I told my parents, they'd buy him anything. Anastasia looked at Mikai, who was always so gentle and warm with her, but she didn't want anything too extravagant. "I mean, I've received so much already. Whatever I give him, he'll surely be happy. So, I want to give him something truly meaningful." Anastasia, remembering how happy Mikhail looked with his siblings, decided that for this rare leap-year birthday, she truly wanted it to be a day filled with happiness for Mickey. "Dinner at the Enderbang mansion," Tesla grumbled. "If they're coming." They should at least give us a month's notice. She put down her knife and continued. Only 2 weeks left, and they announce it so arbitrarily. Rogato sighed and explained that he had already mentioned that point to His Highness. Tila looked visibly displeased, seemingly afraid to speak his mind about the priest's situation. Anastasia outwardly ate calmly, but she was listening to her parents' conversation and wondering, has there been any word from the Holy Kingdom about the priest? Rogato continued, the delegation from the Holy Kingdom will arrive at the end of this month, a statement that made Anastasia pause. She recalled Mikhail's smile, wondering if the day the Holy Kingdom delegation arrived was his birthday. Time flies. It's already the 29th. Birdsong echoed through the room as Anastasia lay in bed, contemplating the Holy Kingdom's delegation's arrival on Mikhail's birthday. How troubling. A birthday should be a memorable event for any child. She and Michaelis had met before. He asked with concern, "Why do you look so angry? Your cheeks seem puffier than usual." To ease Anastasia's worries, he reassured her that he was fine, but she couldn't stop thinking about how he truly felt. 4 years only come once. How could it be okay, she thought, especially since it was his first birthday since turning over a new leaf. Anastasia reluctantly agreed that she didn't want to attend the welcoming event for the Holy Kingdom delegation, but she couldn't stop thinking about Laxus. After all, the Duchess is responsible this time, so we can't just ignore the priest's visit. Suddenly, a maid interrupted Anastasia's thoughts with a knock, gently announcing, "I'm here to help you prepare, my lady." As she dressed, she pondered, realizing she had no choice. Mikhail might say it's fine, but she didn't think so. Anastasia looked up at the sky from the carriage, resolving that even if Mikhail disliked it, she would hold his hand. She'll hold on tight until she's bored of it. In the blink of an eye, they arrive at the royal palace, and Mikhail gently takes Anastasia's hand as they enter to the sound of their names being announced. Lady Anastasia Anderblang and Duke Mikhail Leventis are entering, as Laxius on the throne stares at the two with a profound gaze. The nobles below whispered amongst themselves, wondering if the duke's curse was just a false rumor. If there really was a problem, the youngest princess wouldn't be so unscathed. These whispers caught her attention, and she turned to look. People's perception of Mihai has changed. They realize none of the princess's children have been negatively affected. Anastasia smiled, pleased to see the shift in perception towards Mihai as her family waited ahead. Laurentia waved, calling to Mihai from afar. Over here, over here!" Damien smiled and said to Mihai, "I've arranged for your gift to be delivered to the Grand Duke's residence." Laurentia chimed in. "That's right. We put a lot of thought into it, so you better cherish it." Anastasia tugs on Mikai's sleeve and asks, "What is it, little princess?" She sweetly replies, "Happy birthday, Mikai." Caught off guard, Mikai froze for 5 seconds. Perhaps this was the greatest gift he'd ever received. Mikhail smiles, thanking her as he holds Anastasia's hand tightly. While outside the palace, a carriage arrives and a knight announces, "Welcome, Holy Order." Before she could finish, the soldier froze, suddenly sensing a floating power. Anastasia surveyed the palace, sensing the power everywhere, and wondered, what is this incredible divine power? It's so abundant, pure, and strong that it fills the entire hall. Mikhail sensed something too, whispering that it felt like being wrapped in a warm blanket, making her think this priest was no ordinary one. As he entered, she wondered if it was the Pope himself, Simeon, and the banquet hall buzzed with excitement. Good heavens, the Pope himself has come. She marvels at his presence in the Holy Land, inwardly astonished. Anastasia sized up Simeon, noting his robust health, like some kind of bear. But why would the Pope come here himself? This event could become unnecessarily prolonged. Then she noticed Simeon approaching her. Anastasia wondered, what is this? Is he coming this way? He approached her and asked, "Are you the Princess Anastasia?" She curtsied to Simeon, praying inwardly that this would be brief, as she still had Mikhail's birthday to plan. But he leaned in, asking, "How could you bow your head to me? Someone as noble as you must never bow. This situation is just too painful." Anastasia stares blankly at him. "I don't understand what you're saying," she thought with growing anxiety. "A noble? No wonder I felt uneasy." She gazed into Simon's sparkling eyes, wondering, why was he, a mere messenger, looking at her with such concern? Seeing her confusion, Therese stepped forward to defuse the situation, saying, "Your Grace, please grant us some time to speak first," reminding Simon. "The Emperor awaits. He wears a face of reluctance once more." Simon gets up and Leasty replies, "Yes, I was so happy that I was rude." Anastasia thinks, did he forget about the Emperor? Isn't that passive-aggressive rudeness? He quickly approached Laxius to greet him. "Please, come in, Your Holiness." Simon bowed and replied, "Thank you for the welcome." The Emperor completed the formalities and quickly turned to leave. Simon returns to Mikai and Anastasia, and she thinks to herself, "He's back. Please just go away." What is it you want to say? Suddenly, he fires a barrage of words that pierce Anastasia's ears, lamenting that no one recognized her noble presence. Even the former priest received the power of a noble, but he justified it until the very end, didn't he? Now don't worry, I'm here to fulfill your potential. Anastasia watched Simeon speak with sparkling eyes, unsure what to say as he rambled on, like having another aunt. Simeon spoke like a machine gun. Do you know how long I've waited for this day, you noble and holy one? Unconsciously, Mikhail steps forward to shield her as Simeon kneels, reverently saying, I offer my greetings once more. With a reverent bow, Simeon uttered, Oh, holy maiden, a phrase that left Laxius and Dolores speechless, and even her parents in stunned surprise. Her face darkened as she lamented, I just wanted to live a normal life as the Duke's youngest daughter. Meanwhile, the crowd buzzed with the shocking news. Did he just call the youngest daughter of the Andenblanc family a saintess? So, we've witnessed the birth of a saintess. Anastasia thought helplessly, having been declared a saint in front of everyone. There was no denying it now. Tetla asked Simon, Sir, our daughter has lived a normal life until now. He chuckled, explaining, Do you really think so? How could a normal child survive alone for 12 hours in a forest of dangerous monsters, let alone resist the power of that exiled, corrupt priest? She knew better than anyone that this couldn't simply be explained as divine protection. And then, it dawned on her. Anastasia suddenly grabs Mikhail's hand, and noticing her pale face, he asks, What's wrong, young lady? Anastasia recalls believing this life would be a quiet one. In countless lifetimes, whenever she revealed her special power, those around her quickly changed and became distant. If even her parents changed, she didn't think she could bear it. Thetla gently called out to Anastasia, Are you scared, dear? She was startled, but her parents still looked at her with warm smiles. She lovingly said, It's okay, your parents are here with you. Anastasia was touched, and tears welled up in her eyes. Feeling fortunate, she thought nothing had changed as she rushed to hug her mother, while Simon expressed his honor at meeting the saintess in person. She picked up Anastasia and replied, Indeed, sir, it would be a great honor. He politely acknowledged with an affirmative. Thea gave a polite smile and declined, saying her daughter was shy around strangers and asked to postpone the meeting. This statement surprises Sion. What was that? He stammered, calling after her, Wait a moment. Like a child throwing a tantrum, Jaeyong pleaded, Just a little bit longer. Could you show me the saintess's precious form? Anastasia, in her mother's arms, softly asked, Mommy, I have a question about that bear over there. Can I ask him something? She asked, and her mother gently agreed. She called to him, Mr. Bear? And Simeon was delighted with his new nickname. Yes, what can I do for you, my saint? Anastasia subtly analyzes the situation, making sure Mikhail knows there will definitely be consequences for him. The Pope has arrived. With that in mind, she told him that Uncle Sparkle Hair and everyone else said Mikhail was evil, staring directly at him as he stared back. Anastasia questioned Simeon. But Mikhail isn't a bad person, is he? Regaining his composure, he said sincerely, It seems the saintess already knew. Simeon approached Mikhail. My visit isn't just to see the saintess, but also to offer a sincere apology to Duke Leventis. He bowed his head, shocking Mikhail. Without hesitation, Simeon said, Duke Leventis, I offer you the apologies of the Holy Kingdom and the Temple. He sincerely apologized, the kingdom's priests belatedly realizing their past actions towards the young duke. The Holy Kingdom will severely punish those responsible and declare the rumors about the young duke to be false. Simon felt apologetic as he sent the gift of apology. While this may not completely mend the little duke's heart, I hope you'll accept this compensation prepared by the Holy Kingdom. He continued, Accept this, but you don't have to forgive the temple or the Holy Kingdom. It's all up to you, as even the gods don't want forced forgiveness. But I promise that I won't let something like this happen again, Mikhail replied, accepting the gift. Yes, father. Next, after Mikhail and the Pope made their promise, Anastasia wanted to go home. The smitten old man fawned. The saint seemed tired, and with just a word from her, the welcome party ended early and they left together, ignoring Laxius's calls. And so, Anastasia was able to throw Mikhail a birthday party. Standing before the Duke's mansion, she thought to herself, Mikhail always comes to me, so this is the first time I've visited the Duke's main residence. Anastasia happily watched their parents chat. Duke Leventis said, It's sudden, but welcome. Could the Duke help me prepare? Regato immediately replied, Of course. This is Mikhail's first birthday party. Mikhail walks over to Anastasia and asks, Gangi, is this my birthday present? She gasped softly. Anastasia, misunderstanding him, thought to herself, Even if it's a birthday party, don't say he thinks I didn't prepare a gift. I prepared a wonderful gift. With the final preparations complete, Mikai's first birthday party finally begins. Although there was no orchestra prepared, Tesla personally performed a birthday song on the piano, prompting Rogato, ever the doting husband, to say, "Your mother is good at everything." Laurencia excitedly agreed. Of course, Mom's the best. Then Duke Leventis gave his speech, saying slowly, "Happy birthday. This is the right to manage the Grand Ducal family." Mikai accepted it, bowing his head and saying, "Thank you. I will operate it with responsibility." As the gifts were given, Mikai received many, starting with his grandfather's, then the Enderbang parents' gift of a sword. Mikai looked genuinely happy to receive his siblings' present. He receives a boutonniere, and holding up the sparkling bracelet he received as a gift, Mikai asks, "Did you make this, Anastasia?" Anastasia thought that even though it was clumsy, he seemed to prefer handmade gifts. He put on the bracelet and said, "I received so many gifts from you today." Mikai cherishes the bracelet like a precious treasure, promising to keep it safe. "Thank you so much," she thought, smiling contentedly. "I'm so glad his first birthday party went well. Happy birthday to you." The next day, Anastasia returned to the imperial palace. Standing before the massive doors, she thought to herself, though she'd seen them several times and was used to them, if there was something different beside her that wasn't family or Mikhail, wouldn't it be a giant bear? She stood next to Simon, who, like a fangirl meeting her idol, became a human loudspeaker. "Please listen, Holy Maiden, everyone asks why I must monopolize you. So I told them if they weren't happy, they could go be pope. Usually this position is for the first attendant of the gods, which only annoys me. But it seems everything was ordained by the divine for this very day. I couldn't be happier." Anastasia silently sizes him up. He started again, wanting more than she does. His obsession led him to constantly pester her. "Oh, Saintess, may I have a bite?" It's a shame the king monopolized the Saintess's cooking. "Please, allow me some as well." Anastasia wondered what was going on. Back at the Great Temple a few days prior, Simon acted like Anastasia's biggest fan. How could such a sacred and precious moment happen to me? Even if she hadn't come, I would have gone to the Saintess myself. His eyes sparkled when he saw her, and Rogato, noticing his enthusiasm, spoke up to remind him. "My daughter is shy around strangers, Your Grace." He finally composed himself and said, "My apologies." Seymour asked the two, "So what brings you to me today?" Anastasia began, "I need a favor from you, Bear. Will you help me?" She smiled warmly and asked, secretly determined to personally feed her brother. Upon hearing rumors of the emperor's closeness to a corrupt official, the Pope willingly offered to personally bestow a blessing upon the king. And so, on the day of the candle festival at the palace, it was announced that the Saintess Anastasia Anderblank and the Pope would dine together. The ladies gossiped behind their fans. While this was a meeting with the Saintess, from the emperor's perspective, wasn't it a bit? Indeed, it is said that the blessing was granted due to the king's misdeeds. Ignorance is bliss, Anastasia thought with a hidden smile. Even the nobles know it, yet he alone remains ignorant. This is beyond amazing. Luxius rushed over, flattering him. "My grandson has arrived. I'm glad this body is receiving your blessing for the first time," Simon replied coolly, holding the tray of food. "Because the Saintess's power is so great, she intends to bestow blessings directly through food. This is a precious thing, so your highness should be grateful that you are related to the Saintess." He gazed at the shimmering food tray, his cheeks flushed with anticipation. Family truly is the best. "It seems my love for my niece has not been in vain," he says. "Now let's open it." Simon slowly lifts the lid, and Laxius gapes in anticipation. With eyes gleaming, he sees a sloppy, gooey mess of cookie dough and chocolate chips. Disappointed, he asks, "This is the dish my granddaughter prepared for me?" he declared, completely smitten. "That's right, now that you know, you have to finish it." He stared intently. "Surely you're not going to refuse a dish made with such sincerity by the Saintess?" Laxius forces himself to say, "I'll eat it. I never said I wouldn't." He scoops up a spoonful, and it's slimy. Laxius reluctantly tasted it, as Anastasia smirked, thinking, "That's right, eat it all. I went to the trouble of making it especially for you." He barely tasted it before dropping the spoon and sobbing. Laxius burst into tears, repeatedly saying, "I'm sorry." While Anastasia was surprised to hear her first life's name, the emperor suddenly complained of a stomachache and ran off somewhere, creating a new topic of discussion. His Highness just apologized. Good heavens. Anastasia pondered again. After bothering me to make food, why apologize now? A belated apology. So past life connections really do exist in this life. 2 weeks have passed since resolving her first longing at the Enderbang estate. She sits, deep in thought, hearing that reincarnation can end by resolving the regrets of past relationships. Anastasia, wanting nothing to do with him, had no choice but to seek him out herself, summoning the object she needed to find him. This will definitely be more useful. The item I used in my first life was a phone. Holding the phone, Anastasia smirked, pleased she'd switched to something expensive after the exam. I didn't expect to use it for so long. If I add this world's map to a regular GPS app and convert the emotional waves released when the curse is lifted into magical energy, the screen will display updating information. The phone buzzes, a mechanical voice chimes, and the longing tracker app is activated. She couldn't be happier. Anastasia happily scrolls through her phone. A signal already? Where should I check? The phone displays another notification. Checking the map, she's bewildered by the information on her phone. The address points to the Payson Kingdom Monster Forest, active state 25. She wondered if this person might not even be human. Anastasia hesitated. If I told them I came here, it would be chaos. I care, but I can't worry my family. She would grow a little more, then travel a little further, but her resolve didn't even last a day before the twilight tide engulfed the Enderbang mansion. Anastasia confided in Simeon, who asked if the Saintess wished to enter the monster-infested forest. That place is dangerous. She speaks her mind as if talking to herself. Such keen hearing, Anastasia thought, assessing Simeon, who sat elegantly before her. There seems to be another plot brewing within the papacy, but if I leave it to him, perhaps he'll find a way. I'll give it a shot. Anastasia steels her resolve, knowing the danger that lies ahead. Even so, I must go. My heart is filled with regret. I'm sorry, Mother and Father, she thought, as he said, if that is the Saintess's wish, then I will gladly accompany you. You need the Duke and Duchess's permission, right? She slowly admitted. Then, the Pope persuaded Anastasia's parents day and night, and she was granted 3 days on the condition that she prioritize her safety. Using the excuse of touring the nearby temple, and despite only having 2 members, he brought a mountain of supplies, practically a house, and happily said, "Aren't my diversion skills amazing? No one can keep up with me when I run away." Anastasia glanced at the clueless Simeon and judged him silently. How did he even become Pope? Camping near the monster forest, the two stopped to rest and set up camp. The embers crackled in the night as she looked at Simeon and said, "Teddy bear, I'm sleepy." He stood up. Then slowly lie down and sleep. Simeon tucked Anastasia in as she closed her eyes and secretly summoned for herself. "Let me know when the Pope is asleep." It appeared and took the order. "Yes, Demon Lord?" A moment later, in the still of midnight, Choco softly called out to her. "My lord, the bear is asleep." Anastasia groggily opened one eye, still half asleep, praising her as she picked up her phone. "We're leaving." She looked at the information on her phone and was shocked to realize, "Danger status?" Anastasia shot up and spoke to Choco. "I'm going to teleport. Stay close, Choco." It happily obeyed. She thought haughtily, "You can't die before you even meet me." Anastasia teleports in, only for a giant serpent to silently appear before her, startling her as she senses something behind her. She realized the giant snake was lunging at her with its mouth open. Is it a monster? Anastasia, staff in hand, prepares to fight, and the giant serpent is immediately defeated with a single blow. Anastasia leans on her staff, surveying her prize. "Master, you're the best," Choco simpers, as another beast growls in the shadows. Anastasia turned to see a chilling gaze staring at her from the darkness, eyes that flashed a bronze-gold hue, the eyes of a feline. Anastasia wondered, could it be someone who misses me? Suddenly, the creature lunged forward, claws extended. It embraced her tightly, and Anastasia, recognizing it, happily returned the hug. "Are you the tiger?" Her phone buzzed with a notification. "Sunset in the monster forest of the Payson Kingdom, 75. Status, very happy to meet you. Remember to hug me." Anastasia happily embraced Hong-Ax, savoring every moment. Unlike when she reunited with her brother, her heart was pounding. Something suddenly happened, leaving her slightly bewildered. Anastasia vaguely observes everyone around her, guessing this is her 20th life. Looking at her semi-transparent hand, she realizes she's entered Ho's memories. Her body is transparent. Just then, a sound draws Anastasia's attention. She approached and saw an orange cat curled up in the corner. Anastasia immediately recognized it as the cat she had fed a few times. She stared intently, then reached out to stroke the cat, smaller and thinner than she remembered. Was this how it looked after she died? As Anastasia stroked its fur, she thought, "I told you not to come." Overcome with emotion, her eyes began to water. "Have you been waiting here all this time?" Back in the present, Anastasia remorsefully touches him, offering her apology. She and Hong-Ax embraced tightly, not wanting to let go. "I should have found you sooner." Suddenly, she announces that the Demon King and his monsters are approaching. Anastasia's mood sours at this lack of romance, but after a moment, she rises, already plotting her next move. Good, our tiger has been waiting for this for a long time. Now all three of them are surrounded by monsters. Anastasia suggests clearing the area, raising her staff high, proud of her achievement as a saintess. The light spread from within the staff, and in a flash, its power erupted, causing an explosion that shot straight into the sky. Killing two birds with one stone, Anastasia is surprised by the change in everything and makes excuses for herself. Did I overdo it? Oh well, if I want my tiger to be safe, I have to go this far. Then she turned to pat Hongx on the head, reminding him to be good, as Choco looked on with glee. Now nothing can hurt you anymore, so live a good life, okay? It whimpered a few times as if reluctant to leave. Anastasia spoke gently, promising to return. Hongxi's eyes welled up, a sob of longing escaping its throat, a sight that tugged at Anastasia's heart. That's right. After over 1,000 years of longing, they part like this? Anastasia slowly reaches out her hand. Her legs buckled as she told it, "Let's go, Lake." Hongxi eagerly placed its massive foot forward, looking unusually cheerful. Suddenly she leaned forward, questioning, "Demon King, how do you intend to take it?" And the answer came directly from Anastasia. "Don't worry, I have a way." Elsewhere, Simeon happily swayed on his throne, a constant smile on his face. The head of the Holy Kingdom, Pope Simeon, hadn't been this happy in a long time, as memories flooded back while the saintess made pastries for the king. Anastasia's skill was evident, and in that brief moment, Simeon clearly saw her potential for sainthood, a power yet to fully bloom. The more he thought about it, the more determined he became to nurture her. After nurturing her, he laughs maniacally, a cunning look on his face. The saintess will have to take over all of his duties. But before his wish could come true, everything fell apart when he saw her return with Hongx. Simeon turned pale, and despite his fear, he pleaded, "The saintess is too dangerous. Can't you come over here? My heart is about to drop. Come on, hurry up." Anastasia quickly reassured him, saying it was okay, the tiger friend wasn't dangerous. He helplessly held his forehead, speechless. Even so, I really wish this situation was just a dream. Did she really go into that forest alone? Though Seahard's words were serious, she answered innocently, leaving him speechless and wanting to scream. So, the saintess looks around and changes the subject. "Can you tell me why the forest has become like this?" "It's become a sacred forest, no longer a monster's den." Anastasia paused, then feigned innocence as she spoke. "While you were asleep, I thought it was too dirty, so I cleaned it up." She spoke so lightly with a bright expression. "So I cleaned everything up." Mother always said being clean was a good thing. He could only fall silent, muttering to himself. If this is what she calls cleaning, is she truly the saint sent by the gods? So that's cleaning, a tough task for the Duchess and the cardinals. Next, he points at Hongxi, demanding answers. "So, Saintess, are you planning to bring this tiger along?" Anastasia smiles innocently, confessing that the tiger is her friend, and since she invited him, they'll be traveling together. He was forced to comply, able only to laugh through his tears. "I thought the saintess would take care of troublesome matters, but instead, she's brought me an even bigger problem." Suddenly, Simeon's mind wandered. The forest of monsters was a long-standing concern for the Pasan kingdom. Not only was it impossible to purify, but even approaching it was difficult. The more he thought, the more his pupils dilated. Even though he'd cleaned up that place alone, and his body was still alert, now wasn't the time to get excited. Considering the greater implications, Simeon was lost in thought. This would surely bring great change to the world. "Oh, Saintess, please remain as wonderful and adorable as you are, for my eyes only." Outside the magnificent Enderbang Palace, Tila embraces her and gives her a gentle kiss. Anastasia, their beloved daughter, eagerly responded. She asked all sorts of questions, making sure our little one wasn't hurt anywhere. Anastasia looked up politely and said, "Yes, I'm very happy." Suddenly, Anastasia became hesitant, her words faltering. Regato and Thala, puzzled, asked, "What's wrong, dear?" Slowly and sincerely, she expressed her desire to raise a tiger, a request that left the couple puzzled and prompting them to repeat it. "A tiger?" Anastasia affirmed, turning and commanding the tiger. "Come here." Hongx's appearance also left Ao and Lenslot speechless. She hugged it tightly, introducing it as, "This is the little tiger." Regato and Thala. Everyone froze for a moment, then frantically screamed Anastasia's name. "A tiger. This is too dangerous, my lady." At this point, she could only helplessly apologize to her parents in her heart as Io and Lenslot frantically pointed their spears forward. "My lady, it's dangerous. Please step back." Seeing this, Anastasia, wanting to protect him, embraces Hongxi. "No, Hongxi isn't dangerous. He's very gentle." Then she turns to Lizims, using him as a shield. "The bear said it was okay, right?" He was stunned to be called out like that. What? The elder was helpless and hopeless, crying inwardly. No, Saintess, when did I say that? I just couldn't resist you because you said you'd take me away. This is the trial the Saintess has given, so I will accept it. Unable to hold back, Thet questioned him. What's going on here? Demier, keeping his secrets, remained silent for a moment before finally speaking with a leisurely air. A prophecy, long foretold and passed down to the Holy Kingdom's Pope, he slowly recounted its origins to everyone. The Book of Prophecy, said to contain the words of the gods, conveyed just that. The prophecy, written from imagination, foretold that before danger befalls the world, a great saintess would appear. Don't doubt, just follow, for she will tame the beast into a gentle cat and perform miracles that will amaze all. And so, he concluded, solidifying their faith, there's nothing to worry about. But Sheila was still unconvinced, so the obsessed man revealed what had happened. This is no lie, for the miracle has already occurred. This claim left everyone stunned. The Saintess had purified the entire monster-infested forest. Overcome with emotion, he rushed forward, firing off questions about the area that dozens of priests had tried to cleanse before, all to no avail. Could it be true? Simi quickly responded, astonishing them both. Yes, this is truly a great miracle. Anastasia, still lost, wondered if such a prophecy truly existed, for she knew nothing of it. Simi's eyes darted to her, then he smiled, humorously conveying his thoughts. What do you think? Does it seem real? Anastasia's ears rang, her head filled with question marks and fear. Was that a lie? Was it right for the Emperor to do that? This is getting serious. She suddenly recalled the trouble she caused at the grand party, and how her actions in the capital and the Duke's mansion had thrown the entire estate into chaos. And then there was the incident in the forest. A forest with monsters and a tiger. Not just one, but 2 incidents. And then, a lengthy letter arrived. Contrary to her worries, everyone easily accepted the words saintess and prophecy. And though the Emperor acknowledged it and sent an invitation, Mother naturally ignored it. Without much thought, she chuckled and gently reminded him that she intended to entrust the work of a saintess to the Holy Land on this occasion, adding that her youngest was only 5 and needed more time to live a normal life. Of course, everyone understands, right? Simon was immediately flustered. Of course, I can continue to live peacefully despite my parents' strong opposition. At the farewell, he glared with a spoiled look, dotted his eyes with tears, and said, After the Pope returns to the Holy Land, I will come to you as a duke next time. Saintess. Anastasia, unnerved, thought to herself, Please don't come. My family is finally preparing to return to the Duke's mansion. Meanwhile, in another room, everyone was enjoying each other's company. Rogato and his son were deep in conversation when he suddenly suggested building Hongxi a huge house if they returned to the Duke's mansion. Anastasia politely agreed, while Laurentia was thrilled at the mention of Hongxi. Hongxi is so gentle. Lara petted him, and he just let her. This is the land of excitement and temptation. If we return, let's give Hongxi a snack. Thietla stood up, cutting them off with a soft, gentle voice. Until Anastasia grows up, I hope we won't have to go to the capital again. She's already been through something terrible once, and I don't want her to go back. Rogato, on the other side, agreed wholeheartedly. He didn't want the children to have a childhood like his. Anastasia listened in silence, absorbing every word, her mind racing. Her father, too, had struggled to become the Duke Ender Blanc at a young age. So that's why father is so concerned about raising a child. She pondered this, also reflecting on whether in her past lives she could have grown up as a normal 5-year-old instead of a saintess. Anastasia's clear eyes drooped slightly. I am always grateful for my parents' affection. That night, as she rested, she was awakened by sounds outside. Could it be true? Yes, that's right. We just received a message. Though still drowsy, Anastasia could make out a few things. It was her mother's voice. What could be happening so late? The noise outside continues. In the neighboring room of the AS Empire, Tesla is frantic about the information he just received. They're sending the Empire's 17th prince to be Anastasia's attendant? Her eyes widened in shock. What? Rogato, sitting across from her, calmly continued. The Empire has also requested the opportunity to serve the Saintess. Rooted to the spot, Letitia immediately denied it. No way. Even if her brother didn't know, someone else would. She stroked her chin thoughtfully for a moment. They were definitely not the kind of people to lower their self-esteem. There must be a plot. He was resolute. I thought so too, but Sheila, intelligent and quick-witted, anticipates Rogato's next words. Asen has lowered themselves, and we cannot refuse this request. He stared gloomily at the floor. If they refused, the Empire would likely prepare for war once more. Hearing all this, Anastasia felt pressured and blamed herself for causing such a huge problem. She lay still, her face as expressionless as ever, but thanks to her power, the Empire had revised its war plans. Taking in a child was better than war. The next morning, Mikhail appeared and clung to Anastasia, chattering incessantly, hoping to be the closest person to the little one. She thought helplessly, but what's wrong with this child now? He follows her around all day with that sulky look. Did he hear the 17th prince is coming? But now Mikhail will have many friends. Then Anastasia thought about the party and the trivial events within it. After the Pope's apology, the noble families changed their attitudes and tried to get close to Mikhail, greatly affecting Leventis, especially with so many applications to be her attendant that the Grand Duke was overwhelmed. He ignored his friends twice and went straight home, unable to understand how they, who once shunned Mikhail, now wanted to befriend him. Now, every second he sees her, Mikhail pesters her endlessly. Am I not the closest person to you? Anastasia's eyes are glued to her book, her words measured. Is that okay? He leaned in to ask again, and received the answer he wanted. Mikhail, still not believing, asked a mandatory question. Don't you forget that promise. She glanced over. I won't. He happily revealed everything without holding back. Promise me you won't stop playing with me when you make new friends, because I'll do even better. She pondered for a long while, her mind racing with possibilities. Did someone say something? But something was off. This child was usually silent, even when his expression changed. So why was he suddenly acting so clingy? She would soon learn the reason for his behavior, and that fateful afternoon. One day she flew into a rage and ordered her subordinates to bring her an axe. 2 knights paled in fear, crying out, "Oh, my queen!" Just then, Rogato grabbed her shoulders, urging her to calm down. She snapped back. How can you ask me to stay calm? I have to end Laxius's uselessness. At that moment, he quietly reminded her, the children are here. That's right. Anastasia, Damien, and Laurentia watched them intently for a long time, while Sheila sadly lowered her eyes, unable to face them. Then she dropped her guard, falling into Rogato's arms in tears, lamenting his absurdity. Rogato stroked her back in comfort, saying he understood. The Law's eyes turned cold and dark. How dare he say our daughter must be engaged to the 17th prince? Those words reached her ears, and Anastasia's face froze, her mouth agape. Engaged? I thought he was just going to be my friend. She now understood Mikhail's recent strange behavior. It was no surprise he was acting so odd. The more Anastasia thought about it, the worse she felt. That man was truly the bane of her existence. Who said I'd agree to an engagement? Even a 5-year-old should have a say in their own marriage. Cut to the royal conference room, where Laxius urgently demands, surely there's nothing better than a marriage alliance? Rogato slams the table, angrily retorting that even a marriage alliance has its limits. He's sick of the idea and determined to put an end to it. It's true, the imperial Prince Aeson is a bit mismatched with the youngest duchess. So isn't that a good thing? Duke Leventis, sitting nearby, sided with Rogato, asking, what are you talking about? I truly pity the Duchess Anastasia. He couldn't help but utter those cold words. I truly pity my daughter. Everyone is divided into opposing factions, arguing fiercely. The Empire mentioning reparations shows the Duchess's importance. Have you forgotten the Pope's words that she would be greater than Saint Charlotte? Is that the 17th Imperial Prince's fiancé? But even so, why prolong the negotiation when Fasan has the upper hand? Before Laxius could ramble on, the Rogato Empire quickly cut him off with a dark expression. Your Highness, yesterday the wife of God requested an axe. Suddenly, he recalled the Law's murderous aura. Laxius waved his hands dismissively. I guess I was wrong. By noon, the palace was abuzz with shocking news. After the Holy State intervened and deliberated, they finally decided to welcome the 17th Prince of the Aeson Empire. Anastasia stroked Laurentia to sleep, lost in thought. Because of that, I couldn't return to the Duke's mansion and had to stay in the capital longer. She recalled Grand Duke Leventis reluctantly dragging Mikhail away, forcing him to return first. One day in August, carriages entered the estate, followed by handsome, imposing men. Those were knights of the Empire, which the maids behind them found strange. She turned, puzzled. That's the first time I've seen such magnificent helmets and armor. The girl next to her whispered in agreement. Me too. Anastasia waited with a cold expression, but inwardly she was assessing the situation with a slight thrill. An imperial prince is still a prince, more cautious than she thought. Suddenly she noticed something was off. Yang peers out to investigate. Anastasia observes the dilapidated carriage before her and wonders, what is that old carriage? Could it be carrying the prince? The blue-haired knight pounded on the window, signaling for him to get out, startling the boy inside. The Enderplangs were shocked, staring wide-eyed at the situation unfolding before them, and even Anastasia was confused and sympathetic, as he was clearly the same age as her. Lemaire, shrinking back, didn't dare look up as he stammered, "Nice to meet you, Saintess." He was both scared and trying to enunciate each word clearly. "I'm Lamer Asen, and I'm to be engaged to the Saintess." This only deepened Anastasia's suspicion. How could the prince be so thin and small? The two knights, indifferent to it all, just wanted to leave quickly, saying, "King Pasan is waiting, so we'll take our leave. The Saintess is merciful, so please be understanding." Regato had no intention of arguing further. "I understand. I'll be going now. You, on the other hand, don't hold back your displeasure at all. I can't believe they'd be so disrespectful to their own parents. Is that what it means to be a knight of the Empire?" Before leaving, the blue-haired knight deliberately shoved Lamer, whispering venomous words. "How foolish to take in such a low-born wretch. Is the Saintess too soft?" This confirmed Anastasia's suspicions. The 17th prince had been abandoned by the Empire, but to treat him like this in front of her was too much for a child to bear. With that in mind, she openly approached him, extending her hand. "Hello, I'm Anastasia." He hastily bowed, calling her Saintess, but Anastasia was unfazed, readily taking Lamazer's hand. "I'm Anastasia." He frantically tried to pull his hand away, muttering, "My hands are dirty," but she brushed it aside. "It's okay, they're not dirty." She thought to herself that although it was a rare action, she couldn't just stand by and watch. Anastasia slowly approached him, then offered, "Now that we know each other's names, have introduced ourselves and shaken hands, let's be friends." Day after day, she observed Lamazer's every expression and action, understanding his difficulty in opening up, especially given her past lives. Because even when offered kindness and help, those who live in malice find it hard to accept. I was once like that, and she was wrong to give her more information. The more Chaco learned about Lamazer's past, the worse it seemed, and Anastasia finally understood the truth about his origins. Lamazer's mother, a dancer, had a one-night stand with the emperor and died shortly after giving birth. Despite being a prince, Lamazer had nothing. No maternal family, no backing. And because he inherited the royal family's silver hair and gold eyes, his own siblings threatened his life. Ultimately, he was isolated and rejected to the point of shutting himself away. It's a miracle he survived this long. He'd never received genuine affection. And so, Anastasia had an idea. She wanted to give him a childhood, like her parents had given her. Back in reality, she shares the cake with Lamazer, who hesitantly accepts it with both hands. "Saintess," Anastasia gently corrected. "This. Not Saintess, but Anastasia." Lamer stared at the cake for a long time, then stammered, "Yes, is it okay to divide this up and eat it throughout the day?" She was quite surprised. Was he never properly fed in the Empire? But a moment later, he denied it, saying, "This is just a snack, let's eat together." Upon hearing that, he clutched the pastry tightly, his face a mask of shock. "How could I dare eat a snack?" Anastasia smiles kindly and says, "But eating together is better than eating alone. Let's eat together." This answer seemed to reassure Lam Geo somewhat, and he replied hesitantly, "Then I'll have a bite. Thank you." He then took a big bite, and the taste of the cookie stunned him. Overjoyed, he exclaimed, "This is so good. Can I really eat this?" She affirmed, tucking another piece into his hand. "Of course. Now eat up." Lam, now confused, blurts out, "Huh?" Anastasia chimes in, "Eat more." You hesitated, then stopped. Though she was a saintess, as time passed, she and Lamazer grew closer. After returning together, I taught Lamazer little by little, and even invited Laurentia to play with us. I tried to create the same care and affection that I received from my own family. 2 weeks passed, and I sometimes saw a childlike innocence in Lamazer. At that moment, he and the maid brought snacks to Anastasia, Madeleines. Anastasia smiled, watching Lamazer's shy expression as she ate, thinking to herself that raising a child was quite interesting. She began the conversation, saying how nice it would be to quickly reach the Duke's mansion, where it would be much more comfortable. He hesitated, then asked, "Is this Anastasia's cat?" Anastasia continued to speak, hoping Lamer would like it too. Lamer shyly promised, "If Anastasia wants, I'll try my best." "You don't have to force yourself. If you like it, you like it. But if that's the case, Anastasia might not be happy." Seeing this, Anastasia patiently, caringly, and understandingly spoke with him. Lamazer's heart belongs to Lamazer. He should simply say what he likes or dislikes. Upon hearing this, Lami was stunned, as if enlightened, and his heart stirred with emotion. Slowly he blushed and said, "I will." Amidst the hustle and bustle of preparing to return to the Duke's mansion, the menacing image of the Empire's 2 treacherous knights resurfaced. "Before returning home, I want to meet the prince. The king said he'd host a farewell banquet as thanks." He read each line of the letter, barely managing to suppress his trembling fear. Of course, I have to go back, right? Lam was ashen, like a condemned man, his mind reeling. How am I going to manage this? Anastasia couldn't help but think he's been shaking ever since receiving that invitation. Thetla, sitting beside him, gently touched Lamazer's shoulder, startling him. She softly asked, "What's wrong, Lamazer?" Anastasia added, "If you don't want to go, you don't have to." Lemaire shot up, exclaiming, "No, I have to go." Thetla noticed his trembling hands and softly called his name. Lamazer. But he only gripped his clothes tighter, his whole body still shaking. "Please, let me go. I have to go, or everyone will be punished." Even the Saintess Anastasia could see how tormented he was, wondering just how badly the Empire had abused him to make him so afraid, yet unable to refuse. Thera spoke sternly. They wouldn't dare lay a hand on Lamazer, nor would they dare touch me or my daughter. Anastasia was truly angered and saw this as an opportunity to teach them a lesson. She approached Lamazer and offered, "Then come with me. I'll hold your hand tight." He hesitated, hearing this. "What?" "But—" Lam lowered his head, clutching his faded coat, wrinkling it. "If I'm with Lady Anastasia, I'll look too poor and ordinary." But that La gently reassured him. "There's nothing to worry about." "Lam now?" He responds with a questioning look. "This is Enderbang," she continued, as Lamer, after choosing the right outfit, placed his hand on his chest, his voice filled with anticipation. "I really don't know if this looks okay." Anastasia reassured him. "It's perfect, you look great." He blushed shyly. "Huh? What do you mean? That's not me." Lamer appeared, dressed in an unusually luxurious outfit, seemingly tailored just for him. Anastasia thought to herself that she had to get him used to these kinds of compliments as she held out her hand to Lamazer. "Let's go in." He answered with a yes, gently placing his hand in hers. Voices echoed from the doorway, discussing how to improve relations with the Empire. Yes. His Majesty also said that Basan, where he is, can be trusted. But his words were cut short by the sound of the door opening. Everyone turned to the knight as he announced, "Our great Saintess and Prince." He approached Anastasia and Lamazer, who seemed to shrink before his massive frame. The knight placed a hand over his heart and said respectfully, "I knew you two would come." He happily says, "His Majesty's insight is truly remarkable to see you two already so close." Anastasia is annoyed, wondering why Luxius's name was brought up. He's not going to start rambling again, is he? Luxius seems to agree with the knight. "Indeed, I have an eye for talent. What a performance." The knight immediately responded, "As you say, Your Highness, we should expedite their marriage." These words caused a stir, and a voice echoed from the corner of the room. "Marriage?" His hand tightened around the wine glass, the pressure causing cracks to spiderweb across the glass. Those words came from Anastasia's parents, who were struggling to remain calm, especially with her mother's rising anger. Rogato suppressed his anger and threatened, "Your Highness, I thought we were done with that discussion." Laos, pale with fear, turned away, stammering that it was for the sake of the continent's peace. The knight inwardly wondered if the king was really that incompetent. Lam stammered, "I can't." Hearing this, he questioned, "Can't what?" "So, are you saying you don't like the Saintess?" Lamazer trembled, unable to look them in the eye, and stammered. The knight continues to play dumb, saying such rude things will only hurt the Saintess. Anastasia interjects, defending him as she clutches Lamazer's hand. "Lamazer never said he hated me, and if engagements are so great, why don't you and the king get engaged?" The knight sneered, saying disdainfully, "The Saintess is still too young. The king and I cannot be engaged." Anastasia feigned innocence, asking, "Why not?" A question that clearly irritated him. "First of all, the king is already married." She then asks, "So what?" "Why, it's just common sense." "Then why is it so obvious?" Faced with so many questions, he couldn't even manage a smile. "I said it's obvious because it is. Are you really a saint? Like the people living in the backward country." Anastasia finally caught the word that had slipped out of the knight's mouth, her eyes gleaming. "Mom, Dad, what does backward mean?" she asked innocently. He said this is the backward country. Realizing his slip, he became flustered. "What?" "No, the Saintess lied." Sheila sternly asks Anastasia, "Did he say anything else?" She sadly replies that she's no longer like the Saintess and that Sheila pressed further. "What else did he say?" Anastasia, looking troubled, quietly admitted that he had said some harsh things to Lamazer. Lamer must be so sad. This makes him stare at her, wide-eyed. The knight tries to explain, saying she must have misheard. "We cherish you, Your Highness, don't we?" He urges Lamazer to say something to the Saintess. Anastasia turned to him, her small hand gripping his trembling one, and sincerely advised, "It's okay, Lamazur. Just do what you want. I told you, Lamazur's heart belongs to Lamazur." Hearing this, he lowered his head in thought. Then, Lemur stepped forward, trembling, and said, "I won't do it." Lady Anastasia didn't lie. "So please take responsibility for your words." The Dark Knight, Govasin, paled, but it was too late. Rogato cut him off, unwilling to hear any more excuses. He condemns him, that a royal knight of the Empire could joke so easily. So, from the Empire's perspective, what I just heard makes sense, right? The knights who returned were stripped of their titles and sentenced to hard labor. Lucky to be alive. Furthermore, their loose lips, while in the kingdom, forced the Empire to have its troop deployments at the border. Chaco overheard everything. As Anastasia Vet's parents drained the Empire dry, time passed. It wasn't until winter that they returned to the duchy. Amidst the white landscape, Laurentia exclaimed, "It's snowing, everyone, the first snow of the year." Damien called out to Anastasia and Lamazur from afar, "Be careful not to fall." Anastasia turned back, assuring him she would. Lamer stood silently behind her, head bowed in thought, before stammering a response. "Anastasia, there's something I need to say." He clenched his fist. Anastasia turned back, confused. He continued, "Actually, meeting the Saintess was the first time I stubbornly did what I wanted." Anastasia was confused. She thought Lemaiser had been forced to come. He confessed to Anastasia. "Originally it wasn't me, but one of my younger siblings who was supposed to come. I was stubborn then because I was worried about my sibling, but now I want to apologize." This made Anastasia wonder why. Lamer replied that he really liked this place, that everyone treated him kindly, and that he was happy to have met Anastasia. His small face flushed, his eyes sparkling like stars. These sincere words touched Anastasia's heart. Her eyes widened as she looked at him. Lam shyly turned away, saying in a flustered voice, "It's cold. Let's go inside quickly." He quickly turned and left, Anastasia's cheeks now flushed as well. She smiled softly, watching him walk away, then followed after him. It was then, at the end of that year, that she considered Lamazur a close friend, and time at Duke Dean's estate passed like a tranquil lake. Anastasia knew Laurentia could ride a horse very fast now, and he had become the young Duke Enderblang on his 12th birthday, as had she. The curtains are drawn and the maid speaks. "The young lady is awake." Sunlight streams through the window, illuminating the entire room. Everything sparkled in the sunlight. Anastasia was now 8 years old. She turned, her delicate face like a myriad of blooming flowers, and began her day. "Good morning. I remember the spring when I was 8. I couldn't just eat and play like before. However, it was only basic education." Anastasia rested her chin on her hand, gazing thoughtfully at the book on the table. "Honestly, there's almost nothing to learn." She glances sideways at Lamazur. On the other hand, Lamazur was learning a great deal. He said he'd never been educated in the Empire because of his status, so he was very happy. Therefore, after finishing the morning lessons, the rest of the time was hers, but Anastasia was disappointed when she checked her phone. Still no news today. The search for a connection to the past continues, but there are no new leads. Even my dream connection is silent. The phone in her hand slowly fades away. Anastasia approached the window, a faint smile on her face. "Oh, what's this? Peace is a good thing. And the weather's nice, so I'll take a walk in the garden." And with that, she strolled into the garden in the warm morning sun. Anastasia stretched, exhaling softly to relieve her fatigue, and relaxed her body in contentment. "How lovely." Mikai's teasing voice suddenly echoed in her ear. "Who are you, sweet on? It's been a while, darling." Anastasia was startled and looked up thinking, "Is that Mkai? How long are you going to call me baby?" She made no attempt to hide her annoyance. "I'm not a kid anymore," he chuckled. "Compared to me, you're still just a kid," Anastasia retorted, annoyed. "I told you not to call me small or a kid," but Mikai continues to tease. "You're just so small and cute, though. I'm not lying." She crosses her arms, pouting. "But weren't you supposed to come the day after tomorrow? Did you finish your work to come here? You put off your meeting with the chairman to come here, didn't you?" He sighed, trying to explain. "Does Gang really think that?" "I did everything I could. Anyway, are you free today?" Anastasia glanced back curiously, letting out a gasp. With a sly smile, Mikai purrs, "There's a place I want to take you." Beneath the lush trees, she widens her eyes in surprise at their destination. "This is the place you wanted to go?" Mikai smiled and nodded. Anastasia was stunned, overcome with emotion. This was the place she had once visited with the Grand Duke. As if reading her thoughts, he went to her side and said that the Duke constantly bragged about climbing the mountain with his precious one. Anastasia worried he'd be sad if their memories were taken away, but Mikai thought it was a small thing that would be fine. Just a little scolding, then help him out and lift the baby up high. I think I can manage, he says, but Ms. Wufang refuses. I don't need it, Anastasia thought helplessly. Like grandfather, like grandson, even after all these years. A moment later, Mikai laid out a mat and took out a basket of pastries. After a while, Anastasia began to yawn, her eyes heavy with sleep. Mikai noticed and suggested she take a nap. She stubbornly refused, but Mikai continued to coax her. Didn't Damien say you need to sleep well to grow big and strong? He patted his lap, inviting her over. Here. Anastasia frowned, silently assessing the situation. Why bring his name into this? Becoming more and more cunning. Finally, she couldn't resist and laid down on Mikael's lap, but still retorted, You're so bad. He couldn't help but chuckle with affection, longing for her love, but she remained oblivious. Anastasia blinked sleepily, almost dozing off, thinking that being alone wasn't bad, but being with someone was better after all. But Anastasia suddenly noticed a dark figure lying on the nearby lawn. What was that over there? Startled, she sat up. A corpse? Seeing her sudden action, Mikai asked in surprise, What's wrong? Someone's collapsed over there, Anastasia whimpered, pointing. Hurry over there, Mikai called out anxiously, waiting for him to join. Having exhausted herself running across the hill, she arrived breathless, only to find him calmly sitting beside the unconscious figure. He started slower than me, so how is he here so fast? Worried, she asked, How is he? Mikai shook his head, replying, He's fine, still alive, and without a scratch. Just what is it? Anastasia asked anxiously. Just what? He looks at the sleeping man's drool-covered face and replies, He's just sleeping. Still, she worried about this man, sleeping out here without even a tarp. Unsure of what he was doing, she knew she had to wake him. Suddenly, the man reached out and grabbed Anastasia. Hai, startled, pulled her back and shouted, Kid! Anastasia is startled. He's awake? It was then that he spoke in a dark voice. You children will live long lives. Bayoni, with gentle eyes, smiled kindly after that statement, while she stared in stunned silence, mouth agape. Is this guy really saying I'm living a long life? Coming from someone who can't even make it past 20? Anastasia stammered, unable to find the words, especially after he just passed out and started snoring, drooling all over the place, much to the couple's bewilderment. Mikhail whispers in exasperation, suggesting they travel by carriage first. He'll go call the village chief. Ms. Zhang agreed with a scornful look, and Anastasia became wary, wondering what this person was up to. Meanwhile, Peony woke up in the carriage, yawning and stretching. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and said, Hello, children. Both she and Mikai responded with disdain. Anastasia thought to herself that they were only together because there was only one carriage. Bion, still half asleep, stared at them. He asked a question that chilled the air. Husband and wife? Anastasia glared at Bion, internally cursing his insanity. He continued to ramble on. Did I interrupt your honeymoon? Anastasia sighed, silently agreeing that he was insane. Not letting Peony's mouth run any further, she decides to speak up and explain. Mihai and I were just kids, but he insisted that children could get married. People shouldn't be prejudiced. Anastasia silently judged her integrity. Bioni leaned in close, smiling as he asked, So, do you two know where this is? Anastasia made her disdain clear, saying, My mother told me not to talk to suspicious people. As he rummaged through his sleeve, he explained, I'm not suspicious. Hold on, where is it? Here it is, Bioni exclaimed, holding out a piece of paper to them. Found it. Both she and Mikai froze as they looked at the paper in his hand. Anastasia was stunned, unable to believe it. Unbelievable. This strange, brainless person is the master of the magic tower? Bioni scratched his head, grinning sheepishly. I don't know where this is, so I can't go home. A lightning bolt flashed through her mind. The master of the magic tower? Anastasia couldn't help but assess Pioni's bewildered appearance. How can such a careless person be the master of the magic tower? Is the tower even stable? Well, my parents must have received the news anyway, so I'll just deal with it haphazardly. After a moment's thought, she spoke up, not giving Anastasia a chance to finish her question of where they were. Mikhail whispers, Hey, little princess, he's fallen asleep again. You're annoyed, but can't scold him. Just who is this guy? After a while, as the two got out of the carriage, Thilla asked with concern, Anastasia and Mikai, did you two have fun? I heard everything. Where is the master of the magic tower? He replied curtly, She's asleep. She understood. Oh, I see. Then, Thet went alone to the carriage, politely knocked on the door, and had no choice but to call out, Master of the magic tower. Bion jolts awake, hitting his head on the carriage roof in his haste. Bion awkwardly opened the door, scratching his head. It's been a while. Commander, she said sternly, call me whatever you like. I heard you can sleep anywhere. he stammered, unable to get the words out. She rebuked sternly, I distinctly remember hearing that you're not supposed to do that in the magic tower. Bayani quickly denied it. You misunderstand. Commander, she replied with a tone that was both praise and threat. Good. Then don't bother my family, master of the magic tower. He straightened up awkwardly, raised his hand in a stiff greeting, and said, I understand, I'll keep that in mind. Anastasia never imagined Paoni had this side to him. Could he even talk like that? He placed his teacup on the table and announced, Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Peon, master of the Bion Centrolia magic tower. Anastasia politely responded, I am Anastasia Anderbang. Hearing this, he was overjoyed and began to ramble on. So she was the youngest princess of Duke Ander Blank. I'm a friend of your father. Regato is very kind, but the commander is a bit scary. According to what Anastasia overheard from Paoni, the three of them met on the battlefield over a decade ago. Her mother was the commander, and Paoni was a mage under her command. He trembled at the mention of the law, recalling how the commander, unimpressed with his stamina, made him run 20 laps around the training ground on off days. Mikai wishes Regato would hurry and rescue her from this dreadful place, pointing out that he could simply use teleportation magic now that he knows where she is. It just dawned on Peony. That's right, isn't it? Why didn't I think of that? Smart child, would you like to be my disciple? What a waste. The boy has incredible magical talent. This was all within Anastasia's expectations. As expected of the Magic Tower Master, he could see Mika's talent right away. He frowned and refused outright. Magical talent, you say? I don't need it. The man patiently tried to persuade him. What? Really? You could even inherit my position. Mikai remained firm. Save your filthy power. I don't need it. He then stormed out of the room, slamming the door behind him. Bion looked out the door and forced a smile. He'd been rejected. I guess I'm not very popular. I wonder what this little one thinks. Anastasia thought to herself, what do I think? What a pathetic fool. Mkai suddenly turned around and threw the door wide open. This filled him with hope. Has she changed her mind about working with me? He ignored Peony and went to Anastasia, looking apologetic. Sorry, sweetheart, I forgot about you. Anastasia glanced at Mikai, refusing inwardly. I'm fine staying here. He glanced back and repeated, let's go. Then he glared at the man and decisively left. Bioni fiddles with his cards, sighing, leaving one little friend for me wouldn't hurt. Or maybe I'll just play cards alone until Rogato arrives? Outside in the hallway, she followed Mikai, wondering, Mikai, do you hate magic? He doesn't deny it? Anastasia asks, curious. Why? Mkai said distantly, explaining that he feared being called a cursed child again, and that's why he hated it, and hated even more becoming the disciple of that strange man. Her eyes reflected sadness and contemplation as she listened to his story. He never showed any discomfort, so she assumed he was all right. Of course, how could it be? Wounds from childhood are the hardest to heal. Anastasia suddenly grabs Mikai's hand, pulling him down. Mikai. She tiptoed and patted his head lightly, and under Mikai's surprised gaze, Anastasia simply stroked his head in comfort. After a moment, she finally spoke. I checked. Mikai was bewildered. Checked what? Anastasia stated firmly. I'm a saintess, after all. I've just proven that Mikai is just a normal child. Her words eased his mood somewhat, and a faint blush crept onto his cheeks. Mikhail shyly replied, I'm just teasing you. Anastasia let out a mischievous laugh. I'll tease you from time to time. Later, at dinner, the table was overflowing with food. With a fork in one hand and a napkin in the other, Mikai offered, Let me wipe your mouth for you. Anastasia shakes her head, refusing, No need. Damien looks at them, sighing helplessly. They always monopolize our Anastasia, don't they? Laurentia pows, making her feelings known. That's right. Mikhail is so selfish. Mikhail could only offer a polite smile and ask, Then I'll ask for permission next time. Damien doesn't mind. All right, Anastasia already gave permission. I was just being a bit sulky. As night fell, darkness quietly enveloped the ancient castle. Mikhail strolled alone through the garden, his eyes lost in thought. As a brother, he could never win against Damien. I wonder if I'll even be with Gangi before you arrive. If only. Out of nowhere, Bioni appears and tries to persuade Mikai. Hey kid, I've been waiting for you. Without a ripple of emotion, he coldly dismisses him. Get out of my way. Refusing to give up, he decided to strike at Mikai's heart. Don't do this. I have something important to tell you. It concerns the youngest princess, the one you like. Aren't you curious? I'll make it quick. I have the power of foresight. The youngest princess is fated for tragedy, and only you can change her destiny. He refused to believe it, calling it nonsense. Bion chuckled confidently, reminding him to think carefully as destiny is absolute. Little one, I see it now. Before long, you'll come to me begging to be my disciple. Well then, until next time, little one. And with that, he floated into the air and departed. Mikai watched Peony's retreating figure, muttering, "What a blatant liar." He said Kang would live a long life, but he's still worried. His heart's pounding, so it's near the forest. Even though I know it's nonsense, why do I feel so uneasy? A new day begins, and the sweet voice of Tuyet-La rings out the next morning. "Little one, can you do me a favor?" Anastasia asked, picking up a basket. "What is it?" She leaned down to instruct him, asking Mikai, who had gone out without breakfast, for a favor. "He looks like he needs our youngest's help. I wonder what happened last night." "Why skip breakfast?" Seeing Anastasia's expression, Tila reveals that Mikai must have been teased by the Tower Master again. She asked in surprise, "Teasing?" She then explained in detail, Bion has the power of precognition. He would often predict the futures of those around him, but the problem was he was right, less than half the time. Anastasia clearly dislikes Peony, so is it really precognition? Though his predictions are often wrong, they sometimes help so she can't completely ignore him, just in case it's something important. "So that's the situation, Anastasia. Can you do me a favor?" Finally convinced, she took the food basket to Mikai, with Lamer trailing behind, grumbling about how the young duke always bothered the young lady. She replied earnestly, "It's okay, we're friends." He still hesitated, but Anastasia stopped and asked if Lamer were in the same situation. Wouldn't he be sad if she didn't come? Lamer stammered, unsure of what to say. "How could I?" Anastasia replied sternly, "How could you what? Lamer and I are good friends, so it's only natural." He lowered his head, understanding, and quietly agreed. Anastasia ended the conversation, saying she had to leave, and Lamer didn't try to stop her. Standing on the high balcony, Damien and Laurentia looked down below as she remarked, "Isn't Mikai causing our dear father too much trouble?" "Indeed, it's too much." After a while, Anastasia weaves through the trees and finally finds Mikai sitting in the middle of the forest. Watching his back, she wondered, "I found him, but why is he sitting alone? He's making me worry." Startled by Anastasia's voice, Mikai turned around, a teasing smile on his face. "The youngest princess always finds me so easily, doesn't she?" Anastasia said, regaining her composure. "Thank you for coming," Mikai said sincerely. "Thank you." Knowing he was troubled, she tried to comfort him. "Your mother told me a very interesting story. The Tower Master's words are hardly ever half true." Mikai looked up in surprise, seeking confirmation. "Is that true?" He didn't trust Peony to begin with. As expected, the Tower Master is talking nonsense again. Anastasia offered a bright smile of comfort. "So, no matter what the Tower Master says, don't worry too much." His mood has improved. Her trembling face flushed red as she replied, "Thank you. I suddenly feel hungry." Hearing his stomach rumble, she hands him a food basket, saying her mother anticipated his hunger. He opened the food basket and exclaimed, thanking both the Duchess and Anastasia for bringing it. Anastasia's demeanor instantly shifts, her voice turning cold. "Then don't call me baby, it's embarrassing." Mikhail persists, but if not baby, then what should he call her? Anastasia fumed, thinking, he's doing this on purpose, isn't he? Why do I have a bad feeling I'll still be called baby in 10 years? Cut to the arena, where Laurentia appears to greet her with a bright face and neat attire. "You're back already. Mikai is being a nuisance, isn't he?" Anastasia happily embraces her, nodding in response, while Mikai stands behind her, looking displeased. She's barely home and already running to Laurentia. How inconsiderate, princess. Anastasia didn't bother to look back, thinking to herself, of course a sister is better than a brother. Laurentia glared back, retorting, "Then who told you to bother my house from afar?" Mikai retorted, insisting he hadn't bothered her at all. She retorted, annoyed, "Yes, you did." "You made Zaxa worry." Then Laurentia decisively removed one of her gloves. With a decisive throw, she hurled it at his chest, making the air heavy with tension. Laurentia cleared her throat, questioning him. "Do you know what you've done?" "I challenge you, Mikai Leventis." She strides into the arena like a proud warrior, and Mikai accepts the challenge, standing opposite Laurentia. Neither of them would back down, as Anastasia stood between them as a referee. She declared that since Mikai was in the wrong, he could only use his left hand. Of course, he wouldn't accept that, so he corrected her. How underhanded. "I'm right-handed," he protests, but Laurentia won't budge. "So, in fact, Mikai has always been the despicable one, hasn't she, Shasha?" She nodded in agreement, secretly cheering for Laurentia. "If you say I'm despicable, then I'm despicable," Mikai retorted, raising her sword. "What? Laurentia and I are only a year apart." She raises her spear in challenge, but their years of martial arts training are vastly different. So using both hands would be underhanded. Besides, Lara has to win today to be Zax's dance partner for the birthday. He raised his sword to Laurentia, replying, "A dance partner? That's a little hard to concede. As their wooden weapons clashed and her voice filled with determination, Anastasia watched from the sidelines, realizing that even with one hand, Mikhail held the upper hand. There's not much to be done, given our different training times. It must be spring. I'm the only one feeling restless. As she sneezed, Mikhail immediately dropped his wooden sword. He rushed to Anastasia, asking worriedly, "Sweetheart, are you all right?" Confused, she wondered what was happening. Then Anastasia reminded him, "Father said not to look away during a match." Mkai disregarded her words and asked, "Are you hurt anywhere? You've been outside since early this morning?" Anastasia shook her head, replying, "No, I haven't," she thought helplessly. Could the master of precognitive magic be so careful about catching a cold? He breathed a sigh of relief, glad it was nothing serious. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she pondered. Even during the competition, he was concerned about her condition. It was just a sneeze. Then, Anastasia said something that blew Mikai's mind, like a boulder had just fallen on his head. After all, she won. Laurencia's eyes sparkled with delight, her heart filled with excitement. She rushed over, grabbed Anastasia's hand, and asked, "Zaxa, you have to be with me on my birthday, okay?" Anastasia smiled brightly and replied, "Of course." Time flew by, and May 5th, her 11th birthday, arrived. Early in the morning, Laurencia opened the door, chirping, "Are you awake, Shasa?" "My Shasa, I love having you as my sister." Anastasia hugged her tightly, returning the affection. "I love you too." Laurencia nuzzled her head, chirping, "I know, my little darling likes me the most." Anastasia then noticed Laurencia was still in her pajamas and anxiously asked, "Sis, is it okay for me to be here like this? It's your birthday and you're not even dressed." Laurencia squeezed her hand and replied, "It's okay, I'm just here to pick up Zaxa." Anastasia was surprised. "Pick me up?" She giggled, her eyes sparkling with excitement, because today, Sasa would be Lara's dance partner. In the dressing room, Laurencia, hands on her hips, declared confidently, "Of course that would suit our Sasa, but today I think a red ribbon would be better." Even the servants agree. Lady Lara always knows best. Laurencia excitedly twirls around Anastasia, triumphantly thinking, "Of course, I'm Sasa's older sister after all. Do her hair like this style." Anastasia thought to herself, "It's been so long since I've worn makeup like this." There was a time when I had to worry about makeup, hair, and clothes every day. Suddenly, her eyes darkened. When was that? She must have hesitated for a moment. Anastasia recalls her 45th life, born into a notorious villainous family, with a twin brother born just minutes before her. But due to his weak constitution, she became an overexploited doll, beautiful, magnificent, and a powerful existence that no one dared oppose. And so, her twin brother was always compared to her. From his sickbed, he cried, "You think you can have it all? Just as long as your illness is cured?" Anastasia coldly interjected. "I know, so get well soon, brother." Looking back, she wondered if those were her last words before death. She even said that if he weren't sick, there'd be no room for her to shine. Words like a knife to the heart. She wondered why she'd said such uncomfortable things, lost in her memories, when a voice startled her. Snapping out of her daze, Anastasia's attention is drawn back to reality. And with that, she was ready, adorned in a magnificent dress. She looked absolutely stunning, but she couldn't help but wonder if dressing up so lavishly for her sister's birthday was appropriate. Laurencia looks at her with admiration, exclaiming, "Our Shasha is so adorable." She turned and called back, "Wait for me, I'll change and be right out." Anastasia thought, "She'll never know that her smile when she looks at me is the most precious thing in the world." In the luxurious party, everyone was laughing and chatting happily. Tetla turned, unable to help but gush at her two daughters. "Oh, my daughters, you both look so beautiful today." Anastasia and Laurencia stepped out, looking absolutely adorable. Laurencia replied, "It's Lara's favorite color, like Sasa's and Mom's." The birthday party was filled with warmth and joy. Laurencia blew out the candles to everyone's applause. As promised, she spent the whole day with Anastasia, much to Mikai's jealousy. A beautiful cake made by the chef, letters of congratulations prepared by all the servants, and a supersized cake were brought out. And gifts from the family as well. Laurencia's eyes sparkled as she gazed at the mountain of presents before her. She couldn't hide her happiness, and as she opened the gift, Laurencia cheerfully said, "Lada offside black is so pretty. Did you know I liked the color of Shasha, so you gave it to me?" "Thank you." Mikai was happy even with the empty gifts from the men of the Leventis Duchy. With the next gift, Mikai announced, "This is from Father. I heard it's a grandi diore." In Laurencia's hands was a necklace with a sparkling blue gemstone. She remarks that the stone's color is exactly like Lara's eyes. Anastasia watches, silently realizing that it's a gem worth an entire house in the capital. It seems she can't keep up with his generosity. The long, silent father finally speaks, drawing Laurencia's attention. Rogato presents Laurencia with a long gift adorned with delicate flowers, saying, "This is a gift from your father." She gazed at the gift, marveling, "It's so big." "Thank you, father." Laurencia excitedly opens the special gift, exclaiming, "A real sword? So Lara can use a sword like a real knight now." Anastasia ponders as she looks at the sword. "But isn't this a little too big?" "It seems so." Laurencia struggled, unable to lift the sword. Rogato panicked, calling out her name. Tears welled in her eyes as she looked at her small hands. Her father had given it to Lara. Lara must be too weak to hold it. Seeing this, he grew even more anxious and quickly offered, "How about I hold it for you, dear?" Thetla interjected, "Enough, dear." She gently coaxed her daughter. "Come here to mommy." Thetla knelt down, placing her hands on Laurencia's shoulders in comfort. "When I was your age, I couldn't even lift a sword that big." Still emotional, she hesitantly asks if that's true. Thetla smiles, gently telling her daughter that of course it is, she was a very late bloomer. "My daughter, you're just growing up, that's all." Laurencia looked at her, her eyes filled with sadness. "It's not because Lara is weak," Thetla gently explained. "Laurencia, strength isn't everything." "If mom's weaker than dad, does that mean mom isn't as strong as dad?" the little girl asked, raising her hands confidently. "No, darling, you mother is the strongest person in the world." "Aunt Thon Min, do you think father gave Lara a big sword because he thinks she'll grow up fast?" Laurencia asked. "Really? Then I'm okay." "Thank you for the gift, father, and I'm sorry I almost cried." Anastasia looked at the little dragon girl with admiration. "Indeed, my sister is the most lovable person in the world." The father gives his daughter a sword, which she happily accepts. And so, Laurencia's birthday party came to an end, and before long, early summer arrived. The Duke's estate remained peaceful, though a bit busier with the upcoming summer festival. Anastasia strolled through the hallway, pondering, hearing that her brother would be in charge this year. He's been busy and even harder to see since becoming the Grand Duke. Should I read that book he recommended? Anastasia quietly opened the library door to reveal rows upon rows of neatly organized books and a familiar figure. Anastasia recognized Damien and wondered, what brings him to the library at this hour? Thinking this, she approached him and asked, "Aren't you busy today?" Damien turned to her and replied, "I was planning to take a break." Laurencia had mentioned Anastasia was often here in the afternoon. It was true. Her eyes were full of tenderness. "From here, I can clearly see her training." Damien smiled brightly, impressed. "Our little brother really likes Laurencia, doesn't he?" Anastasia added, "I like Big Brother too. If there was somewhere I could watch you study, I would have run back and forth between there and here." Damien smiled gently, saying it would definitely be much more boring than reading here. Suddenly, the sound of laughter from below caught their attention. Laurencia and the maids were playing tag. As she ran, the girl called out, "Hurry, catch up!" Anastasia guessed they were playing after practice. They're always so close. But then she realized something. Damien, she could see the loneliness in his face. Damien looks down with a melancholic expression, making Anastasia wonder if he's jealous. Sometimes even his family forgets he's still just a child. So Anastasia decides to take Damien's hand to get his attention. In times like these, a little sister has to be spoiled, right? She dares to think and dares to act. She sweetly pleaded with her brother, wanting to spend the whole day with him. "Won't you play with me?" Her innocent face was hard to resist. Anastasia clasped Damien's hand, begging him to play with her instead of studying. He looked at his sister, hesitant, but Anastasia reassured him, offering to take the blame if the teacher or parents said anything. Seeing this, Damien chuckled. "Is our little sister protecting me now?" The girl answered clearly. "That's right." Finally, the boy agreed with his sister. "Since you put it that way, I guess I should play with you today." But suddenly, a voice cuts them off. "Young Master Damien." Anastasia recognized the voice as soon as she heard it. From the hallway, two voices call out his name in turn. "Young Master Damien. Where are you? You need to review the assigned documents." Anastasia guessed they were his guards. Since most guards eventually become close aides, there's always fierce competition between them. Even who he calls on first seems to bother them, and Damien's face grows stiff. Anastasia realized that they were his source of annoyance. With that thought, she turned and ran, leaving Damien calling after her. The girl opened the door and shouted, "Hey, Mom said no making noise in the hallway. Didn't you know?" One of the guards responded, "Yes, we know. But since the young master is nowhere to be found, we have no choice." The man with glasses beside him agreed. "The youngest princess may not know, but this is truly important." Anastasia questioned sternly. "I've seen my father's assistants looking for him many times, but you're being much louder than they ever were." Is my brother's work more important than my father's? They were startled and at a loss for words. That's not what we meant, the girl continued. Besides, you're being too loud in front of the library. I can't even read. The guards immediately exclaimed, "We'll take care of it right away." The guards were terrified, and Lenslot chimed in. "The young master has never been here before. Step aside. Are they flustered?" But he was glaring daggers at us. "You don't believe us?" The guards trembled and stammered. "That's not it. We'll leave at once. Farewell, young lady." The two guards quickly fled. Only then did Anastasia feel relieved, having chased away all the troublemakers. She told the two knights to stand down. "I have a favor to ask." They replied cheerfully. "Anything for you, my lady." After a moment of instruction, the two were ready. "Trust us. We'll prepare everything perfectly." Anastasia thought to herself, "Good. The preparations are complete." She opened the library door and spoke. "Hey, Damien said, scratching his cheek as Anastasia suddenly grabbed his hand and made a surprising request. Let's play hide-and-seek," she said, deciding to hide Damien away from the others. The naive ones have all been lured to the arena, and the snacks she asked Lot to prepare are here too. Now, to Anastasia's secret hideout. Damien, clutching the basket, slowly follows her. He realized it was a cave that seemed to go on forever. After a few more steps, he saw something. Long was astonished. Above the cave was a clear blue sky. Damien couldn't help but marvel. "How did you find this place?" Anastasia said that Hongx brought her here last time. "Do you like it?" Damien replied with excitement. "I love it. It seems I've been invited to Anastasia's parlor." She was secretly grateful. Thanks to the knights providing the necessities, the place was decorated like a room. Damien surveyed the room. "But is it all right for you to show me this place?" "Then who should I tell besides you?" Anastasia asks. "There's no fun in coming alone," he asked. "What about Larinia?" She raised her index finger to her lips, signaling silence. "I haven't told her yet, but maybe I will someday. Though Mikai will never know." Damien mirrored the gesture, sealing their secret. Anastasia then embraces him, softly agreeing. Damien looks down at her gentle face, her eyes closed in relaxation. He looks at her, lost in thought. Then Damien speaks. "Anastasia, listen to a story." The two sat down at the tea table and began to talk, Damien bowing his head as he confessed that he wasn't good at making friends. Anastasia immediately protested. "Why would you think that?" She was inwardly surprised. Why would he say something so unbelievable? "Are you also friends with Mikai Leventis?" he asked calmly. Laurentia and Anastasia got along with everyone, but he felt like he was doing something wrong. Anastasia jumped up, flustered. "No, that's not it. You really are a good person." Deal softly apologizes. "I made you sad, didn't I?" she thought, realizing that if he was still worried about her feelings, who would worry about his? Anastasia then clenched her hand on the table, finally saying what was on her mind. "Everyone sees you as a good person, but bad people tend to take advantage of that. So, what if we acted decisively sometimes?" She answered her own question. "Then good people will naturally accept that side of us and stay by our side." Hearing that, Damien froze, slowly calling Anastasia's name. Her words were far too mature for a child. And knowing this, Anastasia quickly covered by saying her mother had told her that. She reminded herself that she was suddenly speaking like an adult. Damien, lost in thought, finally decides, "Thank you, I will." The scene shifts to Damien's room, where the very next day, he immediately puts Anastasia's words into practice. Damien addressed his guards. "I will assign you both homework. I will review the results and decide who does what and who stays by my side." In the hallway, the two guards grumbled to each other. Weren't guards supposed to be close friends? "That's what the young master said." Another guard chimed in. "What's going on? Suddenly he's treating us like subordinates." Anastasia overhears everything, and only she understands. They suddenly say he's changed and express their dissatisfaction. But when he received their work, Damien said strangely and sternly that they only needed to correct the parts he pointed out. The redhead couldn't take it anymore, blurting out, "You're too much. I'm still learning, and you don't have to be so harsh." The four-eyed man next to him agreed, and Damien simply replied, "You two have always seemed dissatisfied because I haven't acknowledged your abilities." He continued, saying that no matter what he said, they were never satisfied, so he gave up. "Go home. There's nothing to worry about now, because Damien has realized he is his parents' son." The two guards trembled at his stern words. "Young Duke, we were short-sighted. You've treated us so well. Please forgive us this time." Cut to Anastasia's bedroom, where she lies in bed, clutching a blanket. Anastasia happily thinks that he must be feeling great too when a new system notification suddenly appears before her. Anastasia gasped, secretly rejoicing. After 3 years of silence, she's finally found her target. On the phone screen, a message appears. Would you like to check the new announcement? Anastasia tapped to view it, and as the notification appeared, she wondered about the address. Suddenly, Anastasia froze, her eyes widening, pupils dilating as she read the message. West Forest Street 1. The Duke of Anderbland's estate. Pasan Kingdom. Status. Resting. Desire. To become true colleagues. The girl was shocked. The Anderbland ducal family? Anastasia was stunned. After 3 years of silence, someone at the Duke's mansion was longing for her. Has someone new joined the Duke's estate recently? Good thing I updated the app beforehand. Let's see if there's any information. A flurry of thoughts raced through her mind as she stared at the words on the screen. World information, World 13, the world of heroes, and information on the Demon King. The Demon King is number 1, she analyzed silently. The 13th world. This world has far too many suspicious people. She recalls the world where she first met her grimoire, because it was when she was still the Demon King. Anastasia was born a dream demon of the succubus race, a species that draws power from the dreams of others. But that process was too annoying, so she chose a more familiar method. Her fists. She simply punches her opponents in the face, and so, Anastasia defeats every troublesome foe, one by one. By the time she was 14, she had become the Demon Lord. But there was only one problem. This world was like the fairy tales her sister loved, a world of heroes who slay demon lords and rescue princesses. She wondered if that was why, even though she hadn't interfered with the human kingdom, the princess, the key to the fairy tale, had run away from home all the way to the demon lord's castle. Anastasia snaps back to reality, reminding herself not to summon her, as she hates everyone who caused her death. Then she scrolled to the next piece of information. The knight's dormitory? 2 people harboring lingering affection? All she can do now is laugh. This is bad. There are way too many suspicious characters. She wonders if it'll be one of the 4 heavenly kings or the 10 elders. The Demon King's companions aren't just a few, but in the end, she decides to just let it be. She put her phone away, flopping back onto the bed, deciding to deal with it tomorrow. 3 years of peace have passed, so one more day won't hurt. But after an unknown amount of time, a loud noise awakens Anastasia. She shot up, eyes wide, wondering, what was that? Alert and wary, she sat up. Is it an enemy attack? The maid beside her spoke. You're awake, miss. You must have been startled. The knight's training is a bit intense today. That's why it's so loud. Anastasia was stunned. Training? She complained. What kind of training sounds like a bomb going off? I have to see this for myself. Anastasia quickly changed and rushed outside. Before her stood Laurentia and Ken, and Laurentia turned to look at her. There you are. I was just about to wake you. The girl happily recounts, listen to this. The Demon King just learned to use martial energy. Anastasia recalls the Demon King was the knight who cornered her. She asks if that's really true, as using aura is proof of reaching the pinnacle of power. Therefore, most people only manifest aura on the battlefield, like her parents and the Grand Duke. Those who fought on the front lines during the war. Images of her parents flashed through her mind, and she recalled the Demon King's figure. But he wasn't the type to go into battle. He was only in his early 20s. Yet he could unleash martial energy. A true prodigy. Suddenly, a loud shout startled Anastasia. Geneva, today I'll defeat you and make you admit I was wrong. Before her stood Geneva, and she wondered why her knight was fighting her sisters. And the opponent can use martial arts. Shouldn't she stop them? Anastasia is horrified by the scene unfolding. Ao conjures a ferocious dragon with his martial arts aura, and she wonders why those skills are appearing here. Dust fills the air and a voice emerges from within. Don't you dare cry. Genevieve says she hasn't forgotten him stealing her master away last year, and Anastasia is impressed to see Genevieve without a scratch. She blocked that? Never mind that. She continued, You didn't think you were the only one who could use martial energy today, did you? As she spoke, a dazzling ball of fire appeared in her hand, quickly launching into missiles that tore through space, alarming Anastasia. Wait, could that be the skill I used when I was the Demon King? Anastasia couldn't help but feel ashamed. Why did I give it such a weird name back then? The girl covered her blushing face, embarrassed just remembering the name. Ken, standing beside her, said, Those 2 train together every day. They're truly rare talents. Lalot added, Indeed, it's the first time I've seen anyone use martial arts so skillfully. Anastasia now realized, that's right. If they can use those skills, then they must be them. She watched Geneva, burning with energy, facing Arthur, who was equally excited. These 2 are the princess and the hero from the 13th world. Anastasia realizes that if she had known, things would have been very complicated. Even though they once cherished her, they were also the ones who killed her? The memories flooded back. A clumsy hero who always loses his sword, constantly panicking and asking where it is, and a courageous princess who doesn't hesitate to run away from home to find the Demon King's castle. She had once pleaded, "Demon King, can you take me as your wife? I truly love you." Anastasia, standing nearby, looked bored. "I have no intention of marrying." "Chaco, get her out of here. You still have to comfort Arthur. Stop crying and tell me what happened." "Lost to the 10 great elders?" He sobbed uncontrollably, managing a choked yes when he should have won to fight the Demon King, but he lost to them again. They were strange individuals, always bringing a lively atmosphere to my once peaceful demon realm. Yet, somehow, I grew to cherish them, teaching them swordsmanship and magic. But that peaceful time wouldn't last. Perhaps because this is the 13th world, the world of G, Anastasia is destined to die by the hero's hand. Because this is the world where the hero is the protagonist. She recalled the moment her 2 dearest people turned against her. That day, Arthur raised his sword and screamed, wishing she had never existed. Though Anastasia knew her fate, her heart still ached. Like countless fairy tales, the hero defeated the Demon King, and everyone lived happily ever after. The ending the 13th world desired. She returns to reality, watching the 2 fight, and now they say, they miss her? Why? Didn't you kill me because you needed to? She lowered her gaze, asking how to truly become comrades. How could that even be possible? That gently patted the girl's shoulder from behind, startling her. "My child, why do you seem so anxious?" She smiled gently at her, a tender smile full of love. Anastasia turned to Thala and whispered, "Mother?" She hugged her tightly, replying, "It's nothing. I was just wondering what to eat this morning." Of course, that wasn't the truth. Thala returned the embrace. "Is that so? Then let's go eat right away." "Yes, Mother." Even in her mother's warm embrace, Anastasia was lost in thought. If they truly become allies again, could she ever understand? She couldn't understand why, in the moment they killed her, they wore such expressions. Anastasia recalled their faces. She wondered why, even after killing her, they still longed for her. The scene shifts to the garden by the porch, and Arthur's face appears, full of anger. He holds a branch in his hand. So she wants to test her strength now? Across from her, Genevieve frowned, her eyes filled with irritation. "Fine. Let's see who's stronger." Meanwhile, under the eaves, Anastasia reads a book, Hong X by her side. She gives the order, and Hong X, no longer vacant, rises, ready to attack, snarling with bared fangs. Saliva dripping down their throats. And Genevieve panicked. "We apologize, young lady, we'll fix it." Anastasia was, of course, not pleased. "I've heard that line 3 times now." She looked up at the sky. If you were to ask where this was, it was a forest about a day's carriage ride from the duchy. Hong Ek steps out as their supervisor, striking fear into their hearts. Flashback to a few days prior, they were punished for destroying the training grounds and had to clean up the nearby forest ravaged by monsters. At that moment, Anastasia's father angrily pointed and ordered them to calm down. I volunteered to supervise to ease their worries, and though my parents were still concerned, Thala leaned down, full of concern. "Our little darling, this isn't a picnic. It will be difficult. Are you sure you're up to it?" Anastasia's face is serious. Yes, she wants to help her parents like her brother. She looks back on the past. It's already been 8 years since I came to the Enderbang dukedom. I know exactly how to win over my parents. Hearing their youngest daughter say that, her parents were deeply moved, covering their mouths with their hands. Anastasia pondered that since they both used aura, they probably thought there wouldn't be a problem. Back to reality. And so, it was Anastasia's 5th day here, and she was weary. Long can't understand what it truly means to be teammates. They claim to side with him and call him master, only to resent and betray him in the end. Images of Arthur and Guinevere standing solemnly flashed through her mind. And now, they want to be real comrades? Anastasia sighed, summoning her phone with a spell. She scrolls through a map on her phone, finding them arguing again. Have hundreds of years passed without anything changing? Anastasia rested her chin in her hand, her eyes fixed on the phone screen. Her fingers traced the locations, and a drop of water fell on the screen. Outside, a downpour had begun. Anastasia sits, gazing at herself, unsure of what to do. Elsewhere, a hand slams a rock into the ground. Atho stood in the downpour, hands on her hips, exhausted, not caring that it was raining cats and dogs. The path was finally cleared. Genevieve, carrying firewood, turns around, concerned. "Let's go back. The master is worried." Hearing this, he replied, "Let me finish this first, just a moment." She shielded herself from the rain and softly said, "Okay." Genevieve looked up at the sky as the rain intensified, a sense of dread washing over her, while inside, Anastasia stood anxiously on the balcony. A servant approached from behind, carrying a glass of milk, and gently called out, "Miss, please come inside. You'll catch a cold out there." She turned, anxiously thinking, they still haven't returned. "You look so happy. The milk is warmed. Please come inside, my lady." Hearing this, she turned and went inside, unaware that a powerful lightning strike had just hit the forest behind Anastasia. She recoiled in shock, her pupils dilating as Genevieve, in the forest, looked up with a bundle of firewood, having heard a crackling sound above her. Her eyes widened with fear, her face paling. Suddenly, Arthur appeared like lightning, shoving Genevieve out of the way. Before she could react, Genevieve fell to the ground, clutching her head in pain. What was happening? Then, in the heavy rain, her eyes widened as she noticed something. A bloodied, motionless hand on the ground, freezing her in place. Her eyes widened in terror, cold sweat mingling with the rain as Genevieve screamed in fear. Later, at Anastasia's mansion, a trail of blood stretched from the front door to the bedroom, and behind the closed door, a series of agonizing cries echoed. "Hey, open your eyes, where's Khan?" "Don't fall asleep," Anastasia said, slowly descending the stairs, a worried look on her face. Just then, a panicked servant emerged with a basin of water. "My lady, what's going on?" She carefully inquired. "Is the Demon King badly injured?" The maid smiled reassuringly. "He'll be fine. A priest will be here soon." Anastasia could tell she was lying. How could a priest arrive in this rain? They could have asked me, the saintess, but they worry because I'm just a child. She clenched her fist. The Demon King's condition must be serious. I thought they'd be fine since they're aura users. No, don't regret it. Anastasia then hurried back up the stairs, announcing that she would be sleeping early tonight as the maid watched her go. "Sweet dreams, lady," she whispered, reassuring herself that she was doing all she could. In the darkened room, the maid slumped in her chair, fast asleep. Anastasia shot up from the bed, looking up at her. She watches intently as the magic takes hold of the servant. "The maid is already asleep? Let's go." Suddenly, Anastasia vanishes from the room, walking across the wooden floor, startling Genevieve, who jumps up in shock. Anastasia shushes him, saying it's all right. The Demon King is ill and she's here to soothe him. She approached Arthur, gently placing her hand on him as her hand glowed brightly, declaring her touch to be a divine remedy. She then offered comfort, saying it was just an accident and not to blame herself too much. Suddenly, Anastasia's eyes froze, staring intently in one direction. Across from him, Genevieve's eyes had already turned red. She clasped her hands to her chest and softly called out, "My lord." Returning to her 13th life, it's as if a hand has torn away the bandage. "So, that's how it is. You don't resent me at all." Tears streamed down either's face, and Genevieve was equally moved behind him. Back in reality, Anastasia is suddenly stunned. "You suppressed your resentment, gritting your teeth to hold back the tears. How could I not realize it?" Then she softly asks, "Tomorrow, show me your smiling faces with the, okay?" Genevieve stood meekly, listening to Anastasia's instructions, her eyes filled with a hint of panic. Genevieve was then overcome with emotion, tears welling in her eyes as a self-reproaching voice echoed, as if the Genevieve from her 13th life had returned. She's distraught, covering her eyes and sobbing, "I'm sorry, I'm so sorry." Anastasia recalled a happy outing, realizing she'd never even called Genevieve by name. Before her was Genevieve, a picture of happiness. In the distance, a thaw was waving. Anastasia wonders, is that all there is, princess, warrior? They frolicked together in a field of vibrant flowers, but one day everything shattered, happiness turning to sorrow as a gentle hand grasped the broken fragments of beautiful memories. He chuckled, grasping and releasing it into nothingness, for there's no need to witness memories that cause pain, is there? Anastasia sighed, displeased. "You know, I hate being interrupted when I'm watching the clock. Whether it's a happy or tragic ending, I have to see it for myself." Without hesitation, she says, "So can you move?" The cloaked figure lowers his head, sounding sulky. "How awful. Not even a welcome after so long." Anastasia said coldly, "I'm not happy." He asked her, "Are you sure you won't regret this?" Anastasia replied firmly, "Why would I?" "No, actually, there's something I've been meaning to ask. A question she's wanted to ask for a long time." "Are you a god?" The cloaked figure raised a hand to his mouth. "Let's see, I'm not sure which god you're referring to." "Are you and I similar entities?" Anastasia pressed. "You're not going to be upfront. Then say one more thing while you're here and leave." "How many more people am I going to have to relieve of their longing?" He pouts. "Looks like I'm the only one doing the talking, so I'll just stop." As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished, leaving Anastasia dumbfounded. Annoyed, she wondered if he ran off because he didn't know either. Fine, I'll figure it out myself. Anastasia believes the information will come with the app update. In the 13th timeline, unlike the peaceful demon realm, the human realm is nearing its end. A priest shouts, "How long are you going to pretend you don't know? Knight and princess, will you let everyone die just to protect the demon king?" The priest pleaded with Athos and Guinevere. Even so, the two refused to kill the demon king. At that moment, they leaned back in a long chair along the road, arms crossed. But the demon king isn't the cause of this destruction. Guinevere agreed. That's right, the demon king we met didn't harm the human realm at all. But as that revelation descended, a voice echoed. My children, the one you cherish carries the aura of destruction. If left unchecked, they will perish along with this world. Genevieve is frantic. The demon king might disappear? It can't be. Aseo added, just how powerful is the demon king? There has to be a way for us to survive together. Even if you save him, he cannot be saved. Even if you keep him, he cannot be happy. If he is important to you, make him hate you more than anyone else, then let him go. That way, he'll be reborn without the curse and can finally be happy. Atho was aghast. So, in the end, we have to kill the demon king? Guinevere clenched her fist. You know what bothers me the most? Foolish knight, we don't have the power to kill the demon king, yet he was willing to sacrifice himself. The agrees. Yes, that's right. It would have been easier if he had truly been evil. Then, with a flash, Anastasia, her body stained with blood, departed this life forever. Atho, panting, dropped the blood-soaked sword, the clatter a heart-wrenching sound. Guinevere bitterly said, You must hate us with all your being, and never forgive us. More than anyone, they were the most heartbroken to make this decision. We won't say we did it for the demon king, because we couldn't protect you until the end. So next time, in that moment, the entire demon world will collapse. Witnessing everything unfold before her, Anastasia clenches her fist. They weren't happy doing this either. So that when the time of extinction comes, we can still look in one direction, wanting to be true comrades. Anastasia's face flushed, her eyes already glistening with tears. She scolds them for hiding it all, idiots. Back in reality, Arthur, teary-eyed, trembled as he spoke. Yes, I'm an idiot for getting hurt like one. Guinevere was also crying. No, master. I failed to protect this fool. Anastasia realizes that perhaps the memories of the past were too strong, and she seems to have fainted. She turned to them, her voice full of affection. Thank you. Seeing her like that, their tears finally stopped. Unsure of what was happening, Dongqing simply answered, yes. Anastasia's sudden question startled them. Are you two fighting again? Do I need to tell Mom again? Genevieve immediately denied it. No, we weren't arguing. Athos agreed, trying to explain. Yes, we're just relieved that the youngest miss is safe. Truly, Anastasia did not live a life unloved. She recalled Athos and Genevieve from her 13th life, then looked at the two before her, tearfully pleading, Please don't tell the Duchess. She told herself, the princess and the knight, Genevieve and Athos, showed such affection. How could it not be love? Fortunately, Anastasia was able to return to the Duke's residence before June ended, and though the priest came and bothered her, Arthur and Genevieve helped her shake him off. They whispered that the youngest miss was still unwell and asked him to leave, and through this, Anastasia gained a clue. Genevieve was 22, Arthur was 21, in the 13th world, the same ages they were when they killed her on a day in June. In other words, longing appears when Anastasia is with the Chili family. She smiles softly. Anastasia didn't know what kind of clue this would be, but she had obtained information. The maid sitting across from her asked, The thought of returning to Duke Din makes you happy, doesn't it? She happily replied, Yes, I also miss my family and the maids in my room. The maid was visibly moved. Our Lady is saying such happy things. Anastasia replied, I mean it, she thought. So, whether it's the chief god or some jerk, I don't care who's trying to get rid of me because I'm going to get stronger and win. Everything seemed to be going well, with days of happiness ahead, but Anastasia had become complacent about that troublesome name. The Pope. Upon seeing her, Simon was immediately overjoyed, saying, Saintess, first servant of God, greatest helper. Simon has come to meet the Saintess. It's been so long, and yet she remains so virtuous. Oh, spare me. My eyes are burning. May I take a moment to sing your praises, Saintess? Please allow me, Anastasia sighed inwardly. He must be busy, so why come all the way to my house? Well, whatever. She bluntly points and orders the tiger. Hongza bit him, and the tiger roared, baring its fearsome teeth. He screams in terror, Save me, Saintess! After a moment, he wiped away the blood gushing from his head and mused, "The Saintess's welcome is certainly intense. Proof of your remarkable growth." Anastasia cut to the chase, and Simeon finally turned serious, asking, "How is the 17th prince?" Anastasia revealed she came for Lamazar, prompting Simeon to praise her further. So the Saintess has noticed the 17th prince's holy power. His image is reflected in Simeon's words. In early July, Anastasia enjoyed peaceful days, receiving many congratulations for her 8th birthday. Duke Leventis and Mihai finally gifted her something other than jewelry, and Anastasia's eyes sparkled as she pointed ahead. She also grew closer to the other knights in the Duke's mansion, calling each of them by name, to their delight. Those were Kenlalot and Hannah, and Lenslot was so moved that his eyes welled up with tears. "The master has called our names." Seeing their reactions, she thinks she should have done it sooner if she knew they'd like it so much. They suddenly kneel, declaring, "We pledge our eternal loyalty." Instead, it seems Anastasia has inadvertently triggered a strange kind of loyalty. She explained to Choco what had happened. Inside the bedroom, Anastasia and Choco were the only ones talking, and after telling her everything, she asked, "Do you understand, Choco? So don't write them off just yet." Finally, it understood everything. So that's how it was? But Choco still refused, struggling. "But I don't like it. After all, it's true that they hurt the Demon King. I can't accept it." Choco doesn't like it. Anastasia reassured her. "Choco, calm down." Choco looked at her dejectedly as she slowly reached out and embraced him, and he whispered, "But if the Demon King says so, then I'll try to forgive them." Anastasia thought to herself, "My sweet puppy is so kind, thank you, Choco." It curled up, acting cute. Choco only needs the Demon King. You know, as long as the Demon King is happy. Just when she thought everything was settled, Simon was in the tea room with his arms raised to the heavens. "Saintess, please, hear me out." Anastasia sips her tea and tells him, "Put your hands down, Simeon. He's being punished." "I should be groveling on the ground," Simon complained. "Does the Saintess know? Despite my appearance, I am the Pope. You don't care that he's the head of the Holy State? So what? I am the Saintess." After a moment of silence, they finally began to talk seriously. Simeon remarks that possessing divine power is a great honor, while Anastasia thoughtfully analyzes Lamer, the Empire's prince. He may be an acolyte now, but one day he'll have to return, and not everyone with divine power wants to become a priest. Simeon Thon Min, you misunderstand. Even I'm not that naive. I was just trying to be a mentor. Anastasia remains cold. Him? She secretly scoffed, wondering who she could teach when she skipped work every day. "I'm just worried he'll be negatively influenced, simpering and crying over you. That saneness is going too far, you know." Despite my appearance, I am highly respected in the Holy Kingdom. Anastasia remains unimpressed. "She only said Lemire was a good boy, yet you're completely infatuated." "It's precisely because he's an imperial prince that I want to be his teacher," Anastasia questions. "Why? To increase the Holy Kingdom's influence over the Empire?" Simon calmly replies, "Of course, it would be a lie to say there wasn't an ulterior motive. Perhaps if you spoke less, your credibility would increase." Simon continued gently. "The battle for the Empire's throne is fierce, but the Saintess's power and their actions 3 years prior keep them silent and wary. But how long will that last?" He placed his hand on his chest respectfully. "Great Saintess, please make a choice for him. You know what must be done." Prince Lam now resembled the Empire's first emperor, a man known as a hero. Suddenly, the sound of shattering glass cut through the conversation, sending cake flying everywhere. At the door, Lam Jio stood frozen, trembling and unable to speak. He lowered his head, stammering, cold sweat pouring down him. "I'll get it back." "I apologize, Lady Anastasia," and with that he hurried away, leaving Anastasia stunned as she called after him. Both she and Simeon were equally bewildered, and Simeon looked up at Anastasia, pleading, "Your Holiness, please, give me a chance." Without hesitation, she refused. Anastasia gently explained, "Lam is still afraid of grown men." She recalled the past 3 years. He no longer stuttered, and he even had his favorite snacks. But even so, it was still too short a time. To heal all the wounds little Lamazar had suffered, he frantically flees down the dark corridor, with Anastasia following soon after. She went to find Lamazar, and upon finding him, Anastasia said, "I thought you said you were going to get my cake back," making Lamazar, who was standing in the corner, flinch. He was still trembling and curled up. "Milady, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to eavesdrop." Anastasia comforted him and changed the subject. "I don't think so. The chef said he's making lemon sugar cookies today. You want to bring them to me, right?" she softly replied. "Yes, because Lady Anastasia likes lemon-glazed cookies." She gives him a gentle smile. "That's right, I love them. That calmed me down a little." "Lady Anastasia, don't you hate or resent me?" she asked softly. "Why?" Lemaire stammered, explaining that this face had caused her so much trouble in the Empire. She unexpectedly asks, "Then why?" Lemaire didn't understand, but she continued. "Lamazer's silver hair shimmers like a lake under the moonlight, and your golden eyes are like the warm midday sun. That's why I like you so much." Anastasia seemed to radiate a halo in the still of the night. Lemaire blushed, stammering, "Really? I can be a very dangerous person, you know." The girl simply tilted her head and said, "Lemaire doesn't seem dangerous at all right now." Lam was happy again. "My lady, you're always too kind to me. It's normal. My sister and brother say the same thing." He hesitated because they were so gentle too. The next day, the entire castle came alive in the sunlight. Anastasia, looking impeccable, called out to Simeon, who eagerly sat across from her, speaking with anticipation. "So, Saintess, have you finally made your decision?" But she crushes Simeon's hopes, flatly refusing. "I'm going to count to 3. Tell me your scheme." Anastasia's expression was more serious than ever, and the atmosphere grew heavy. Simeon maintained his facade, his eyes gleaming with what seemed like a sinister plot. "You misunderstand, Saintess. I would never, ever approach you with such dark intentions. I am the Pope, after all." She counted 1, and he continued to ramble on. "Really, you don't trust me, the first servant of God? I'm willing to be your servant." Anastasia counted to 2 as he tried to persuade her with his sparkling eyes. "Saintess, who are you trying to charm with that temper tantrum?" Anastasia then counted to 3. Finally, Simeon had to yield to her intensity. "I'll tell you everything." "Please, holy maiden, don't make me raise my hands in punishment. Are you really not lying?" she asked him. Simeon's eyes lit up and he gave a confident thumbs up. "Of course. I can swear to God any time, though Anastasia knows better." "Yeah, here comes another lie, right?" She reached behind her, rummaging for something. "So be it then." Anastasia holds the strange object in her hand, declaring it a holy relic bestowed upon her by God. Simeon blurts out, "A holy relic?" It looks rather, suggestive. But he had to stop those thoughts immediately. Why did it look like some kind of torture device? He asked softly, "What is this sacred artifact?" Anastasia holds it up and introduces it. This holy relic is called a lie detector. His infatuation was overshadowed by unbelievable fear. "Could you repeat that one more time?" she asked, her smile unwavering. The lie detector tingled with anticipation as she cheerfully said, "Your fingers are going to hurt a lot today. From my 99 past lives, I can summon 99 things." Among them, the lie detector from her first life was originally a punishment toy. Simon swallowed nervously, but this was a real lie detector, imbued with divine power to distinguish truth from lies with 100% accuracy. "Try saying lie detector. I swear to God, I'll only tell the truth." But the machine buzzed and shocked him. A lie, and the sudden pain made Simon jump. This can't be. "You don't trust me that much?" This Simeon is truly saddened. Anastasia thought to herself, "You're already lying," showing no remorse. Tilting her head, she asked innocently, "As long as you don't lie, why is that?" "You promised not to lie, so I used this holy relic. Don't you like it?" He confidently patted his chest, eyes crinkling with laughter. "No, of course not, as long as I don't lie." The saintess already gently pointed it out to me. Anastasia asked the main question. "So you truly want Lemaire as your disciple out of concern for him?" With a saintly expression, Simon gently replied, "Indeed, with a pure heart of concern for Prince Lemaire." But the lie detector spared him no dignity, shocking Simon until he cried out. Anastasia knew right away. It was not a pure heart after all. She rebukes him sternly. "Simon, I'm disappointed. You said you'd tell the saintess everything, yet you keep lying." Simon suddenly flinched. "The saintess isn't usually like this." Anastasia, hearing this, moved closer, eyes wide. "Then tell me the truth. Why did you want to take Lemaire as a disciple?" Cold sweat poured down his face. That. Anastasia pressed him for answers, and finally he sighed. "I received a divine revelation." Anastasia frowned slightly, repeating Simeon's words, "A prophecy." He slowly admitted, "Yes, but for some reason, he didn't explain why. You told me to awaken the Blue Hour Prince's power for the future, but I sincerely asked the saintess to make a choice for the prince. Even though the temple's influence is weak in the empire, the Pope's personal support is another matter entirely." Anastasia listened, her face a mask of cold suspicion, causing Simon to panic. "What? Why do you look at me like that?" The obsessed old man began to ramble again. "Of course, I want some influence, but I have no intention of controlling the prince. Isn't peace better than war? I'm comfortable, Enderblank is comfortable, peace is paramount, laziness is paramount. I follow that as I follow God." Seeing the lie detector display truth and hearing the confirmation chime, Anastasia thought, he just wants to be comfortable. She stroked her chin thoughtfully, certain that having a pope behind them would help Lamazur's safety. Across from her, Simeon pleaded softly, "So please, take this off me." Anastasia frowned, lost in thought, still troubled by God's prophecy for Lamazur. Perhaps seeing Genevieve and Athos's memories has made it difficult to trust the chief god. If it were just, God wouldn't have ordered it without reason. In the end, Anastasia sighed. Well, it was just an uncertain suspicion anyway. Regardless, this is an opportunity for Lamazur, and she looks up to remove Simon's device. "I'll take it off for you." He looked at his aching hand with tears of joy. "Thank you," finally. Anastasia rose and left her seat. "I'll ask Lamazur, so you'll have to wait until then, or I'll really have the cardinals take you away." Simeon's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "I know, this Simeon will wait obediently, just like Hongxia. But just as the cute one called me uncle," Anastasia turned and left. Simeon, teary-eyed, called after her, "Where are you going?" "You have to hear my story before you leave," she thought to herself. No can do. My father told me not to play with people who talk nonsense." Walking down the hallway, Simeon sighed. "Dealing with Simeon always lowers my IQ. The mercenary squad leader I met in my past life was like that too. He used to say, 'What's the point of living if you have nothing to satisfy you?'" Anastasia even wondered if Simeon was that man's reincarnation, a thought she pondered as she approached. "Now that I know reincarnation is real, I'm starting to see everyone as a reincarnate. Never mind. Lamazur is the priority now." She raises her hand to knock. Anastasia called out, "Lamazur, are you in your room?" Rapid footsteps echoed from within, and Lamazur eagerly opened the door. "Lady Anastasia, welcome." Anastasia steps inside, glancing at the desk. "Studying? Am I disturbing you?" He quickly denied it, saying that wasn't the case. "How could you ever bother me, my lady? I'd be happy to do anything for you." Anastasia hesitated, then said that things weren't exactly okay this time, prompting Lamazur's confusion. "Why do you ask?" She explained that this was very important to Lamazur. "Hey, Lamazur, are you afraid of the Pope?" He was startled by the question, but Lamazur trembled, trying to appear composed, saying it was all right and he could go to the Holy State if Anastasia wished. "If it helps you, Lady Anastasia?" Anastasia glances at his trembling arm, assessing him. "What do you mean? It's okay? Your hands are shaking." She affirmed once more, "You don't need to think about me. I just want to know what you intend to do." Lam replied hesitantly with a hint of disbelief. "Yes," Anastasia continues to comment on Simon. "The Saintess is going too far. The Pope is, well, a very strange old man. Strange as he is, he's still the Pope." If he heard that, he'd burst into tears. The Pope said that if Lemire became his disciple, he would be healthier and avoid dangerous people, a revelation that stunned Lemire into silence. He lowered his head, pursing his lips in thought for a long time, before finally straightening up and asking, "If that's the case, can I stay by your side longer? I won't have to listen to the Crown Prince's orders anymore, right?" Anastasia looked at him earnestly. "I don't know about that, but he said with the power Lamazur has, you can definitely protect yourself." She secretly added that not only Simeon, but she also thought it was quite a power. However, Anastasia still left an out for Lamazur, saying that if he didn't like it, he could stay at the Duke's mansion as long as he wanted, as she preferred having friends. His face flushed slightly as he sighed in relief. "Indeed. I like Miss Anastasia very much." Anastasia was stunned by the sudden confession. Lamy, no longer worried, looks directly at her, saying, "I thought you wanted to take me with you, but I guess not." Anastasia, confused, quickly affirmed, "Of course, Lemazur is my friend." Hearing this, he proactively took Anastasia's hand. "So I'm going. If I try my best to protect myself, I can protect Lady Anastasia too." She smiles, her eyes squinting, feigning politeness. "I don't need you to protect me." But Lamy remains insistent. He wants the strength to protect Lady Anastasia. "That way, I can be friends with you for much longer?" he stammered shyly. "So, if I go to the Holy Kingdom, will you write to me?" Anastasia leaned in, a slight frown on her face, and replied matter-of-factly, "Of course. I'll write you lots of letters." Lamazur blushed, speechless, and took Anastasia's small hand, placing a heartfelt kiss upon it as he smiled and said, "Thank you, Miss Anastasia." These sudden actions left Anastasia stunned, a blush rising on her cheeks, her eyelashes drooping with a hint of sorrow. Lamy must be so sad right now, and yet he can still smile like that, acting like the grown-up when I'm the childish one. The day Lemire left for the Holy Kingdom came sooner than expected. As Lemire boarded the carriage, he turned back and said, "Lady Anastasia, I'll write to you often." Anastasia approached him, promising and reminding him, "I'll definitely write back. If things get tough, you can come back any time." "Got it?" Lemaire smiled brightly, nodding obediently. Anastasia watched him go, lost in thought. She was sadder than she expected. Meanwhile, Simeon urged Lamer into the carriage. Now let us depart. Prince Damien and Laurentia have also come to see Lemizar off. Farewell, Lamer. It was a day in mid-August when the intense heat had subsided. The boy, so different from when we first met, smiled as he departed for the Holy Kingdom, leaving me to whisper goodbye to Lamer. Farewell, Miss Lamer, Emion.